Welcome aboard the most magnificent vessel ever to grace the Atlantic, friends. Because tonight, you'll step into April 1912, experiencing the opulence and grandeur of Titanic's first-class accommodations, a world where luxury knew no bounds and every detail spoke of elegance. I know you're eager to get to sleep quickly, so let's snuggle up. If you are new to the channel or returning, however, liking the video and commenting significantly helps us out. Also, please let me know where you are listening in from and what time it is for you. Now get cozy, turn on a fan for some white noise, and let's start. You stand on the Southampton dock this crisp April morning, watching your breath form small clouds in the air. The year is 1912, and before you rises something that makes the nearby buildings look like children's toys. Titanic towers above the waterfront, a black hull stretching so far in both directions that you actually have to turn your head to see where she begins and ends. 4 massive funnels painted in buff yellow with black tops reach toward the sky, each one wide enough to drive 2 automobiles through side by side. The noise around you creates a peculiar symphony. Stevedores shout to each other in dock language you can barely decipher, their voices mixing with the grinding of loading cranes and the constant clatter of luggage carts on cobblestones. Somewhere nearby, a street vendor calls out about fresh pastries, his voice nearly lost in the general commotion. Yet despite all this activity, you keep looking back at the ship because nothing else seems quite real by comparison. Your first-class ticket feels substantial in your gloved hand, the paper thick and official. It cost you more than many people earn in a year, but looking at Titanic now, you understand why. This isn't merely a ship, it's a statement about what human beings can accomplish when they decide nothing is impossible. The white superstructure gleams in the morning light, and you count the decks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, stacked like a tiered wedding cake designed by someone with extraordinary ambition. A steward in a crisp white Star Line uniform approaches you with practiced efficiency. His jacket buttons shine like tiny suns, and his cap sits at precisely the correct angle. He touches the brim politely and asks to see your ticket, which he examines with the careful attention of someone who knows exactly what to look for. Satisfied, he gestures toward a covered gangway that leads up to C deck, reserved exclusively for first-class passengers like yourself. "Welcome aboard, sir," he says, and you notice he doesn't shout despite the noise around you. His voice carries a quiet confidence that suggests he's said these words hundreds of times today alone. The gangway slopes upward at an angle that's gentle enough to manage easily, even though you're wearing your travelling clothes and still feeling the effects of last night's farewell dinner. Other first-class passengers walk ahead of you, women in enormous hats that require them to tilt their heads carefully when passing through doorways, and men in dark suits carrying walking sticks they probably don't actually need. Everyone moves with the unhurried pace of people who've never had to rush for anything in their lives. Halfway up the gangway, you pause and look back at Southampton. The city spreads out behind the docks, church spires rising above rows of buildings, smoke from morning fires drifting lazily upward. In a few minutes, you'll leave this view behind, and something about that moment feels significant. You're not particularly superstitious, but boarding the Titanic feels like stepping across a threshold into something new. At the top of the gangway, you step onto the ship itself, and the sensation surprises you. You'd expected to feel movement immediately, some sense of being on water, but Titanic is so massive that she barely registers the gentle swells in the harbour. The deck beneath your feet feels as solid as any floor in any building you've ever entered. For a moment, you almost forget you're on a ship at all. The entrance area on C deck opens before you, and your first impression is of warmth. The space glows with electrical lighting that doesn't flicker or smoke like gas lamps. Dark wood panelling covers the walls, polished to such a shine that you can almost see your reflection. The floor features intricate tile work in geometric patterns, and the ceiling rises high enough that the space feels open rather than confined. More stewards wait inside, directing passengers to all their accommodations. The air smells of fresh paint, new carpet, and something else. Maybe furniture polish or the particular scent of wood that hasn't yet absorbed the ocean's dampness. Everything looks so pristine that you wonder if you're the first person ever to walk here. A young steward with red hair and freckles steps forward, consulting a list. "Cabin number, sir?" You tell him, and he nods immediately, clearly having memorised the ship's layout. "B-52, excellent. Just this way, please." He doesn't offer to carry your small travelling case because another crew member has already appeared to handle that task, moving with such efficiency that you barely noticed his approach. As you follow the steward deeper into the ship, you pass other passengers having their own first moments aboard. An elderly woman examines the light fixtures with evident approval. A businessman stands motionless in the middle of the corridor, apparently overwhelmed by the sheer grandeur. Two children press their faces against a window overlooking the harbour, their nanny trying unsuccessfully to encourage them toward their cabins. The corridors branch and turn, but your steward never hesitates. He knows every passage and stairway, guiding you through Titanic's interior with the confidence of someone who could do this blindfolded. You pass doorways marked smoking room and reading and writing room, catching glimpses of spaces furnished with overstuffed chairs and tables set with lamps. Then you're climbing a staircase, the main first-class grand staircase, though you don't know that yet. Your hand touches the balustrade, and the wood feels impossibly smooth under your gloves, worn to perfection by craftsmen who understood their trade. Above you, a glass dome lets in natural light that plays across every surface, creating an effect like being inside a kaleidoscope. At the top of the stairs, you pause again. This landing features a clock set into an ornate carved panel, showing two figures holding up the clock face. The detail in the carving catches your attention. Each fold of the figure's robes has been shaped with care, each expression thoughtfully rendered. Someone spent days, maybe weeks, creating this single decorative element. The clock shows honour and glory crowning time, your steward mentions, noticing your interest. Rather fitting for a maiden voyage, don't you think? You agree, though privately you're thinking that it's an ambitious motto for any ship, no matter how grand. Still, looking around at the perfection surrounding you, perhaps Titanic has earned the right to such confidence. The steward leads you along B-deck now, past more cabin doors with brass numbers gleaming in the electric light. Other passengers emerge from their own rooms, beginning to explore. You hear American accents, British inflections, and languages you don't immediately recognise. Titanic is carrying a cross-section of the world's wealthy, all drawn together by curiosity about this legendary vessel. Finally, you reach B-52. The steward produces a key and unlocks the door with a solid click that suggests quality hardware. He pushes it open and steps aside, allowing you to enter first. "Your luggage will arrive shortly," he says. "If you need anything at all, simply press the call button, and someone will attend to you immediately. Lunch is served at 1 o'clock in the dining saloon. Welcome aboard the Titanic, sir." He's gone before you can even think about tipping him, disappearing back into the corridor with practiced discretion. You stand in the doorway of your cabin, looking in at what will be your home for the next week, and realise that your understanding of luxury is about to be completely redefined. Your cabin is not what you expected. Somehow you'd imagined a ship's cabin would be small and cramped, a place to sleep between days spent on deck. But a B-52 opens before you like a comfortable hotel room that happens to be moving across the Atlantic. The sitting room, because this cabin has multiple rooms, measures perhaps 12 feet by 14, with genuine windows rather than portholes. Through the glass you can still see Southampton Harbour, the water choppy with morning wind. The walls wear a soft cream-coloured fabric above dark mahogany wainscoting. This isn't paint trying to look like fabric. You can see the actual weave when you look closely. The furniture includes a sofa upholstered in rose-coloured material, 2 armchairs, a writing desk with its own chair, and a coffee table displaying a small vase of fresh flowers. Real flowers. Someone placed fresh flowers in your cabin before you arrived. You walk to the desk and run your finger along its surface. Not a single rough spot, not one imperfection. The wood grain flows in patterns that suggest this piece was crafted from a single, high-quality board rather than assembled from scraps. A blotter sits ready with several sheets of white star-lined stationery, the paper so thick you could probably use it as cardstock. Next to it, someone has placed a fountain pen and a small brass bell for summoning the steward. The bedroom opens off the sitting room through a wide doorway. Here the colour scheme shifts to gentle greens and creams, creating an atmosphere of restfulness. The bed itself is larger than you'd thought possible on a ship. A full double bed with a brass frame and a mattress that, when you press it experimentally, feels as comfortable as any in a luxury hotel. The headboard features more of that intricate carving you're beginning to recognise as Titanic's signature detail. A wardrobe stands against one wall, already open to reveal hanging space that could accommodate several trunks worth of clothes. More drawers than you'll probably need occupy a dresser. Above it hangs a mirror in a gilded frame, and you catch a glimpse of yourself, still in travelling clothes, hair slightly mussed from the morning's activities, looking somewhat stunned by your surroundings. The bathroom makes you actually laugh out loud. You've stayed in expensive hotels that didn't have bathrooms this well appointed. A full-sized bathtub sits on decorative claw feet. The porcelain's so white it almost glows. Both hot and cold running water flow from taps that feel substantial in your hands. A sink with its own mirror occupies one corner. The toilet is modern and connected to a proper plumbing system. Thick towels hang from heated racks, and someone has provided soap that smells faintly of lavender. You turn on the hot water tap just to see what happens. After a moment's wait, steam begins rising from the stream, and you realise that you're going to be able to take a hot bath in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. The absurdity of that luxury, the sheer improbability of it, strikes you as both wonderful and slightly ridiculous. Back in the sitting room, you discover more details. The electrical lighting can be adjusted with switches on the wall. No more fumbling with gas valves or oil lamps. A small bookshelf holds a selection of volumes, including what appears to be a ship's directory. You pull this out and flip through it, discovering maps of every deck, lists of facilities, and menus from various restaurants. Titanic isn't just large, she's complex. A floating city with more amenities than you could explore in a week. A knock at the door announces the arrival of your luggage. 2 stewards enter with your trunk and bags, moving with choreographed efficiency. They know exactly where things should go, placing your trunk at the foot of the bed, hanging your travelling coat in the wardrobe, and setting your smaller bags on the dresser. The whole operation takes perhaps 90 seconds, and then they're gone, one of them having somehow slipped a copy of the day's schedule onto your desk without you noticing. You pick up the schedule and scan it. Breakfast is served from 8 until 10:30. Bouillon in the cafe at 11. Lunch at 1. Tea at 4. Dinner at 7:30. Between meals, passengers can occupy themselves in the gymnasium, the swimming pool, the squash court, the libraries, the smoking rooms, the lounges, or simply walking the decks. The schedule reads more like a country house party than a sea voyage. Through your window, you watch the final preparations for departure. More passengers continue boarding via the second-class gangway further down the ship. Cargo nets swing loads into the holds. White uniformed crew members move along the decks, checking equipment, securing hatches, and performing the 1,000 small tasks required before a ship can leave port. You decide to unpack, though you're aware that this is something your personal valet would normally handle. But you didn't bring a valet on this trip, partly because you're travelling alone, and partly because you sometimes enjoy doing things yourself. You open your trunk and begin hanging suits in the wardrobe, placing shirts in drawers, and arranging your personal items on the dresser. Your neighbour in cabin B54 apparently has no such independence. Through the wall you hear voices, a gentleman giving instructions to what must be his valet, discussing which evening clothes to prepare for dinner tonight. The walls are thick enough that you can't make out individual words, just the rise and fall of conversation. But it reminds you that you're surrounded by people of means, folks accustomed to being served. The ship's horn sounds suddenly so deep and loud that you feel it in your chest rather than just hearing it. The departure signal. You abandon your unpacking and hurry to the window, watching as the gangways are pulled back and the mooring lines are cast off. For several minutes nothing seems to happen. Then, almost imperceptibly, the The view through your window begins to change. Buildings start sliding past. The dock pulls away. Titanic is moving. You grab your coat and head for the deck, wanting to experience this moment in the open air. The corridors are full of other passengers with the same idea, all of us flowing toward the exits like water finding channels. Nobody runs. We're all too dignified for that, but everyone moves with purpose. On deck, the wind hits you immediately, cold and sharp with April chill. You should have brought a heavier coat, but you're too excited to care. Southampton spreads out to port now, the city growing smaller as Titanic makes her way down the channel toward open water. Other ships sound their horns in greeting. People on shore wave handkerchiefs and hats. You find yourself waving back, though you don't know any of them. Other first-class passengers line the railing with you. Nobody says much. We're all caught up in the moment, watching England recede, beginning this grand adventure. A woman next to you dabs at her eyes with a handkerchief. A man lights a cigar, the smoke whipping away instantly in the wind. Children point at seabirds wheeling overhead. The deck beneath your feet vibrates with engine power, a deep thrumming that you feel through your shoes. Titanic moves with surprising grace for something so enormous, cutting through the water as though it offers no resistance. Wakes spread behind the ship in wide white trails. The four funnels above release steam in controlled bursts. The sound is like giant sighs. You stay on deck for perhaps half an hour, watching until Southampton disappears from view and only open water surrounds the ship. Other passengers gradually drift away, heading back inside to warmth and comfort. Eventually you follow, your fingers numb from cold, but your spirits high. Back in your cabin, everything looks exactly as you left it, except that someone has been in to light a small fire in the electric heater. The room glows with warmth and welcome. You finish unpacking, hanging the last of your clothes, placing your books on the shelf, and arranging your personal items until the space feels like yours. Then you stretch out on the sofa, listening to the ship's sounds, the distant hum of engines, the creak of woodwork adjusting to motion, footsteps in the corridor outside, and the muffled conversations of other passengers settling into their own cabins. The window shows only ocean now, grey-green water stretching to the horizon under an overcast sky. You think about that clock on the grand staircase with honour and glory crowning time and smile. Perhaps that's exactly what this voyage is. A moment when human achievement reaches a pinnacle, when everything seems possible, when luxury and engineering combine to create something genuinely remarkable. Your eyes grow heavy. The gentle motion of the ship, the warmth of the cabin, and the comfort of the sofa all conspire to make you drowsy. You didn't sleep well last night, too excited about today's departure. Now that excitement is giving way to contentment, a deep satisfaction with your surroundings and circumstances. Outside your window, Titanic carries you toward America, moving through the Atlantic swells with power and grace. But in this moment, all of that seems distant. You're warm, comfortable, surrounded by luxury, and beginning an adventure that will become a story you'll tell for the rest of your life. You wake from your sofa nap to the sound of the bugle call for lunch, its notes floating through the corridors with cheerful insistence. Checking your pocket watch, you're surprised to find it's already past 12:30. The morning has vanished into unpacking and settling in, and now your stomach reminds you that breakfast was many hours ago. After refreshing yourself in that magnificent bathroom, splashing cold water on your face, straightening your collar, running a comb through your hair, you step out into the B-deck corridor. Other cabin doors are opening as well, passengers emerging like butterflies from chrysalises, everyone dressed appropriately for midday dining. The women wear afternoon dresses in soft colours. The men sport lounge suits rather than formal dinner attire. We're all finding our sea legs together, learning the rhythms of shipboard life. You follow the general flow of passengers toward the dining saloon, but take your time, wanting to see more of this remarkable ship. The corridors branch and connect in ways that will take days to fully understand. Every passage offers something worth noticing, a painting of ships at sea, a decorative mirror, or a carved panel depicting nautical themes. Nothing looks mass-produced or generic. Every detail suggests careful planning by people who care deeply about getting things right. You climb the grand staircase again, and this time you pause on each landing to examine the carved oak panelling. The wood grain flows like water frozen in mid-movement. Your hand on the balustrade feels the silky smoothness that comes only from patient craftsmanship. Above you, the glass dome filters the afternoon light into something soft and golden, making everyone look slightly better than they do in ordinary daylight. On a deck you discover the promenade, a covered walkway that runs the length of the ship, lined with windows on one side and cabin doors on the other. Deck chairs arranged in neat rows wait for passengers seeking fresh air, without the full force of Atlantic wind. You can see the ocean through those windows, watch the waves rolling past and observe the horizon line tilting gently as Titanic moves through the swells. A few hardy souls already occupy deck chairs, wrapped in blankets provided by attentive stewards. An elderly gentleman reads a newspaper, the pages snapping in the breeze each time a door opens. Two women sit close together, conversation animated, hands moving expressively. A young couple stands at the railing looking out at the water, standing close but not quite touching. That careful distance that suggests courtship rather than marriage. You continue exploring, discovering the reading and writing room with its white wicker furniture and delicate colour scheme clearly designed to appeal to female passengers. Next door, the lounge offers more masculine comfort, leather chairs, dark wood, and tables perfect for cards or conversation. The smoking room lies further forward, its stained glass windows and ornate ceiling creating an atmosphere of a gentleman's club transported to sea. But it's the general room, a spacious area near the entrance, that truly captures the ship's spirit. Here, passengers gather naturally, drawn by comfortable furniture arranged in conversational groupings. A piano sits in one corner, though nobody plays it at the moment. Potted palms add greenery, their leaves creating small private spaces within the larger public area. The ceiling rises 2 decks high, making the space feel more like a hotel lobby than part of a ship. You observe how people inhabit this space. Some sit alone, reading books or writing letters. Others form small groups, conversation flowing with the ease of travellers sharing common experience. A few children play a quiet game in one corner, supervised by nannies who chat among themselves. Everyone seems relaxed, comfortable, and already adapting to life aboard Titanic. The attention to comfort extends to temperature. The ship maintains perfect warmth throughout. Not the stuffy heat of over-fired rooms, but a gentle climate that makes you forget you're wearing your coat. Hidden vents circulate fresh air, and you never smell that stuffiness that accumulates in closed spaces. Someone engineered these systems with remarkable sophistication. Following your nose and the increasing number of passengers, you find your way to the dining saloon. The entrance takes your breath away. The room stretches the full width of the ship, with tables arranged in precise rows that could seat hundreds. Windows along both sides let in natural light. The ceiling arches overhead, cream-coloured with ornate moulding that draws the eye upward. Chairs upholstered in deep red provide splashes of colour against the neutral walls. White tablecloth cover every surface, so bright they almost hurt to look at directly. Crystal glassware catches and reflects light. Silver cutlery lines each place setting with mathematical precision. Fresh flowers bloom in vases on every table. The overall effect suggests a very fine restaurant that happens to be crossing the Atlantic. A steward in formal attire materialises at your elbow. "Table for one, sir?" You confirm, and he guides you to a small table near one of the windows. As you're seated, you notice how the room fills with passengers, families, couples, and solo travellers like yourself. The noise level rises, but never becomes overwhelming. People speak in modulated tones, maintaining that atmosphere of refined civilization, even as hundreds of conversations happen simultaneously. Your table settings include more pieces of silverware than you strictly need for any meal. Working from the outside in, you remember from some half-forgotten etiquette lesson. The menu, presented in an embossed folder, offers choices that would impress even the most demanding diner. For lunch, This is the selection available for a casual midday meal. You can choose from consommé or cream soup. Fish courses include salmon with mousseline sauce. Meat options range from chicken to lamb to beef, each with its own accompaniments. Vegetables come separately: asparagus, potatoes prepared 3 different ways, and fresh peas despite it being only April. Desserts take up an entire section of the menu. Even the cheese selection requires careful consideration. You order modestly: soup, fish, vegetables, perhaps a light dessert, aware that dinner will be a much more substantial affair. The steward nods approvingly and glides away, moving between tables with practiced efficiency. While waiting for your food, you observe your fellow diners. The diversity of the first-class passengers surprises you. Yes, there are obvious millionaires, men whose names you recognise from newspapers, and women dripping with jewellery even at lunch. But there are also middle-aged couples who might be successful merchants, younger people who could be inheriting family wealth, and older passengers who've clearly been rich long enough to wear it comfortably. The soup arrives in delicate china, steaming gently, and tastes exactly as good as it looks. The fish follows, perfectly cooked, flaking easily under your fork. Everything is served at the correct temperature, seasoned properly, and presented beautifully. You're eating better than you do in most restaurants ashore, and you're doing it while travelling at more than 20 knots across the Atlantic. Through the window beside your table, you watch the ocean roll past. The water today looks grey-green under cloudy skies, but you can see how it might turn brilliant blue under better weather. Waves rise and fall in patterns that never quite repeat. Occasionally the spray catches the wind and creates momentary rainbows before disappearing. After lunch, you wander outside to the boat deck, the highest deck accessible to passengers. The wind up here blows stronger, carrying the salt smell of the ocean and the faint tang of smoke from the funnels. You walk toward the stern, passing ventilation equipment, past the entrance to the gymnasium, and around the base of those massive funnels that dominate the upper deck. Other passengers have the same idea. We stroll in informal groups, taking constitutional walks, getting exercise, and enjoying the fresh air despite the chill. Nobody rushes. There's nowhere to rush to, after all. The beauty of ocean travel lies partly in this enforced leisure, this necessary slowing down. You lean against the railing at the stern and look back at Titanic's wake. A wide white path stretching toward the horizon, evidence of the ship's passage through the Atlantic. The propellers churn beneath the surface, driving this enormous vessel forward with relentless power. Yet standing here, you barely feel any vibration. The engineers who designed these engines understood their craft. A steward appears with a tray of bouillon in cups, offering it to passengers on deck. You accept one gratefully, wrapping your cold hands around the warm cup, sipping the rich broth. This is what luxury means, not just comfortable cabins and excellent food, but someone anticipating your needs before you voice them, appearing with hot soup exactly when the April wind makes you wish for warmth. You spend the afternoon exploring more of the ship. The swimming pool, located deep in the ship's interior, echoes with the sound of water and voices. The Turkish bath offers heated rooms and massage facilities. The squash court provides exercise for those energetic enough to want it. The libraries stock books in multiple languages. Everywhere you go, you find evidence of careful planning, of designers who try to imagine every possible passenger need and meet it. The bugle call for dinner sounds at 7 o'clock, giving passengers 90 minutes to prepare for the evening meal. In your cabin, you've laid out your formal dinner clothes. White tie and tails, the uniform of first-class evening dining. The bow tie gives you trouble, as it always does. You fumble with it for several minutes before achieving something that looks approximately correct. The transformation of passengers between afternoon and evening remains one of shipboard life's small miracles. The same people who lounged in casual clothes at lunch now emerge from their cabins looking like they're attending an opera or palace ball. The women especially have undergone complete metamorphosis. Afternoon dresses replaced by evening gowns that showcase the latest Paris fashions. Jewellery that probably required safe deposit boxes in their cabins, and hair arranged in elaborate styles that must have taken their maids an hour to create. You join the general flow toward the dining saloon, but the experience differs dramatically from lunch. The evening crowd moves more slowly, with more awareness of being on display. Ladies adjust their gloves, gentlemen check their pocket watches. We're all performing the ritual of dressing for dinner, an ancient tradition of civilization asserting itself even in the middle of the Atlantic. The dining saloon has transformed as well. The natural light of afternoon has given way to electric chandeliers that hang from the ceiling like crystallized starlight. Every bulb blazes, creating an atmosphere of almost theatrical brilliance. The white tablecloths look even brighter against the evening darkness visible through the windows. Candles on each table add flickering warmth to the electric glow. Your table assignment tonight places you with several other passengers, a system designed to encourage social mixing. You introduce yourself to your table mates, a railroad investor from Philadelphia and his wife, a British wool merchant travelling home from business in America, and a young couple whose fortune apparently derives from timber. Everyone maintains that careful politeness of strangers thrown together by circumstance. The menu for dinner requires serious study. This isn't lunch's modest selection. This is a document that describes what might be 10 separate courses. You read through the options with growing amazement. Oysters, hors d'oeuvres, soup, 2 kinds, both available if you want them. Fish with the elaborate sauces, an entree of chicken or lamb or beef, a poultry course separate from the entree, cold asparagus with vinaigrette, roasted meat, duckling, beef sirloin, spring lamb, various vegetables, punch sorbet to cleanse the palate, puddings, ice cream, fresh fruit, cheese and coffee. They feed us like Roman emperors, the wool merchant observes, studying his own menu with evident approval. I've crossed the Atlantic a dozen times, and I've never seen a menu quite like this. His comment prompts discussion of other voyages, other ships. The railroad investor prefers German liners for their engineering. The British merchant swears by Cunard for reliability. The timber couple, this is their first ocean crossing, listens with the fascination of newcomers hearing experienced travellers compare notes. You order carefully, knowing you can't possibly eat everything offered but wanting to experience the range of kitchen capabilities. The first course arrives, oysters on ice, each one looking perfect, tasting of cold salt water and the sea. You squeeze lemon over them and experience that peculiar sensation of eating something that was alive in the ocean just hours ago. The courses continue with clockwork precision. Soup appears exactly when you finish the oysters. Fish follows soup. Each plate arrives at the perfect temperature, arranged with artistic attention. Sauces complement without overwhelming. Vegetables retain their colour and texture. Everything tastes as good as it looks, which is saying something because it looks spectacular. Between courses, conversation flows around the table. The railroad investor discusses investment opportunities in American infrastructure, new rail lines pushing west, electrification of existing routes, and the endless appetite for expansion. His wife talks about their daughter's upcoming wedding and the challenges of planning a society event while travelling. The wool merchant offers dry observations about British textile markets and the quality of Australian imports. You notice how the dining saloon is filled with life as dinner progresses. Individual conversations combine into a general hum of voices, punctuated by occasional laughter. Silverware clinks against china. Crystal glasses ring gently when toasts are made. Stewards move constantly between tables, replacing dishes, refilling glasses, and anticipating needs before they're voiced. The orchestra begins playing during the main course, stationed on a small balcony overlooking the dining saloon. They perform light classical pieces and popular tunes, nothing too demanding or intrusive. The music provides oral wallpaper, creating atmosphere without commanding attention. Occasionally someone hums along, but mostly we eat and talk and let the melodies wash over us. You order the beef for your main course, and when it arrives, you understand why people pay premium prices for first-class passage. The meat has been cooked precisely to your specifications, the exterior dark and caramelized, the interior still showing a hint of pink. It cuts with minimal resistance and tastes rich without being heavy. The accompanying vegetables, tiny potatoes, fresh beans and glazed carrots, provide perfect complements. The young couple at your table holds hands between courses, a gesture they probably think goes unnoticed. The railroad investor's wife catches your eye and smiles, both of us seeing and choosing to ignore this small intimacy. Young love on an ocean voyage carries its own sweetness, and we're all old enough to remember when the world felt new. Dessert offers yet more choices. You select the chocolate pudding, which arrives in an individual portion that looks almost too pretty to disturb. But disturb it you do, and discover that it tastes even better than it looks. Rich chocolate balanced by cream, sweet without being cloying, the perfect ending to an excessive meal. Coffee follows dessert served in delicate china cups with sugar cubes and cream. Someone at a nearby table requests brandy, and suddenly several of us are ordering the same. The steward produces a bottle and pours generous measures into snifters, the amber liquid catching the light. You warm the glass between your palms, inhaling the complex aroma, then take a small sip that burns pleasantly down your throat. The meal has stretched past 2 hours, but nobody seems hurried. This is what evenings are for aboard Titanic. Leisurely dining, good conversation, and the pleasure of excellent food and wine in beautiful surroundings. Through the windows you can see complete darkness now. The ocean has disappeared into night. Only Titanic exists, a pocket of light and civilization moving through the void. As dinner winds down, passengers begin departing in casual groups. The men drift toward the smoking room for cigars and further brandy. The women head to the lounges for conversation and perhaps cards. The young couple, predictably, escapes toward the deck for a romantic moment under the stars. You follow the men to the smoking room, curious about this male sanctuary. The space lives up to expectations, deeply masculine with all leather chairs and dark wood panelling. Stained glass windows depict maritime scenes. The ceiling features ornate plasterwork painted to resemble tooled leather. Every surface suggests wealth and permanence. Men settle into chairs with practiced comfort, loosening collar buttons and lighting cigars and cigarettes. The air quickly fills with smoke that hangs in blue-grey layers under the lights. Stewards circulate with trays of drinks. Someone calls for whiskey, another for port, and a third for more brandy. The bartender prepares each drink with professional efficiency. Conversation flows in the smoking room, but with a different quality than at dinner. Topics become more frank, opinions more freely stated. Someone discusses American politics with more heat than wisdom. Another passenger offers investment advice that might or might not be sound. A third tells a moderately scandalous story about a friend's business dealings that has everyone chuckling. You claim a leather chair near the window and nurse your brandy, content to listen rather than contribute. The chair embraces you with the comfort of expensive furniture, and the brandy creates a pleasant warmth in your chest. Outside, the ocean remains invisible, but you can hear waves against the hull, a rhythmic sound that becomes hypnotic if you pay attention. The railroad investor settles into the chair next to yours. "Remarkable ship," he says, more to himself than to you. You agree, because what else can you say? Titanic exceeds superlatives. "I've built things," he continues, staring at his glass. "Bridges, rail terminals, even a small dam once. But this..." He gestures vaguely at the room, the ship, and the entire enterprise. "This makes my accomplishments look like amateur efforts." You understand what he means. There's something about being aboard Titanic that makes you aware of human capability, of what we can achieve when we combine resources, knowledge, and ambition. This ship shouldn't exist. It's too large, too complex, and too luxurious. Yet here you sit, drinking brandy in a floating palace that moves across the Atlantic with the confidence of inevitability. The evening passes in a pleasant haze. More drinks arrive without being ordered, the stewards somehow knowing when glasses are nearly empty. Conversation ebbs and flows. Some passengers depart for their cabins. Others settle deeper into their chairs, apparently planning to spend hours here. Eventually you decide you've had enough brandy and tobacco smoke. You excuse yourself and make your way back through corridors that have grown quiet. Most passengers have retired. The ship's night watch has taken over, maintaining Titanic's course while we sleep. Your cabin welcomes you with familiar comfort. Someone has been in to turn down your bed, leaving a small chocolate on the pillow, a detail so thoughtful you almost laugh. You prepare for bed, moving through the rituals of evening ablution in that magnificent bathroom. The ship rocks gently beneath you, a motion you're already beginning to find comforting rather than unsettling. In bed, you listen to Titanic's nighttime sounds. The engines maintain their steady thrumming. Water rushes along the hull. Somewhere distant, footsteps echo on metal stairs. Voices murmur in the corridor as late passengers return to their cabins. You think about dinner, about the food and wine and conversation. You think about the railroad investors' comment about human achievement and ambition. You think about being in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, surrounded by luxury that would have seemed impossible just a few decades ago. Sleep comes easily, pulling you down into dreams of light and motion, of endless dining tables and orchestras playing in the distance, of a ship moving through darkness toward tomorrow. Morning light through your cabin window wakes you gently, and for a moment you forget where you are. Then the ship's motion registers, that subtle rocking that has become familiar overnight, and memory returns. You're aboard the Titanic, somewhere in the Atlantic, with another day of the voyage ahead. After washing and dressing in casual clothes suitable for morning aboard ship, you make your way to the cafe for breakfast. This smaller dining area offers a more relaxed atmosphere than the grand dining saloon, with tables scattered informally and passengers coming and going at their own pace. You order eggs, toast, bacon and coffee, simple food, perfectly prepared. The day's programme, printed on fresh paper and delivered to your cabin while you slept, lists the morning's activities, gymnasium hours, swimming pool availability, divine service in the dining saloon at 10:30, inspection of the ship for interested passengers at 11. The schedule suggests possibilities without demanding participation, leaving you free to structure your day however you prefer. You decide to explore the gymnasium first, curious about this facility you've heard other passengers discussing. Located on the boat deck, the gym occupies a surprisingly large space fitted with equipment that looks both modern and slightly strange. Mechanical horses that simulate riding, rowing machines, something called an electric camel that apparently mimics desert travel, stationary bicycles, weight machines with pulleys and cables. The gymnasium instructor, a fit man in white flannels who introduces himself as Mr. Macaulay, demonstrates each machine with enthusiastic professionalism. He helps an elderly lady onto one of the mechanical horses, adjusting the settings for gentle motion. He shows a teenager how to use the rowing machine properly. He explains to you how the electric camel provides exercise without requiring actual camel ownership. "Rather marvellous, isn't it?" Mr. Macaulay says, patting the electric camel affectionately. "You can experience the exercise benefits of exotic travel without leaving the ship. Modern science is making the world smaller." You try several machines, finding them amusing more than challenging. The mechanical horse rocks back and forth with a steady rhythm, and you imagine you're cantering across some imaginary landscape. The rowing machine provides real resistance, and after 5 minutes your arms feel the effort. The electric camel lives up to its billing. It does indeed simulate the lurching motion of camel travel, though why anyone would want to simulate that particular experience remains unclear. After the gymnasium, you venture to the swimming pool located deep in the ship's interior. The descent takes you down several staircases, past machinery spaces and crew areas, until you reach a section clearly designed for passengers. The pool itself measures perhaps 30 feet long and 15 wide, filled with seawater that sloshes gently with the ship's motion. Tiles cover the walls in white and blue patterns. Changing rooms line one side. A few brave souls are actually swimming. A man doing determined laps. A young boy splashing near the shallow end under his mother's watchful eye. The water looks cold, and you decide to save swimming for another day. Instead, you explore the adjacent Turkish baths, a series of rooms decorated in Arabic style with colourful tiles and carved wooden screens. The baths offer gradual progression through increasingly warm rooms. The temperate room feels pleasant, like a sunny day. The hot room makes you start sweating within minutes. The steam room envelops you in vapour so thick you can barely see your hand in front of your face. Attendants in white robes move like ghosts through the steam, offering towels and glasses of cool water. You endure the heat for perhaps 20 minutes before retreating to the cooling room, where you wrap yourself in a thick robe and stretch out on a comfortable lounger. Your body feels loose and relaxed, and muscles you didn't know were tense are now releasing. Other passengers occupy nearby loungers, all of us looking slightly pink and very content. "First time in the baths?" asks a man with an impressive moustache on the next lounger. You confirm, and he nods knowingly. "Remarkable facility. I use Turkish baths regularly in London, and these rival the best I've experienced. Extraordinary that they've installed them on a ship." He's right, of course. The existence of Turkish baths aboard an ocean liner represents another example of Titanic's commitment to comprehensive luxury. Why should passengers sacrifice any comfort just because they're travelling? Why not bring every amenity of shore life to sea? After the baths, you return to your cabin for fresh clothes, then join the growing crowd gathering on the boat deck for the inspection tour. An officer in a crisp white uniform leads the group, explaining technical details as we walk. He shows us the bridge, where the captain and his officers navigate. He demonstrates the wireless equipment, those mysterious machines that can send messages through empty air. He explains the ship's watertight compartments, designed to keep Titanic afloat even if the hull suffers damage. "She's practically unsinkable," the officer says with understandable pride. "The designers thought of everything. These watertight doors can be closed instantly from the bridge, sealing off any flooding. Even if several compartments fill with water, the Titanic will remain afloat." The group murmurs appreciation. We're impressed by the engineering and reassured by the safety measures. Titanic represents the pinnacle of maritime technology, and standing on her deck, hearing these explanations, you feel confidence in the ship and the men who operate her. Lunch arrives with its usual variety and excellence. You eat lightly, saving your appetite for dinner. The afternoon stretches ahead with pleasant emptiness. Some passengers play cards in the lounges, others write letters in the library. A few brave souls walk the deck despite the April chill. You find yourself drawn to the reading and writing room, that feminine sanctuary done in delicate colours and white wicker furniture. Despite being designed for ladies, the room welcomes male visitors, and you claim a comfortable chair near the windows. Someone has left a book, a popular novel about adventure in Africa. You pick it up, intending to read just a chapter or two. The next time you check your pocket watch, 2 hours have passed. The story captured you completely, pulling you into fictional jungles and adventures that seem both exotic and slightly ridiculous. But that's what good entertainment does. It takes you somewhere else and lets you forget your surroundings completely. Tea service begins at 4 o'clock, and you make your way to the cafe for this very British ritual. The servers have laid out impressive spreads, sandwiches with the crusts removed, small cakes, pastries, and scones with jam and cream. Tea arrives in proper pots, strong and hot. You prepare yours with milk and sugar, the way your grandmother taught you decades ago. Other passengers gather for tea, and the cafe fills with quiet conversation. This meal, really more of a snack, provides opportunity for social mixing without the formality of dinner. People move between tables, greeting friends made yesterday, striking up conversations with strangers. A sense of community is building among the first-class passengers, that peculiar bonding that happens when people share an adventure. After tea, you return to the deck for a constitutional walk. The wind has picked up since morning, and the ocean looks rougher, with waves showing white caps. Titanic handles the swells with barely noticeable motion, but you can see spray occasionally reaching high enough to catch sunlight. The air tastes strongly of salt, and your face feels windburned after just minutes outside. You complete several circuits of the promenade deck, walking briskly enough to elevate your heart rate. Other passengers have the same idea: exercise before dinner, working up an appetite for the evening's feast. We nod to each other as we pass, fellow travellers sharing space and purpose. Back in your cabin, you rest before beginning the evening's preparations. The sun is setting, visible through your window as a golden glow on the horizon. The ocean catches this light and transforms it into something magical. The water appearing to hold fire, the waves edged in gold. You stand at the window and watch until the sun disappears completely, leaving only afterglow and the approach of night. Evening returns you to formal dress, to white tie and tails, to the transformation into your most elegant self. Dinner tonight features different table mates. The assignments rotate, ensuring passengers meet various people during the voyage. Your new companions include a steel magnate from Pittsburgh, a British lord travelling with his sister, and a doctor returning from a medical conference in New York. The conversation flows toward more intellectual topics than last night. The doctor discusses advances in surgery. The steel magnate offers thoughts on industrial development. The British lord, surprisingly well read, quotes poetry and philosophy. His sister listens with patient attention, occasionally contributing observations that reveal sharp intelligence. After dinner, you skip the smoking room and instead wander to the lounge where someone is playing the piano. The musician performs with real skill, moving from classical pieces to popular songs to improvised melodies that might be original compositions. A small crowd gathers, some people singing along softly, others simply listening. The music creates an atmosphere of gentle melancholy, beautiful but tinged with something indefinable. Perhaps awareness of time passing, of this voyage representing a brief moment outside ordinary life. Tomorrow Titanic will be further across the Atlantic, the day after, further still. Eventually this floating palace existence will end, returning us all to normal life ashore. But not tonight. Tonight you're here, listening to piano music in an elegant lounge surrounded by strangers becoming friends, carried across the ocean by this extraordinary ship. Tonight is enough. By the third day aboard, you've begun to recognise faces and remember names. The ship's social world has organised itself into loose groups based on shared interests and compatible personalities. You find yourself drawn to a particular cluster of passengers who gather in the lounge after breakfast. A mix of ages and backgrounds united by curiosity about fellow travellers and enjoyment of good conversation. The core group includes Margaret, a widow from Boston with sharp wit and bottomless energy. Thomas, a banker from Philadelphia who collects rare books and loves discussing literature. Edward, a British diplomat returning from posting in Washington. Sarah, a young woman travelling with her considerably older aunt, both heading to Italy for an extended stay. And you, the observer who sometimes becomes a participant. Your conversations range widely. Margaret tells stories about Boston society with humour that makes everyone laugh, while also revealing complex social dynamics. Thomas describes rare volumes he's acquired, his enthusiasm infectious even for those who don't share his passion for first editions. Edward offers insider perspectives on international relations, carefully avoiding anything too confidential. Sarah asks questions that reveal her intelligence and curiosity about the wider world. These morning gatherings become ritual. You claim the same area of the lounge, those comfortable chairs near the windows. Stewards learn your preferences and deliver coffee or tea without being asked. The conversations start casually, but often develop unexpected depth. Discussions of art, politics, philosophy, and the changing world of 19 to 12. Everything's accelerating, Thomas observes one morning, stirring sugar into his coffee. Technology, society, and even time itself seem to move faster. When I was young, life felt stable. Now each year brings dramatic changes. Progress, Edward says. Inevitable and mostly positive, though not without costs. I wonder if we're progressing towards something or just moving, Margaret muses. Speed doesn't necessarily indicate direction. These conversations make you think, challenge assumptions and open perspectives. You realise that one of luxury's true gifts is time. Time to think, to talk, to explore ideas without the pressure of schedules and obligations. Titanic provides space for intellectual leisure that modern life rarely permits. You also notice how the ship's environment encourages unexpected connections. One afternoon you strike up a conversation with an older gentleman on the promenade deck. He turns out to be a professor of history at Oxford, and you spend an hour discussing the fall of Rome while walking circles around the deck. His knowledge impresses you, but so does his ability to make ancient events feel relevant to contemporary life. Another time you end up playing bridge with three strangers, two sisters from New York and a mining engineer from Colorado. None of you play particularly well, but the game provides a framework for getting to know each other. You learn about their lives, their reasons for travelling, and their hopes and worries. By the end of the evening, you feel like you've made genuine friends, people you might actually stay in contact with after the voyage ends. The children aboard deserve special mention. Titanic carries perhaps 24 first-class children, ranging from infants to teenagers. They bring energy and spontaneity that contrasts beautifully with adult formality. You often see them racing along corridors until their nannies call them back to decorum. They explore the ship with fearless curiosity, discovering spaces and perspectives that adults miss. One morning you encounter a small boy, perhaps 6 years old, standing at a window staring at the ocean with such intensity that you stop to see what he's watching. At first you see nothing unusual, just waves and horizon. Then you spot it, a distant whale, visible as a dark shape briefly surfacing before disappearing back into the depths. "Did you see?" the boy asks, turning to you with excitement that can't be contained. "A whale! An actual whale!" You confirm that yes, you saw it too, and the boy's face lights up with joy, which makes you smile for the rest of the day. That simple moment, a child's wonder at the natural world, provides more genuine pleasure than all of Titanic's manufactured luxuries. Social events punctuate the voyage's rhythm. One evening, the ship's officers host a reception, giving passengers the opportunity to meet the captain and crew who operate Titanic. Captain Smith appears exactly as you'd imagine a ship's captain should. White-bearded, dignified, and radiating calm competence. He moves through the crowd with practiced ease, spending a few minutes with each passenger, making everyone feel acknowledged. Another night features a concert by the ship's orchestra, transformed from background dinner music to featured performers. They play a full programme of classical and popular pieces, the musicians revealing skills that dinner service doesn't fully showcase. The lounge fills with passengers dressed in their evening finest, all of us enjoying culture in the middle of the Atlantic. You also observe the quiet romances developing aboard ship. That young couple from dinner the first night spends hours together on deck, talking and laughing, clearly falling deeper into love with each passing day. An older pair, he perhaps 60, she in her 50s, also seems to be discovering each other, their courtship more subtle but no less real. Ocean voyages apparently encourage romance, the enclosed world and temporary nature of the experience creating conditions where feelings develop quickly. Your own social experience includes several conversations with attractive women, encounters that might have developed into something more if circumstances were different. A charming widow invites you to walk the deck with her. A sophisticated woman your own age engages you in extended discussion about art and literature. In another context, these meetings might have led somewhere. But shipboard romance requires either quick development or acceptance of a temporary connection, and you find yourself preferring friendship to the complications of brief romance. The dining room continues providing theatre each evening. By now you've learned to recognise various personalities among the first-class passengers. The millionaire who always orders the most expensive wine, the British aristocrat who treats stewards with casual condescension. The nouveau riche couple is trying too hard to fit into high society. The genuinely wealthy who wear their money comfortably, without need for display. You also note how the stewards manage this diverse group with remarkable skill. They remember names, preferences, and small details that make each passenger feel individually served. A steward might recall that you prefer your coffee very hot, or that you typically skip the soup course, or that you once mentioned enjoying a particular wine. These small acknowledgements of individual preference create the illusion of personal service, even within the industrial scale of Titanic's operations. One evening, Margaret organises an impromptu gathering in the lounge after dinner. Perhaps a dozen passengers attend, forming a loose circle of chairs. Someone suggests telling stories, and suddenly we're entertaining each other with tales from our lives. Margaret describes a disastrous dinner party where everything went wrong, but somehow became the most memorable evening of the season. Thomas tells about discovering a valuable book in a dusty shop where the owner had no idea what he possessed. Edward shares diplomatic anecdotes carefully edited to remove confidential details. When your turn comes, you tell about a business venture that succeeded far beyond expectations, the combination of planning and luck that made everything work perfectly. But as you talk, you realise the story's real point isn't the success. It's the journey, the uncertainty, the gradual realisation that things were going to work out. Your listeners seem to understand this, nodding at recognition of universal experiences dressed in individual circumstances. The gathering continues past midnight, passengers telling stories, laughing, and sharing moments of connection that make Titanic feel less like a ship and more like a floating community. Eventually people drift away to their cabins, but you linger in the lounge thinking about this evening, about these temporary friendships that feel surprisingly substantial. Walking back to your cabin through quiet corridors, you reflect on how ocean travel creates unique social conditions. Remove people from their normal contexts, put them in close proximity for several days, add comfort and leisure, and connections develop that might never form ashore. You'll probably never see most of these people again after the voyage ends. Yet right now, they feel like friends, companions on a shared adventure. In your cabin, you prepare for bed while thinking about tomorrow. The voyage is more than half finished. Titanic is crossing the Atlantic's middle sections now, the deepest waters, furthest from any land. Each day brings you closer to New York, to the end of this experience and to returning to normal life. But tonight, that seems distant and unimportant. Tonight you're here, surrounded by new friends, carried across the ocean in luxury, experiencing something you'll remember forever. The ship takes on a different character after midnight. You discover this one night when sleep eludes you, and you decide to explore rather than lie in bed wrestling with wakefulness. Putting on a robe over your pyjamas and slipping into shoes, you venture out into corridors that have transformed from daytime bustle into something quieter, almost meditative. Night lighting replaces the brilliant illumination of daytime. Softer bulbs cast gentle pools of light separated by stretches of shadow. The effect creates intimacy, making the huge ship feel smaller and more manageable. Your footsteps echo differently in these empty passages, each sound reaching further without daytime noise to absorb it. You climb the grand staircase, meeting no one. The carved oak panels look different in reduced lighting, the wood grain deeper and richer. That clock showing honour and glory crowning time reads 2:15. Somewhere in the ship, crew members maintain their watches, but here in the passenger areas, you have the world to yourself. On the boat deck, cold air hits immediately. You'd expected this, but the reality still takes your breath away. The April night temperature must be barely above freezing, and the wind makes it feel colder. Yet something about the cold appeals to you. It's honest, demanding attention, refusing to be ignored. The sky above Titanic overwhelms with its vastness. You've seen night skies before, but never like this. Never so far from any competing light. Stars pack the darkness in numbers that seem impossible. More stars than sky to hold them. The Milky Way stretches overhead like spilled milk frozen in place. Constellations you've known since childhood appear embedded in this great pattern, familiar markers in overwhelming abundance. You walk to the railing and look down at the ocean. The water appears black under starlight, invisible except where Titanic's lights reach it. Along the hull, portholes create pools of golden illumination on the surface, giving you glimpses of waves rolling past. Beyond that narrow band of visibility, darkness extends infinitely in all directions. The ship's engines maintain their constant rhythm, felt through your feet as much as heard. Somewhere forward, the watch officers stand on the bridge, monitoring instruments, maintaining course. In the engine rooms far below, crew members tend machinery that drives this enormous vessel forward. But up here, you're alone with the night and the stars and the vast ocean. You think about distance. How far Titanic has travelled from Southampton? How far remains to New York? How deep the water flows beneath the keel? The numbers become abstract at this scale. 3 miles to the ocean floor, hundreds of miles to the nearest land, thousands of stars visible overhead, measurements that dwarf human comprehension. The cold eventually drives you inside, but you're not ready to return to your cabin. Instead, you explore the ship's public rooms, finding them empty but still lit. The reading room maintains its quiet charm even without readers. The lounge looks almost mysterious in reduced lighting, familiar furniture transformed into unfamiliar shapes and shadows. You discover you're not completely alone after all. In the smoking room, one other passenger occupies a leather chair, staring into the middle distance while nursing a glass of whiskey. He's older, perhaps 70, dressed in a robe similar to yours. He nods acknowledgement when you enter, but doesn't speak, and you respect his desire for solitude by claiming a chair on the opposite side of the room. For perhaps half an hour, you both sit there in comfortable silence. The smoking room's stained glass windows look black from inside, reflecting the room rather than showing anything beyond. The carved ceiling seems to press down slightly without crowds and conversation to push it back. Everything feels compressed, concentrated and essential. Eventually the older gentleman rises, nods again and departs. You remain thinking about nothing in particular, letting your mind drift like the Titanic across the water. Thoughts come and go without demanding attention. Worries that might keep you awake in your cabin feel distant here, manageable and small. Around 3 o'clock, you return to the promenade deck for another exposure to cold and stars. This time you notice the horizon, a line barely visible where starry sky meets dark ocean. The division between up and down, the edge between two infinities. Staring at that line, you feel both very small and somehow connected to something larger, though you couldn't articulate exactly what. A shooting star crosses the sky, there and gone in a breath, then another, then a third. You realise you're watching a meteor shower, pieces of cosmic debris burning up in the atmosphere far above. Each streak of light represents matter older than human civilization, material that's travelled through space for millions of years before ending its journey in a brief flash above the Atlantic. The beauty of it makes your chest tight. You're watching something that has nothing to do with human concerns, the universe simply being itself, indifferent to observers. Yet here you stand, observing, creating meaning from natural phenomena that carry no inherent meaning at all. Back inside again, you wander toward the stern, down staircases you haven't explored before, and through crew areas where signs indicate passengers shouldn't go. Nobody stops you. The night watch apparently assumes any passenger wandering around at this hour has good reason. You emerge onto a lower deck where you can hear the propellers more clearly and feel their vibration more strongly. Looking back along Titanic's length from this position, you see the ship's full scale in a way daytime viewing never quite captures. She rises above you like a cliff face, deck stacked upon deck, lights marking windows and passages. The 4 funnels tower against the stars. The whole structure seems impossible, too large to float and too complex to operate. Yet she moves through the water with grace, carrying hundreds of passengers in comfort while they sleep. You make your way back to familiar areas, climbing toward the boat deck again. The sky has begun showing the first hints of dawn, not light exactly, but a lessening of absolute darkness, a suggestion that day approaches. You're tired now in a pleasant way, the sort of exhaustion that promises deep sleep. One final circuit of the promenade deck serves as the conclusion to your nighttime exploration. The wind still blows cold, but you've adjusted to it, accepted it. The stars still fill the sky, though they seem less overwhelming now, more familiar. The ocean still stretches endlessly, but you've made peace with its vastness. Back in your cabin, finally, you remove your robe and shoes and climb into bed. The sheets feel warm and welcoming after the cold deck. The mattress embraces you. The gentle motion of the ship rocks you like a cradle. You think about the night just past, about stars and darkness and solitude. You think about being awake while others sleep, about seeing the ship in her nighttime aspect, and about discovering that Titanic contains layers of experience beyond daytime luxury. Sleep arrives like a friend you'd been expecting, pulling you down into dreams coloured by starlight and ocean depths. by the rhythm of engines and the whisper of waves along the hull. Tomorrow will bring another day of leisure and luxury, of meals and conversation and social ritual. But tonight belongs to something else, to quiet wonder, to connection with vastness, to moments of pure existence without purpose beyond being. The last thought before sleep claims you completely. You're glad you couldn't sleep earlier, glad you went exploring, and glad you discovered this secret version of Titanic that only reveals herself to the wakeful and the wandering. You wake late after your nighttime adventures, sunlight streaming through your cabin window. Checking your pocket watch, you're startled to find it's nearly 10 o'clock. You've slept through breakfast service, something you haven't done since boarding. But the extra rest feels deserved, and besides, the cafe will still serve lighter fare for late risers. After washing and dressing, you make your way to the cafe, finding it moderately populated with other passengers who've also slept late. You order coffee and toast and settle at a window table to watch the ocean while you eat. The sea looks calmer today, the waves gentler, and the water a deeper blue than you've seen yet on this voyage. Margaret appears with her own coffee and, spotting you, comes over to join. You look rested, she observes, settling into the chair across from yours. You tell her about your nighttime wandering, about stars and solitude and seeing the ship in darkness. She listens with evident interest, then shares her own similar experience from a previous voyage. Apparently many passengers eventually discover the appeal of nighttime exploration, drawn by restlessness or curiosity into seeing their floating home from different perspectives. It's like visiting a familiar house at an unfamiliar hour, Margaret says. Everything looks different. You notice details that daytime activity obscures. The conversation drifts to other topics, her plans once reaching Italy, your own upcoming business in New York, and the strange feeling that this voyage exists outside normal time. We're both aware that Titanic will reach New York in a few days, ending this interlude, returning us to regular life. I always feel slightly melancholy toward the end of ocean voyages, Margaret admits. All these connections we've made, the friendships that feel real despite their brevity. Most of them won't survive contact with shore life. We'll exchange addresses, promise to write, and maybe even mean it sincerely, but then regular life resumes, and this shipboard world fades into a pleasant memory. You recognise the truth in her words. Already you can feel this voyage becoming a story you'll tell, an experience you'll remember rather than something you're actively living. The present moment keeps sliding into past tense, each day adding to accumulated memory. After coffee, you decide to attend the church service being held in the dining saloon. You're not particularly religious, but the service provides an opportunity to see the passenger community gathered for something beyond meals and entertainment. The dining saloon has been transformed, with chairs arranged theatre-style facing a small lectern at the front. Captain Smith conducts the service with the same dignity he brings to ship operations. His voice carries authority but also warmth as he reads from the Book of Common Prayer. The hymns, familiar ones that most people know, rise from hundreds of voices, creating harmony that feels both solemn and uplifting. Looking around at your fellow passengers singing together, you feel connected to something older than Titanic, older than ocean travel, something about humans seeking meaning and community. The sermon, brief and non-controversial, focuses on gratitude and safe passage. Captain Smith thanks God for calm seas and favourable weather, asks for blessings for the remainder of the voyage, and reminds everyone to appreciate the remarkable vessel carrying us across the ocean. It's good pastoral care, appropriate for the setting, demanding nothing while offering comfort. After the service, passengers linger in small groups, conversation flowing naturally. You speak with Thomas about the music, with Edward about maritime traditions, and with several other passengers you've come to know during the voyage. The gathering feels like church fellowship anywhere, people connecting over shared experience, finding comfort in community. Lunch follows its usual pattern of excellence. You've stopped being amazed by the food quality, accepting it as normal rather than exceptional. This adaptation strikes you as interesting. How quickly luxury becomes expected, how standards adjust upward when exposed to consistently high quality. You'll probably find ordinary restaurants disappointing after this voyage. The afternoon brings you to the library, where you've spent minimal time so far. The room contains an impressive book selection: novels, histories, travel narratives, poetry, and reference works. You browse the shelves, pulling volumes at random, reading opening paragraphs and trying to decide what appeals to your current mood. Eventually you select a book about Arctic exploration and settle into a comfortable chair. The contrast appeals to you, reading about extreme cold while sitting in Titanic's perfect comfort, learning about dangerous expeditions while experiencing the safest possible ocean travel. The explorers in the book struggled against hostile nature, risked death regularly, and suffered incredible hardship. You're eating chocolates while reading about their frostbite and starvation, yet you don't feel guilty about this contrast. Civilization's entire purpose is creating comfort from hostile nature, building systems that protect humans from environmental dangers. Titanic represents the culmination of that project. Nature completely tamed, ocean travel transformed from dangerous necessity into comfortable pleasure. An older woman sits near you also reading. Eventually she looks up and catches your eye. "Good book." You show her the cover and she nods in recognition. "I read that last year. Remarkable stories. Makes you grateful for modern technology, doesn't it?" You agree, and conversation develops naturally. She's a professor's widow, travelling to visit family in America. This is her third Atlantic crossing, and she's watched ships evolve from relatively basic vessels to modern marvels like Titanic. Her observations about maritime progress reveal sharp intelligence and genuine curiosity about technological change. "My late husband believed we were living through humanity's great age of advancement," she tells you. "He thought future generations would look back at our era the way we look back at the Renaissance, a time when human capability exploded, when we achieved things previously thought impossible." "Do you think he was right?" you ask. She considers carefully before answering. "Yes, though perhaps not quite the way he imagined. Progress always comes with costs he didn't fully anticipate. But yes, this is a remarkable time to be alive." The conversation continues for perhaps an hour, ranging across topics with the freedom that comes from intelligent strangers meeting by chance. She's read widely, travelled extensively, and thought deeply about the world and humanity's place in it. Talking with her reminds you that education and intelligence aren't limited to any particular age or gender, that wisdom can appear anywhere if you're paying attention. Eventually she returns to her book, and you to yours. But the interaction leaves you feeling enriched, grateful for unexpected connections that ocean travel facilitates. Tea service at 4 o'clock brings you to the cafe again, where the usual crowd has gathered. Your core group sits together, and conversation flows with the ease of established friendship. We've shared enough meals and discussions that inside jokes have developed, references that wouldn't make sense to outsiders but send us into laughter. Sarah describes her aunt's reaction to the Turkish baths. Apparently the older woman found the heat shocking, but the massage afterward deeply satisfying. Thomas reports finishing an excellent novel from the library and offers recommendations for what others should read. Edward shares news from the ship's daily bulletin about events in the wider world. Though these reports feel distant and somewhat unreal from the middle of the Atlantic, you mention your nighttime exploration, and this prompts others to share similar experiences. We discover that several of us have been drawn to late-night wandering, each finding our own version of that peaceful solitude the ship offers after most passengers sleep. We compare favourite spots. Margaret likes the reading room at night, Thomas prefers the smoking room, and Sarah has discovered a quiet corner of the promenade deck. "We're like ghosts haunting our own voyage," Edward observes, smiling at the metaphor. Moving through empty spaces while everyone else dreams. Dinner that evening feels especially convivial. Your table includes several people you've come to know well, and conversation flows with unusual warmth. Someone proposes a toast to Titanic and Captain Smith, and we all raise our glasses, genuinely grateful for this experience. The meal itself, course after course of exquisite food, hardly registers now. You've become accustomed to culinary excellence, and while you still appreciate the quality, it no longer astonishes. What matters more is the fellowship, the shared experience, and the sense of being part of something special. After dinner, The group migrates to the lounge where the pianist plays and passengers gather for the evening's final social hours. You notice how relationships have developed over the voyage. The young couple you observed early on now seems firmly attached, likely engaged or soon to be. Several passengers who began as strangers now sit together like old friends. The ship's social world has organised itself into a functioning community. Margaret pulls you aside at one point. "I'm going to miss this," she says quietly. "This feeling of being outside regular life, of having time to just be without endless obligations pressing on every moment." You understand exactly what she means. Titanic provides a bubble, a protected space where normal rules don't quite apply. Time moves differently here. Concerns that loom large ashore seem distant. The enforced leisure allows for thought and conversation that regular life rarely permits. "We should all do this more often," you suggest. "Take deliberate breaks from normal routine and create space for reflection and connection." "We should," Margaret agrees. "We won't, but we should." The evening winds down slowly. Passengers drift toward their cabins in ones and twos. The pianist plays softer selections, music for ending rather than beginning. Stewards move through the room, collecting empty glasses, straightening furniture, and preparing spaces for tomorrow. You're among the last to leave, reluctant to let this evening end. On the walk back to your cabin, you pause one more time on deck, looking up at stars now familiar from previous nights. The air feels warmer than your first night aboard. Either the temperature has actually risen or you've adapted to the cold. In your cabin, preparing for bed, you reflect on the cultural snapshot this voyage represents. A particular moment in time, April 1912, when technology had advanced far enough to make ocean crossings comfortable, but not so far as to make them routine. When wealthy passengers could experience luxury that previous generations would have considered impossible. When the world felt both larger and smaller than ever before. Larger because global travel was expanding horizons, smaller because technology was connecting distant places. This voyage captures something about early 20th century aspirations. The belief that human ingenuity could solve any problem, the confidence that progress was inevitable and positive, the sense that we were building a better world through engineering and industry. You drift towards sleep thinking about Titanic as a cultural artifact, as a symbol, and as a representation of an era and attitudes. She's more than a ship. She's a statement about what humans can achieve, about our ambitions and capabilities and determination to conquer challenges. The engines throb steadily, carrying you through the night toward New York, toward the end of this experience, toward tomorrow and whatever comes after. But tonight, right now, you're here, part of this moment, experiencing something that will live in memory long after the voyage ends. Sleep comes with the gentle rocking of waves against the hull, with the whisper of water rushing past, and with the distant sound of the Titanic's orchestra playing one last waltz before silence claims the night. Imagine standing in Alexandria around 300 CE, when the great library still held the accumulated wisdom of the ancient world. The air smells of papyrus, lamp oil, and that particular mustiness that clings to places where knowledge lives. Somewhere in a modest workshop near the harbour, a practitioner hunches over a clay vessel, watching coloured smoke curl upward while making careful notes on a wax tablet. This is where our story truly begins, though alchemy's roots stretch even further back into the fertile valleys of Mesopotamia and the temples of ancient Egypt. The word alchemy itself carries the memory of this Egyptian origin, al from Arabic, and chem possibly from the ancient Egyptian word for their own land, the black soil of the Nile Delta. Black earth, the source of life and fertility, where transformation happened every year as floods receded and crops emerged. The earliest alchemists weren't trying to get rich quick or discover some magical shortcut. They were observers who noticed that the world was full of transformations. Clay became pottery in the kiln's heat. Grapes fermented into wine. Copper and tin, two relatively soft metals, could be combined to create bronze, something harder and more useful than either parent material. If such dramatic changes were possible, what else might be transformed given the right conditions, the right knowledge, and the right touch? In ancient Egypt, the embalmers held specialised knowledge about preserving bodies, a literal attempt to defeat death and decay. The metalworkers understood how to extract pure metals from rocky ores, transforming dull stones into gleaming gold and silver. The perfume makers could capture the essence of flowers in oils that lasted long after the blooms had withered. Each craft involved taking something ordinary and elevating it to a higher state. These weren't separate practices in the ancient mind. They were all part of understanding nature's patterns, its hidden connections. The priest-physicians who made medicines from plants and minerals were also studying the stars because they believed everything was connected in a grand cosmic web. Your health is related to the planet's positions, the seasons turning, and the balance of elements within your body. Greek philosophers, particularly those influenced by Egyptian wisdom traditions, began systematizing these observations into theories. They proposed that all matter consisted of 4 fundamental elements: earth, water, air, and fire, combined in different proportions. Change one element to another, adjust the proportions, and you could theoretically transform any substance into any other substance. Lead into gold wasn't absurd within this framework. It was just extremely difficult practical work. This is crucial to understand as you drift towards sleep. Alchemy wasn't the practice of foolish people chasing impossible dreams. It was the best attempt available, given the knowledge of the time, to understand and work with the material world. The alchemists were the ancestors of modern chemists, pharmacists, and materials scientists, working without benefit of atomic theory or the periodic table, but with careful observation and genuine curiosity. The Hellenistic world of Alexandria brought together Egyptian practical knowledge, Greek philosophical speculation, and incoming ideas from Persia and India. In this intellectual melting pot, alchemy began to take recognizable form. Practitioners started writing treatises, developing specialized equipment, and establishing a tradition that would spread across continents and survive for nearly 2,000 years. These early alchemists developed the athanor, a specialized furnace that could maintain consistent temperatures for days or weeks, crucial for their long processes. They created alembics for distillation, retorts for heating substances in controlled conditions, and sophisticated glassware for separating and purifying materials. Walking into an alchemical laboratory in the 3rd century would have felt surprisingly familiar if you'd ever visited a modern chemistry lab, though you'd notice the absence of safety goggles and the presence of considerably more mystical inscriptions. The Roman Empire's decline scattered this knowledge like seeds on the wind. Some texts were preserved in Byzantine libraries, carefully copied by monks who might not have fully understood what they were preserving. Other manuscripts travelled east, finding new homes in Persian and eventually Arabic-speaking courts. The great work of alchemy was beginning its long journey through cultures and centuries. Let's move forward several centuries and travel east to the Islamic Golden Age, when Baghdad was the intellectual centre of the world. The year is around 800 CE, and you're standing outside the workshop of Jabir ibn Hayyan, whose name the medieval Europeans would later mangle into Geber. Jabir's workspace is a wonder of careful organisation. Rows of glass vessels line wooden shelves, each labelled with careful Arabic script. The central workbench holds a complex arrangement of flasks connected by tubes, positioned over carefully tended charcoal braziers. The smell here is complex. The mineral tang of sal ammoniac, the sweet sharp scent of various tinctures, and the ever-present background of smoke and heated metal. It's not unpleasant, just intensely present, the smell of transformation itself. Jabir represents a turning point in alchemical history. Where earlier practitioners often wrote in vague symbolic language, he insisted on careful observation and detailed record-keeping. He understood that reliable knowledge came from repeatable processes. If you couldn't describe your method precisely enough for another practitioner to duplicate it, you didn't really understand what you were doing. This is surprisingly modern thinking for the 9th century. Jabir developed systematic classification schemes for substances, distinguishing between what we'd now call elements, compounds, and mixtures. He described processes like distillation, crystallization, and sublimation with such clarity that his instructions can still be followed today. He understood that mercury could dissolve gold, that substances had characteristic reactions that could identify them, and that careful control of temperature and timing could mean the difference between success and disaster. But Jabir was working within the theoretical framework of his time, which viewed matter very differently than we do now. He believed that all metals were composed of mercury and sulfur in varying proportions and degrees of purity. Gold was perfectly balanced mercury and sulfur, completely purified. Lead was unbalanced and impure. Therefore, transforming lead into gold meant purifying and rebalancing its fundamental components. Theoretically possible, just technically challenging. The alchemical laboratory became a place where philosophy met practice, where abstract theory encountered stubborn material reality. The work required patience that modern people might find hard to fathom. Processes could take weeks or months, requiring constant attention and adjustment. The alchemist learned to read subtle signs, slight colour changes in a solution, the quality of vapours rising from a heated flask, and the way crystals formed along the edges of a cooling vessel. Fire was the great transformer, but it had to be understood in all its moods. A gentle heat that barely warmed the hand could accomplish things that intense flames would destroy. The Athanor, that specialised furnace, was designed to provide this patient steady heat. Some alchemical operations supposedly required maintaining specific temperatures for 40 days and 40 nights. The same period Christ spent in the wilderness, and probably not coincidentally, the vessels themselves took on sacred significance. The alembic, used for distillation, became a symbol of purification, crude matter being vaporized, rising upward, and condensing into a purer form. The retort, with its long curved neck, contained and controlled transformations, preventing precious vapours from escaping. Even the simple mortar and pestle, grinding and mixing ingredients, represented the breaking down of old forms to create new combinations. Islamic alchemists like Jabir worked in a culture that valued learning and saw no contradiction between scientific investigation and spiritual practice. The Quran itself encouraged believers to observe nature and discover God's patterns in creation. Alchemy fit perfectly into this worldview. It was simultaneously practical chemistry, philosophical investigation, and spiritual discipline. The substances they worked with acquired layers of meaning. Mercury, liquid and silvery, was understood as the principle of fusibility and volatility. It represented the soul or spirit of metals. Sulfur, which burned with that characteristic acrid smell, was the principle of combustibility. It represented the soul or animating force. Salt, which remained after burning, was the principle of fixity and permanence. It represented the body. Everything in the alchemical worldview was composed of these three principles in varying combinations. As Islamic civilization spread from Persia to Spain, alchemical knowledge travelled with it. Libraries in Cordoba and Toledo accumulated texts in Arabic, Persian, and Greek. When Christian scholars began learning Arabic and translating these works into Latin in the 12th and 13th centuries, they discovered an intellectual treasure that would reshape European thought. The flame and the vessel, heat and container, process and patience. These became the fundamental tools of transformation. The alchemist learned to work with nature's timing rather than against it, understanding that some changes couldn't be rushed. You couldn't hurry the maturation of gold any more than you could hurry the growth of an oak tree from an acorn. Both required proper conditions and sufficient time. Now let's turn our attention to what might be alchemy's most famous quest, the search for the elixir of life, the substance that could cure all diseases, restore youth, and grant immortality itself. This wasn't a side project or a fantasy addition to serious alchemical work. For many practitioners, it was the ultimate goal, more important even than transmuting base metals into gold. The logic within their framework was compelling. If substances could be purified and perfected, lead into gold, crude ore into gleaming metal, Why couldn't the human body be similarly transformed? If alchemy was about understanding and working with nature's principles of transformation, surely the ultimate transformation would be conquering death itself. Chinese alchemists pursued this goal with particular intensity, and their work influenced practices across Asia and eventually reached the Islamic world and Europe. In China, the quest for immortality connected deeply with Taoist philosophy, which saw the human body as a microcosm of the universe. If you could achieve perfect internal balance, harmonizing the body's energies with cosmic forces, you might transcend ordinary mortality. The legendary elixir took many forms in different traditions. Sometimes it was described as a liquid, clear as water or golden as honey. Other accounts spoke of it as a powder or stone, something solid that could be dissolved in wine or water. The Chinese termed it the pill of immortality, while Islamic and European alchemists called it the elixir, from the Arabic elixir, meaning the substance itself, or perhaps a powder for making solutions. What's fascinating as you settle deeper into your pillows is that the search for this elixir led to genuine medical advances. Alchemists experimenting with mineral and plant substances discovered compounds that actually worked as medicines. The distillation processes they developed for purifying the elixir gave us stronger, more reliable medicines. Their careful observations of how substances affected the body contributed to understanding physiology and pharmacology. Paracelsus, a Swiss physician and alchemist of the 16th century, revolutionized medicine by treating diseases with carefully prepared chemical medicines rather than relying solely on herbs. He believed the body was essentially a chemical system, and diseases were chemical imbalances that required chemical corrections. This was radical thinking that earned him both devoted followers and fierce critics. His approach, though sometimes spectacularly wrong in details, pointed toward modern pharmaceutical chemistry. The preparation of the elixir supposedly required the same patience and spiritual preparation as creating the philosopher's stone, the substance that could transform lead into gold. Many texts suggested they were actually the same thing or intimately related. The stone that perfected metals would also perfect the human body, making sense within the alchemical worldview where microcosm and macrocosm reflected each other. Recipes for the elixir varied wildly, partly because alchemical texts deliberately obscured their methods with symbolic language. One 14th century European text describes a process involving repeated distillations of wine, mixed with various herbs, minerals, and even gold itself, the entire operation conducted according to astrological timing. The final product was supposedly a clear liquid that glowed faintly in darkness and smelled of roses and something indefinable. Whether anyone ever produced such a substance is doubtful. What we know is that the quest led practitioners to develop increasingly sophisticated techniques for purification and concentration. They learned to extract the quintessence, literally the fifth essence beyond the four elements from plants and minerals. These concentrated extracts were often genuinely potent, though not in the magical ways practitioners hoped. The elixir wasn't just about physical immortality. In Chinese alchemy particularly, and increasingly in Islamic and European traditions, it represented spiritual transformation. The process of creating the elixir mirrored the process of spiritual refinement. Just as crude matter had to be broken down, purified, and reconstituted at a higher level, so too the alchemist's soul underwent trials, purifications, and ultimate transformation. This spiritual dimension became increasingly important in European alchemy, especially as the medieval period gave way to the Renaissance. The alchemist's laboratory became a place of meditation and prayer, as much as chemical experimentation. The long hours watching vessels heat, observing slow colour changes, and waiting for crystallizations, these became opportunities for contemplation. Some alchemists claimed that the work couldn't succeed without proper spiritual preparation. They spoke of necessary prayers, fasting, and meditation. The laboratory work was inseparable from inner work. You couldn't perfect matter without perfecting yourself. The elixir that granted immortality wasn't just a substance you swallowed. It was the culmination of a complete transformation. of both matter and spirit. Chinese emperors, desperate for immortality, sometimes consumed alchemical preparations with disastrous results. Mercury and arsenic, both common ingredients in elixir recipes, are quite toxic. The irony of dying from ingesting substances meant to grant eternal life wasn't lost on observers, yet the quest continued, driven by that deeply human resistance to accepting mortality. In gentler forms, the search for the elixir gave us contributions to herbal medicine that persist today. The careful distillation of plant essences led to understanding how to concentrate active ingredients. The documentation of which substances affected which conditions, though often mixed with symbolic language and false theories, contained genuine observations that informed later medical practice. As you drift towards sleep, let's meet some of the remarkable individuals who devoted their lives to the alchemical arts. These weren't foolish or credulous people. They were often the most learned scholars of their time, applying the best available methods to questions that still fascinate us. In medieval Europe, Albertus Magnus, Albert the Great, was a Dominican friar whose interests ranged across all available knowledge. Born around 1200, he wrote extensively on logic, theology, mathematics, and natural philosophy. His works on minerals and metals show careful observation mixed with alchemical theory. He described how to test whether metals were pure, catalogued their properties, and discussed various attempts at transmutation he had witnessed or heard about. His student Thomas Aquinas would become more famous for theology, but both teacher and student saw no contradiction between faith and investigating nature's secrets. Roger Bacon, an English Franciscan friar of the 13th century, advocated for experimental methods and mathematical analysis in studying nature. He wrote about alchemy as both a practical art and a philosophical pursuit, distinguishing between genuine investigation and charlatans who promised quick gold while delivering only expensive disappointment. Bacon understood that real knowledge required patient observation and careful testing. Principles that seem obvious now but were revolutionary for his time. Let's visit the laboratory of a 15th century alchemist, perhaps in Prague or Florence. The room occupies the top floor of a comfortable house. Alchemists needed privacy and good ventilation for their work. Morning light streams through tall windows, illuminating floating dust motes and catching the glass vessels arranged on shelves. The furnace, carefully built of brick and clay, occupies one corner, its fire carefully banked overnight, but now being coaxed back to working heat. Our alchemist, let's imagine her since women did practice alchemy despite rarely receiving credit, begins her day by checking the various operations in progress. One flask contains a solution that's been slowly evaporating for 2 weeks, with crystalline formations just beginning to appear at the edges. Another holds a substance undergoing digestion, sealed and kept at body temperature in a bath of warm water and sand. A third sits in a sunny window, where sunlight gradually works its transformative effect on the prepared materials within. She makes careful notes in her journal, using the elaborate symbolic language that protects alchemical secrets from the uninitiated. A circle with a dot represents gold and the sun. A crescent is silver and the moon. Various animals, the green lion, the red dragon, and the white swan, symbolize specific substances and stages of the work. To the untrained eye, her notes look like mystical gibberish. To another practitioner, they're a precise recipe and progress report. By the 16th century, European courts often employed alchemists, sometimes multiple ones competing for patronage. The Holy Roman Emperor Rudolf II, ruling from Prague, collected alchemists the way some collectors accumulate stamps. His Prague court became a haven for alchemical investigation, attracting practitioners from across Europe. Some were genuine researchers, others were impressive con artists, and most were probably something in between. One of the most intriguing figures was John Dee, advisor to Queen Elizabeth Thurcer of England. Dee was a mathematician, astronomer, and alchemist who served as a kind of chief science officer to the English court. His library was among the finest in Europe, and his interests ranged from practical navigation problems, crucial for England's growing maritime power, to attempting communication with angels through elaborate symbolic systems. He represents that characteristic Renaissance blending of what we'd now consider science, magic and religion into a unified pursuit of knowledge. The boundary between alchemy and medicine remained fluid. Physician alchemists like Paracelsus and his followers treated diseases with carefully prepared mineral and chemical medicines. They developed tinctures, extracts, and compounds that actually worked, though often not for the reasons they believed. The drinkable gold preparations that wealthy patients consumed probably didn't extend their lives, but some of the mercury and antimony compounds prepared by alchemical methods did treat certain conditions, despite being rather toxic by modern standards. Women's role in alchemy deserves more attention than it usually receives. While men dominated public alchemical discourse, women participated in the actual work, particularly in family workshops where husbands and wives often worked together. Some women operated their own laboratories, though they faced the usual obstacles of limited education opportunities and social restrictions. The legendary Maria the Jewess, supposedly working in Alexandria around the 3rd century, is credited with inventing the double boiler, still called a bain-marie in her honour, an improving distillation apparatus. Whether she actually existed is debated, but the equipment attributed to her certainly did. Moving into the 17th century, we find alchemy at a crossroads. Some practitioners were beginning to strip away the symbolic language and focus purely on material transformations they could observe and measure. Others doubled down on the spiritual and philosophical dimensions, seeing alchemy primarily as a path to inner transformation that happened to involve laboratory work as its vehicle. Both groups claimed to represent true alchemy, and arguably both were right. Alchemy had always contained both dimensions. Robert Boyle, working in mid-17th century England, conducted careful experiments testing alchemical claims while developing what we'd recognise as modern chemistry. He's famous for Boyle's law describing gas behaviour, but he also performed numerous experiments on transmutation, approaching it as a testable hypothesis rather than an article of faith. His work demonstrates the transitional period when alchemy was gradually becoming chemistry. One of alchemy's most distinctive features was its elaborate symbolic language. Settle deeper under your blankets while we explore why alchemists wrote in code and what those strange symbols actually meant. Part of the motivation was simple professional secrecy. If you believed you'd discovered important knowledge, perhaps how to transmute metals or create powerful medicines, you might reasonably want to control who could access that information. Writing in symbolic language meant only trained practitioners could understand your texts, protecting your discoveries from theft or misuse, but the symbolism served deeper purposes. Alchemical operations were complex, involving multiple substances and stages unfolding over time. The symbolic language provided a rich, flexible vocabulary for describing processes that ordinary words couldn't quite capture. When an alchemist wrote about the green lion devouring the sun, they weren't being deliberately obscure for fun. They were using established terminology to describe a specific chemical interaction, probably involving vitriol and gold. The symbols drew from multiple sources. Astrological signs represented metals. Gold was the sun, silver the moon, copper Venus, iron Mars, tin Jupiter, lead Saturn, and Mercury, both the metal and the god, was Mercury. This wasn't arbitrary. The metals and planets were thought to share essential qualities. Gold, like the sun, was perfect, incorruptible and radiant. Lead, like Saturn, was heavy, cold and sluggish. Animals populated alchemical texts with specific meanings. The dragon represented raw, chaotic matter, or sometimes specific chemicals depending on context. The lion might represent gold, or a stage of the work characterized by intense activity. The phoenix, dying and reborn from its ashes, symbolized dissolution and reconstitution, the destruction of old forms and emergence of new, purified ones. The pelican, mythically feeding its young with its own blood, represented circulation processes where distilled vapours repeatedly fell back into the vessel. Colours marked crucial transitions, The work typically proceeded through stages identified by colour changes, the nigredo or blackening, when matter broke down into chaos, the albedo or whitening, representing purification, the citrinitas or yellowing, a transitional stage, and finally the rubedo or reddening, marking completion and perfection. These weren't arbitrary labels. Actual colour changes occurred during chemical operations, and practitioners learned to read them as signs of progress or problems. The most famous alchemical symbol was probably the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, forming a circle. It represented cyclic processes, the unity of beginning and end, and the principle that transformations were fundamentally circular rather than linear. What began as one substance became another, but the underlying essence persisted through transformation, like the snake continuously consuming and regenerating itself. Encoded in the symbolic language was often genuine chemical knowledge. The philosophical egg described sealed vessels where materials underwent transformation, isolated from outside interference. The marriage of sun and moon referred to combining gold and silver, or more abstractly, uniting opposing principles. The bath of the king meant dissolving gold in special acids. Once you learned the code, detailed instructions were actually preserved in these seemingly mystical texts. But the symbols also carried philosophical and spiritual dimensions. The breaking down of matter into prime components, the solve of solvet coagula, dissolve and coagulate, paralleled the mystic's dissolution of ego and everyday consciousness. The reconstitution into something purer and more perfect mirrored spiritual rebirth. The alchemist working in their laboratory was also, ideally, working on themselves, and the symbolic language captured both dimensions simultaneously. Alchemical illustrations became increasingly elaborate in printed books from the 15th century onward. These images showed complex allegorical scenes, kings and queens bathing together in pools, eagles and toads consuming each other, and hermaphroditic figures combining masculine and feminine qualities. On one level, these illustrated specific chemical operations. On another, they mapped psychological and spiritual transformations. The effective alchemist could read both messages simultaneously. This multi-layered communication created problems. Texts meant as straightforward laboratory instructions could be read as pure spiritual allegory. Conversely, writings primarily about inner transformation got interpreted as literal recipes for making gold. Misunderstandings multiplied across centuries and language translations. An Arabic text written primarily about spiritual development might reach a medieval European reader who tried to follow it as practical chemistry instructions, producing baffling and dangerous results. The symbolic language also permitted creative ambiguity that protected alchemists from dangerous accusations. During periods of religious intolerance, writing that could be read multiple ways provided safety. If challenged about potentially heretical ideas, one could always claim the text was merely about chemical procedures, not theological speculation. If accused of fraud, one could insist the writing was symbolic spiritual instruction, not literal promises about making gold. Some alchemists, particularly in later periods, used the symbolic language almost as a meditation practice. The act of encoding knowledge in symbols, or decoding others' symbolic texts, became a form of contemplative exercise. Wrestling with meaning, holding multiple interpretations simultaneously, and developing the mental flexibility to see connections between seemingly unrelated domains. All of this trained the mind in ways practitioners found valuable, regardless of whether they ever succeeded at transmutation. As you drift toward that threshold between waking and sleeping, let's explore how alchemy gradually transformed into chemistry, how the mystical became methodical, and the symbolic gave way to the systematic. The transition wasn't sudden or complete. Throughout the 17th century, natural philosophers, the era's scientists, often worked in both modes. They might spend mornings attempting transmutation experiments, and afternoons measuring gas pressures or calculating planetary orbits. The boundaries between alchemy, chemistry, physics, and even theology remained fluid. Isaac Newton, now remembered primarily for physics and mathematics, devoted enormous energy to alchemical investigation. His private papers, unpublished during his lifetime, contain extensive notes on alchemical texts and records of his own experiments. For Newton, alchemy represented an attempt to understand nature's fundamental forces, the same goal that motivated his work on gravity and motion. He saw no contradiction between calculating planetary orbits and attempting to transmute metals. Both were investigations into God's natural laws, but certain developments began distinguishing chemistry from alchemy. The crucial shift was toward precise measurement and quantification. Alchemists had always observed their materials carefully, but chemical pioneers started weighing everything: reactants before mixing, products after reactions, and even gases that escaped during processes. This obsessive measuring revealed patterns that qualitative observation missed. When you measure carefully, you discover conservation. Matter doesn't disappear or appear magically during reactions. It transforms while maintaining constant total weight. This was devastating for certain alchemical claims while validating others. The idea that lead could become gold looked increasingly doubtful, when precise measurements showed that such transformations never actually produced weight changes, consistent with one element becoming another. Yet the reality of chemical reactions, where new substances emerge with completely different properties than their starting materials, was confirmed and extended. The development of better apparatus accelerated this transition. Improved vacuum pumps allowed studying gases more carefully. More precise thermometers enabled maintaining specific temperatures. Better balances detected tiny weight changes. Standardized glassware made experiments more reproducible. The physical conditions of laboratory work were becoming more controlled, and with greater control came more reliable results. Antoine Lavoisier, working in late 18th century France, exemplifies chemistry's emergence as a modern science. He demolished phlogiston theory, the idea that combustible materials contained a fire element released during burning, by showing that burning actually involved combination with oxygen, and that careful weighing proved this. His insistence on precise measurement, systematic experimentation, and clear nomenclature helped establish chemistry as a distinct discipline with standardized methods. The language changed along with the methods. Chemical nomenclature became more systematic, describing compounds based on their composition rather than using traditional alchemical names or symbols. Vitriol became sulfuric acid. Sal ammoniac became ammonium chloride. The transition from poetic symbolic names to descriptive systematic terminology marked a fundamental shift in how practitioners thought about their materials. Professional organisation changed too. The old model of master alchemists working in private laboratories, occasionally taking apprentices, gave way to university positions, scientific societies, and published research in specialised journals. Priestley, Cavendish, Scheele, and others were discovering new gases, new elements, and new compounds, and immediately publishing their methods and results for others to verify and extend. The solitary seeker became the collaborative researcher, yet alchemy didn't simply die. It persisted, transformed in several forms. Some practitioners continued traditional alchemical work, seeing themselves as guardians of ancient wisdom that modern materialist science had abandoned. Organisations like the Rosicrucians and various Hermetic societies maintained alchemical traditions, though increasingly emphasising spiritual rather than material aspects. Meanwhile, chemistry absorbed alchemy's techniques and questions while discarding its theoretical framework. The careful distillations, the specialised apparatus, the patient observation of material transformations, all of this persisted and developed further. What changed was the explanatory framework, the theoretical understanding of what was actually happening during chemical reactions. The 19th century's chemical triumphs, the periodic table organising elements, molecular theory explaining how atoms combine, and analytical techniques identifying substances, provided frameworks for understanding that alchemists had lacked. It turned out lead couldn't become gold through chemical means because elements are fundamental. They can't be transformed into each other by chemical processes. The alchemists weren't fools. but they were working without crucial information about matter's actual structure. Interestingly, 20th century physics achieved what alchemists had claimed was possible: actual transmutation of elements. Nuclear reactions can indeed transform lead into gold by altering atomic nuclei. The cost and difficulty make it completely impractical, but it's theoretically and practically possible. So in a strange sense, the alchemist's dream was valid, just achievable only through means they never imagined, requiring understanding matter at scales far beyond what their apparatus could access. The transformation from alchemy to chemistry illustrates how scientific understanding develops. Alchemy wasn't entirely wrong. It correctly identified that substances could transform into other substances, that matter had hidden properties that careful investigation could reveal, and that systematic practice could produce reliable results. What it lacked was the correct theoretical framework for explaining observations and predicting outcomes. Once that framework developed, chemistry could progress rapidly while alchemy became history. Now, as your breathing slows and your thoughts begin that pleasant drift toward dreams, let's consider what the alchemical quest means for us today, centuries after the last serious attempts at transmuting lead into gold. The obvious legacy is chemistry itself. Modern pharmaceuticals, material science, industrial processes, and environmental analysis. Every time you take a medicine, appreciate a colourful synthetic fabric, or rely on a battery, you're benefiting from knowledge that traces back through chemistry to alchemy. The techniques developed by those patient practitioners, watching their vessels and tending their furnaces, evolved into methods that shape contemporary life. But something deeper persists too. The alchemical quest was ultimately about transformation, and that remains profoundly human. We still seek ways to transform ourselves through education, therapy, spiritual practices, and physical training. We pursue transformations of our societies through political movements, technological innovation, and cultural evolution. The specific goal of turning lead into gold may be abandoned, but the underlying dream of transformation continues. Modern science pursues transformations that would have dazzled alchemists. We transform energy into matter in particle accelerators. We transform genetic information, editing DNA to cure diseases or create new organisms. We transform sand and metals into computers that hold libraries worth of knowledge. We even manipulate individual atoms, positioning them precisely using techniques the alchemists couldn't have imagined. In a sense, we've realized their dreams through different paths. The search for life extension continues too, though now through molecular biology, genetic engineering and pharmacology rather than through elixirs. Scientists investigate aging mechanisms, seeking ways to slow or reverse the processes that eventually destroy us. We haven't achieved immortality, but human lifespans have dramatically increased through medical advances that owe their methodology, if not their specific techniques, to alchemy's patient investigation of how substances affect the body. Contemporary interest in alchemy often focuses on its psychological and spiritual dimensions. Carl Jung extensively studied alchemical texts, seeing in them symbols for psychological processes. The alchemical transformation of base metals into gold became, in his framework, a metaphor for psychological development, transforming the crude, unconscious aspects of personality into something more refined and integrated. Whether the alchemists themselves saw their work this way is debatable, but Jung's interpretation gave alchemical symbolism new relevance. Some find in alchemy a reminder that knowledge isn't purely objective and technical. The alchemists believed the practitioner's spiritual state mattered, that you couldn't separate the experiment from the experimenter, and that transformation of matter required transformation of self. Modern science, with its emphasis on objectivity and reproducibility, officially rejects this. A chemical reaction should work the same, regardless of who performs it. Yet anyone who's done laboratory work knows that skill, patience, and even intuition matter. The best scientists, like the best alchemists, bring something personal to their practice that transcends pure technique. The alchemical emphasis on direct experience and hands-on practice remains relevant. You couldn't learn alchemy just from books. You had to actually work in the laboratory, gaining embodied knowledge of how substances behaved, developing sensitivity to subtle changes, and cultivating patience through long processes. This contrasts with modern education's often abstract theoretical approach. There's renewed appreciation for hands-on learning, for knowledge that lives in the body and hands, not just the head. Environmental movements sometimes invoke alchemical language when discussing the transformation of industrial processes, cleaning polluted sites, or developing sustainable practices. The alchemical ideal of working with nature rather than against it, understanding material processes deeply enough to guide them wisely, respects limits while achieving meaningful transformations. This resonates with contemporary efforts towards sustainability. The alchemical tradition reminds us that science has history, that current understanding emerged from long development, and that even seemingly strange or outdated practices often contain valuable insights. Dismissing alchemy as mere superstition misses how it represented the best available attempts to understand matter, how it developed techniques we still use, and how it asked questions we continue pondering. Most fundamentally, alchemy embodies the enduring human conviction that transformation is possible. The world isn't fixed or finished. Matter can be changed, improved, and perfected. So can we. The alchemists standing before their Athanor, patiently working toward that distant goal of the Philosopher's Stone, was enacting a hope that remains central to human experience. The belief that things can be better, that effort and knowledge can elevate existence, and that the ordinary might become extraordinary. As sleep gently beckons, imagine yourself in an alchemist's laboratory, not from any specific time or place, but from the timeless realm where such spaces exist in our collective imagination. The light is golden and soft, filtering through high windows. Glass vessels catch and hold the light, transforming it into subtle rainbows. The furnace breathes quietly in its corner, maintaining its patient heat. The air here smells of mysteries, incense and minerals, aged parchment and growing things, and the metallic tang of transformation. Nothing feels rushed. Time moves differently in this space, following its own rhythms. A slow drip of distillation, the gradual shift of colour in a sealed flask, the almost imperceptible growth of crystals. These define the pace. On the workbench lie open books with hand-drawn illustrations, symbolic animals, elaborate diagrams, and careful notations in languages you half recognise. The symbols seem to shift slightly when you're not looking directly at them, as though they contain meanings that can't be fixed in place but must be approached sideways, through peripheral vision and intuition. The laboratory is also a garden. Herbs grow in terracotta pots on windowsills, each plant selected for specific virtues. Roses for their essence, rosemary for remembrance, sage for wisdom, and rue for healing. Their living presence reminds you that alchemy worked with nature's processes, not against them. Transformation requires patience, proper conditions, and respect for natural timing. In this laboratory, you understand what the alchemists sought. Not just gold or immortality, though those would be nice. They sought understanding of matter, of transformation, of the hidden connections between all things. They wanted to participate actively in creation's ongoing work rather than being passive observers. They believed humans could collaborate with nature's processes, guiding transformations that elevated both matter and spirit. The vessels on the shelves represent stages of the great work, each containing its own lesson. One holds Negredo, the black stage of dissolution where old forms break down, necessary before anything new can emerge. Another contains Albedo, the white stage of purification where essential qualities separate from dross. A third glows with Citrinitas, the golden yellowing that promises approaching completion. And somewhere, perhaps still in process, the Rubedo awaits, the red of perfection, of transformation completed. You understand now that the alchemist's laboratory was always two places at once. an actual workspace with real apparatus and materials, and a symbolic space representing inner transformation. The external work of purifying substances mirrored the internal work of refining consciousness. The patience required for long chemical processes cultivated spiritual patience. The failures and setbacks in the laboratory taught humility and persistence. Success, when it came, arrived as much from personal growth as from technical skill. The philosopher's stone, you realise in this drowsy state between waking and dreams, was never just a magical object. It represented perfected understanding. The state where the alchemist had so completely mastered their practice, so thoroughly transformed themselves that transformation of materials became almost effortless. The stone was the practitioner's own perfected skill and wisdom, accumulated through years of patient work. And the elixir of life? Perhaps it was never meant to be swallowed. Perhaps it was the practice itself, the engagement with meaningful work, the pursuit of understanding, the connection to traditions stretching back millennia, the sense of participating in something larger than oneself. The alchemists who devoted themselves to the great work often lived with an intensity and purpose that gave their days a richness ordinary life lacked. Maybe that was its own form of immortality. In this dream laboratory, time collapses. Jabir ibn Hayyan works at one bench, carefully recording observations in precise Arabic script. Albertus Magnus tends a distillation at another, occasionally making notes for his students. Maria the Jewess adjusts her double boiler, checking the temperature with experienced fingers. Paracelsus crushes minerals in a mortar, preparing medicines that will genuinely heal. They work companionably, these figures from different centuries and cultures united by their shared quest. They're not competing or hoarding secrets now. In this timeless space, they share knowledge freely, each contributing their piece to the great puzzle of understanding matter and transformation. The symbolic language they once used to obscure becomes a bridge, connecting insights across cultures and epochs. The green lion, the red dragon, the philosophical Mercury. These symbols let them communicate experiences that ordinary words can't quite capture. Through the laboratory windows you glimpse gardens and wilderness beyond. The natural world that was always alchemy's true teacher. The alchemists learned by observing natural transformations, ore to metal, grape to wine, and seed to flower. Their laboratory work was an attempt to understand and consciously guide processes that nature performed spontaneously. They weren't trying to break nature's laws, but to discover and work within them. The furnace glows steady and warm, neither too hot nor too cold. It's maintained this perfect balance for centuries, maybe forever. Its patient heat represents what the alchemists knew. Transformation requires sustained, gentle effort over time. You can't hurry the great work. Flash and force accomplish nothing, but steady application, proper conditions and sufficient time can achieve what seems impossible. On a shelf you notice a row of sealed vessels, each containing materials at different stages of transformation. Some have been here for days, others for months, and some perhaps for years. Each opens at its proper time, not a moment sooner. The sealed vessel, vas hermeticum, the hermetic vessel, protects transformations in progress from outside interference. Some processes need isolation and protection. Until they reach completion, you feel yourself becoming drowsy, the laboratory's golden light softening further. The gentle sounds, liquid dripping, furnace breathing, occasional clink of glass, become a lullaby. This is a good place to rest. The great work continues whether you wake or sleep, proceeding at its own pace, requiring nothing from you now except trust in the process. The alchemists understood something we sometimes forget. Not everything worth doing can be finished quickly. Some achievements require years, decades, or even lifetimes of patient effort. The work itself becomes the reward, the daily practice, the gradual accumulation of skill and understanding, and the small advances that slowly compound into mastery. They also knew that failure was part of the process. Most experiments didn't succeed. Most attempts to create the Philosopher's Stone or the Elixir of Life produced only colourful disasters, expensive messes, or nothing at all. But each failure taught something. The alchemists learned what didn't work, which was often more useful than knowing what theoretically should work. Knowledge grew through a patient accumulation of both successes and instructive failures. As your consciousness drifts towards sleep, the laboratory around you becomes less defined, its edges softening into dream. But certain truths remain clear. Transformation is possible. Matter can change its form while retaining its underlying essence. So can we. The person you are today contains the potential for the person you might become, just as lead theoretically contained gold, or at least the alchemists believed it did, and their belief led them to develop chemistry. Patience matters. Nothing worth achieving happens instantly. The most profound transformations require time, attention, and sustained effort. Quick fixes rarely last, but patient work, returning day after day to your practice, accumulates into genuine change. Process and outcome intertwine. The alchemist seeking gold learned chemistry. The practitioner pursuing the elixir developed pharmacology. The mystic investigating symbolic transformations gained psychological insight. The journey shapes the traveller as much as the destination. Everything connects. The alchemists weren't wrong to see connections between metals and planets, between laboratory work and spiritual practice, and between microcosm and a macrocosm. They were recognizing a deep truth. Reality is interconnected in ways that rigid categorical thinking misses. The boundaries between disciplines, between matter and spirit, between inner and outer, these are useful fictions, not fundamental truths. Mystery remains. For all that modern science has explained, much remains unknown. We've mapped matter down to quarks and leptons, but consciousness remains mysterious. We've decoded DNA, but life's emergence is still puzzling. We've calculated the universe's age, but its ultimate nature remains debatable. The alchemist's humility before mystery, their recognition that knowledge was always partial and understanding always incomplete, deserves remembering. The vessels on the shelves shimmer and fade as sleep takes you. Their contents continue their slow transformations, whether observed or not. The great work proceeds. Somewhere, in laboratories around the world, people are still investigating transformations, different methods, different goals, but the same fundamental human drive to understand, to change, to elevate matter and spirit towards something better. The alchemists would recognize this continuity. They understood that knowledge was collective and cumulative, that each generation built on previous work, and that today's impossible might become tomorrow's routine. They stood in a tradition that stretched behind them to Egyptian temples and ahead to laboratories they couldn't imagine. We stand in that same tradition, connecting past and future through present practice. As you finally slip into sleep, a last image, that ancient symbol, the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, beginning and end meet. Transformation is circular, not linear. What dissolves will reconstitute. What breaks down will rebuild. What seems like an ending is really another beginning. The great work never truly finishes. It just continues in new forms, new context, and new practitioners taking up tools their predecessors laid down. Sleep now. Dream of furnaces and vessels, of patient transformations, of substances changing their nature while retaining their essence. Dream of the long chain of seekers stretching back through centuries, each contributing their piece to understanding. Dream of gardens where herbs grow under careful tending, of libraries where ancient texts preserve hard-won wisdom, of laboratories where careful observation reveals nature's patterns. The alchemists are sleeping too, those patient workers of transformation. But their work continues in every chemistry lab, every pharmaceutical company, and every material science experiment. It continues in every garden where someone tends plants, in every kitchen where ingredients transform into meals, and in every mind where learning transforms ignorance into understanding. The great work is never finished because there's always more to learn, more to discover, and more to understand. The philosopher's stone remains eternally just beyond reach. which is perhaps exactly as it should be. The seeking matters more than the finding. The question matters more than the answer. The transformation of the seeker matters more than the discovery of the sought. Rest easy. The furnace burns steadily. The vessels contain their slow miracles. Time unfolds at its own pace. All is well in this laboratory between waking and dreams, where ancient wisdom meets eternal questions, where the possible and impossible blur together, and where transformation is always just beginning. The golden light fades to comfortable darkness. The sounds of the laboratory become the sound of your own breathing, steady and slow. The scent of transformation becomes the familiar smell of your pillow and blankets. But somewhere in your sleeping mind, the laboratory remains, always accessible, always inviting, always offering the promise that transformation of matter, of spirit, of understanding remains possible. The alchemists knew this truth. We are all works in progress, materials being slowly refined, moving through our own stages from nigrido through albedo to rubedo, from dissolution through purification to perfection. The great work applies to substances in vessels and to consciousness itself. We are simultaneously the alchemist and the material, the practitioner and the practice, the seeker and the sought. Sleep deeply, transform while you rest. Tomorrow you'll wake changed in small ways, continuing your own great work, your own patient transformation. The alchemists would approve. They understood that the most important laboratory is consciousness itself, and the most crucial transformation happens within. Good night. May your dreams be golden and your rest transformative. The great work continues, as it always has and always will, in laboratories both physical and imaginal, tended by practitioners both waking and sleeping, pursuing that eternal quest to understand, to change, to elevate, to transform the base into the precious, the crude into the refined, and the ordinary into the extraordinary. Imagine yourself standing on a hillside somewhere in what we now call Ireland, Scotland, Wales or Brittany, around 500 BCE. The landscape before you looks like someone took every romantic painting of the British countryside you've ever seen and dialed up the wildness by several notches. Rolling hills stretch toward horizons that seem impossibly distant, covered in grasses that shift from emerald to jade depending on how the wind touches them. The forests here aren't the tidy managed woodlands you might encounter on a modern nature trail. These are deep, ancient groves where oak trees have been growing since before your great-great-great-grandparents' great-great-great-grandparents were born. The canopy overhead creates a living cathedral, filtering sunlight into green-gold beams that make you feel like you've stepped into a place where the ordinary rules of the world don't quite apply. The Celtic peoples, and yes, we pronounce it Celtic when talking about these historical folks, not the basketball team pronunciation, occupied a vast swathe of Europe stretching from modern-day Turkey to the Atlantic Ocean. They weren't a single unified nation like we think of countries today, but rather a collection of tribes who shared similar languages, artistic styles, and ways of understanding the world. Think of them less like a political entity, and more like a cultural family with lots of interesting cousins who didn't always get along at reunions. These people lived in a world where the boundary between the practical and the spiritual was about as distinct as morning mist. To them, everything had presence and meaning. Rivers weren't just water flowing downhill, but living entities with personalities. Trees weren't merely plants, but beings worthy of respect and sometimes consultation. The land itself breathed with them, and they arranged their lives according to its rhythms rather than trying to impose their will upon it. The climate in Celtic territories varied considerably depending on location, but much of it shared certain characteristics that would become important for our story about sleeping outdoors. The British Isles and northern France experienced what meteorologists politely call maritime temperate conditions, which is a fancy way of saying it was often cool, frequently damp, and occasionally downright inhospitable. Summers could be pleasant, with long twilights that stretched almost to midnight, but winters brought short days, long nights, and the kind of cold that settles into your bones like an unwelcome houseguest who won't take the hint to leave. Yet within this challenging environment, the Celtic people thrived. They raised cattle and sheep, grew crops, crafted objects of stunning beauty, and developed a sophisticated understanding of their world that allowed them to live comfortably in conditions that would send most modern people running for the nearest thermostat. Their relationship with sleep, night, and the outdoors reflected this deep connection to their environment. The Celtic year revolved around seasonal festivals that marked important transitions. Samhain in late October heralded the beginning of winter and the dark half of the year, when nights grew long and the veil between worlds grew thin. Imbolc in early February celebrated the first stirrings of spring and the lengthening of days. Beltane in May welcomed summer's arrival with bonfires and celebrations of fertility and growth. Lughnasadh in August marked the beginning of harvest season. These weren't just parties or religious observances, they were practical acknowledgements of the changing relationship between people and their environment. Each season brought different challenges and opportunities for sleeping arrangements, different considerations for staying warm and dry, and different relationships with the night sky and the darkness that fell like a heavy cloak across the land. The Celtic cosmos was structured differently from how we typically think of the universe today. There wasn't a clear separation between earth and sky, day and night, waking and sleeping, or living and dead. Everything existed on a continuum, with permeable boundaries that could be crossed under the right circumstances. Night wasn't simply the absence of day, but a different state of being, when different rules applied and different possibilities emerged. This worldview shaped everything about how Celtic people approached the act of sleeping, especially when sleeping outdoors. They didn't see nighttime exposure to the elements as something to be merely endured or as a sign of poverty or hardship. Instead, sleeping beneath the stars could be a choice, a practice, or even a sacred act that connected them more deeply to the rhythms of the natural world and the movements of the cosmos above. As you settle deeper into your modern bed with its memory foam and climate control, consider how different your relationship with sleep might be if you understood night not as an interruption of productive daylight hours, but as its own valuable realm, with its own gifts to offer those brave or skilled enough to embrace it fully. Before we can understand how Celtic people slept outdoors without freezing, we need to appreciate the warm, secure bases they created for themselves when sleeping indoors. The Celtic roundhouse wasn't just a dwelling. It was a masterpiece of practical engineering disguised as a simple structure. Picture a building shaped like a large basket turned upside down, with walls made of wattle and daub, essentially woven branches covered with a mixture of mud, clay, straw, and sometimes animal dung. Before you wrinkle your nose at that last ingredient, understand that it was an excellent binding agent and when dried didn't smell like you might imagine. The walls rose to about the height of a modern single-storey house, then curved inward to meet a peaked roof thatched with reeds, heather, or straw. The most distinctive feature of these homes was their circular shape, which wasn't merely an aesthetic choice but a brilliant practical decision. A round structure has no corners where cold air can pool and no walls that bear more wind stress than others. The design distributed weight and wind resistance evenly, making these homes remarkably sturdy against the storms that regularly swept across the landscape. At the centre of each roundhouse burned the heart of Celtic home life, the hearth fire. This wasn't a decorative fireplace like you might have in a modern living room, but a working fire that provided heat, light and cooking capability, and served as the social and spiritual centre of domestic life. The fire burned continuously, tended throughout the day and banked carefully at night to preserve coals for easy rekindling in the morning. The smoke from this central fire rose upward through the thatched roof, which acted as a natural filtering system. The thatch would absorb some of the smoke while allowing the rest to escape gradually, creating a natural ventilation system that kept the interior from becoming unbearably smoky while still retaining warmth. The smoke also had the beneficial side effect of helping to preserve meat hung in the rafters and deterring insects that might otherwise infest the thatch. Around the perimeter of the roundhouse, raised platforms or simple wooden frames covered with animal skins and furs created sleeping areas. These weren't beds in the modern sense, but rather designated zones where people would pile furs, woolen blankets, and their own cloaks to create nests of warmth. Families often slept together, with children nestled between parents and grandparents, using shared body heat as another layer of insulation against the night's cold. The flooring varied by region and status, but often consisted of packed earth, sometimes covered with rushes or straw that could be swept out and replaced when it became too soiled. Wealthier households might have wooden flooring, which provided better insulation from the cold ground below. The earth floor itself provided some thermal mass. It would absorb heat from the fire during the day and release it slowly throughout the night, creating a more stable interior temperature than you might expect. Celtic homes were typically arranged in small clusters or villages, positioned to take advantage of natural features that provided protection from weather and enemies. A settlement might nestle into the lee side of a hill to shelter from prevailing winds or occupy a defensible position near water sources. The homes faced various directions, but often the entrance was positioned to avoid the worst of winter storms, while allowing the morning sun to provide natural warmth and light. The size of a roundhouse varied depending on the wealth and status of its inhabitants, ranging from modest single-family dwellings about 20 feet in diameter to large communal structures that could accommodate extended families or serve as meeting halls. A typical family home might be 30 feet across, providing ample space for living, sleeping, cooking, and storing essential supplies. Inside these homes, the temperature could remain surprisingly comfortable even in winter. The combination of the central fire, good insulation from thick walls and thatch, the heat-retaining properties of the earth floor, and the shared warmth of multiple bodies created an environment that was certainly cooler than modern heated homes, but far warmer than the outdoor conditions. On a winter night when temperatures outside might drop to freezing or below, the interior of a well-maintained roundhouse could stay in the range that we'd consider comfortably cool, perhaps the temperature of a modern room in autumn before you've quite convinced yourself to turn on the heating. But here's what's important for our story about sleeping outdoors. The comfort of these homes wasn't taken for granted. Celtic people understood viscerally what it meant to be cold, wet, and exposed to the elements because they experienced these conditions regularly. When they chose to sleep outdoors, whether by necessity during travels or warfare or by choice during seasonal activities or spiritual practices, they brought with them knowledge gained from their relationship with both comfort and discomfort, warmth and cold. The roundhouse represented more than physical shelter. It embodied the Celtic understanding that survival in their environment required working with natural materials and natural principles, rather than trying to dominate or completely separate themselves from the world outside their walls. This philosophy would prove essential when circumstances required them to sleep beneath the stars without the protection of those sturdy walls and that warming central fire. Now we arrive at the practical heart of our story. How did the Celtic people actually prepare for nights spent outdoors without succumbing to hypothermia or simply being too miserable to function the next day? The answer involves a combination of materials, techniques, and knowledge that would impress modern survival experts. First, let's talk about clothing, because the Celtic wardrobe was essentially their portable shelter system. The foundation of their outdoor survival strategy started with wool, that miracle fibre that keeps you warm even when wet, which was a rather important feature in the damp Celtic climate. Sheep had been domesticated in Europe for thousands of years by the Celtic period, and these people had become masters at processing wool into various forms of protection against the elements. Celtic people wore multiple layers of woolen clothing. Against the skin, a wool or linen tunic provided the base layer. Over this, another longer tunic or woolen dress, then potentially a heavy woolen cloak that could serve multiple purposes. This cloak, called a brat in the Irish Celtic language, was the Swiss Army knife of Celtic outdoor equipment. It could be worn as a garment, wrapped as a blanket, used as a ground sheet, or even rigged as a simple tent shelter with some cordage and stakes. The weaving of these woolen textiles was remarkably sophisticated. Celtic weavers created fabrics with different weights and textures for different purposes. Some wool was woven loosely to trap more air for better insulation, while other cloth was woven tightly to resist water and wind. The natural lanolin in wool provided some water resistance, and wealthier individuals might have cloaks that were partially waterproof through treatment with additional fats or oils. Colour played a role too, though perhaps not the way you might expect. While we often imagine ancient people wearing drab browns and greys, Celtic peoples actually produced vibrant dyed fabrics using plants, lichens and minerals. However, for outdoor survival, darker colours had practical advantages. They absorbed more heat from whatever sunlight was available, and they showed less dirt and wear during extended periods without washing. Footwear deserves special mention because anyone who's tried sleeping with cold feet knows that temperature extremes in your extremities can make restful sleep nearly impossible. Celtic shoes range from simple leather moccasins to more elaborate boots that wrapped around the foot and lower leg. The leather was often lined with fur or stuffed with dried grass for insulation. Some people wore multiple pairs of socks made from wool or wrapped their feet in woolen cloth before putting on their shoes. When preparing for a night outdoors, a Celtic person's checklist would have included items that modern campers would recognise alongside some that might seem unusual. A leather bag or woven basket would carry supplies, dried meat or cheese, perhaps some oatcakes or other portable food. A fire-starting kit which might include iron and flint for striking sparks, char cloth for catching those sparks, and dry tinder carefully preserved in a waterproof container made from animal bladder or tightly woven fabric coated with beeswax. Water presented interesting challenges. Leather bottles or ceramic vessels could carry water, but they added weight and could freeze in winter. Experienced travellers knew the landscape well enough to plan routes that passed near springs, streams or other water sources. They understood which water was safe to drink directly and which needed boiling, a sophisticated knowledge of hydrology gained through generations of careful observation. For sleeping itself, Celtic people employed several strategies depending on circumstances and available resources. The simplest method involved finding natural shelter, an overhanging rock formation, a hollow in a hillside, the lee side of a large boulder, anything that would break the wind and potentially provide some protection from rain. These natural features were well known and remembered, becoming part of the mental map that every traveller carried. Once a sleeping spot was chosen, preparation began with addressing the ground itself. Sleeping directly on bare earth, especially cold or damp ground, is an excellent way to lose body heat through conduction. The solution was simple but effective. Create insulation between your body and the earth. Dried bracken ferns, gathered and piled thick, made an excellent insulating layer. Heather, dead leaves, dried grass, pine needles, any dry plant material could serve this purpose, creating a buffer that trapped air and prevented the ground from sucking warmth directly from your body. On top of this insulating layer, you'd spread your cloak or an animal hide if you had one. Then you'd essentially burrito yourself in your remaining woolen garments and any additional cloaks or blankets you'd carried. The key was creating dead airspace around your body, layers that trapped your own body heat rather than allowing it to radiate away into the night. Fire, when possible, transformed an outdoor sleeping arrangement from merely survivable to actually comfortable. But Celtic people understood fire in ways that went beyond simply piling wood together and striking a light. They knew how to build long-lasting fires that would burn steadily through the night with minimal attention, using large logs laid parallel or rocks heated in the flames, then positioned around the sleeping area to radiate warmth for hours after the fire died down. One particularly clever technique involved heating stones in the fire, then carefully wrapping them in leather or thick cloth, and placing them at the feet or core of the body, ancient hot water bottles that could keep you warm for several hours. The trick was getting the temperature right. Too hot and you'd burn yourself or scorch your wrappings. Too cool and they'd lose heat too quickly to be useful. But not every night allowed for fire. Rain could make it impossible, or circumstances might require avoiding the attention that flame and smoke would attract. For these situations, Celtic people relied on their layering systems and their understanding of how bodies lose heat. They knew to cover their heads. You can lose significant body heat through your skull. They knew to keep moving if they started to feel too cold, to generate warmth through activity before settling down to sleep. They understood that sleeping in groups, sharing warmth, could mean the difference between dangerous cold and tolerable discomfort. There's something almost humorous about imagining a group of Celtic warriors or travellers essentially cuddling together for warmth, like a litter of puppies. But survival often requires setting aside concepts of personal space. In their world view, there was no shame in doing what was necessary to live through the night and wake ready for the next day's challenges. With all this preparation in mind, let's explore the actual experience of sleeping outdoors in the Celtic world. What it felt like, what it meant, and why people might choose this experience even when they had the option of a warm roundhouse. First, understand that sleeping outdoors wasn't always a matter of hardship or necessity. While travellers, traders, warriors, and shepherds certainly spent nights under the stars because their work demanded it, there were also cultural and spiritual reasons why someone might deliberately choose to sleep outside even when a comfortable indoor option was available. The Celtic relationship with the night sky was fundamentally different from ours. Without electric lights, the darkness after sunset was profound in a way that most modern people never experience. When the sun set on a clear night away from hearth fires, the darkness wasn't just an absence of light, but an almost tangible presence. Your eyes would adjust gradually, and what first appeared as absolute blackness would reveal itself as a canvas painted in countless shades of shadow. Then, after this adjustment, the stars would emerge with a brilliance that modern light pollution has stolen from most of us. On a clear night, away from settlements, the Milky Way would stretch across the sky like a river of light, so bright and detailed that you could almost believe you might fall upward into its depths if you stared too long. The ancient Celtic peoples saw not just points of light, but also stories, patterns, guides for navigation, and indicators of seasonal change. Imagine settling into your prepared sleeping spot on such a night. The ground beneath you, cushioned by your carefully gathered bracken and ferns, provides more support than modern people might expect. Not soft like a mattress, but firm and surprisingly comfortable once you find the right position and your body adapts to the surface. Your woolen layers envelop you like a cocoon, the fabric still holding some warmth from your body heat during the day's activities. The sounds of the night surround you, quite different from indoor sleeping, where thick walls muffle external noise. There's the whisper of wind through grass, or the more substantial rustle of wind through tree branches if you're camped near a forest. The occasional crack of a twig as some nocturnal animal goes about its business, which might make your heart rate increase momentarily until you identify it as a deer or rabbit, rather than something more threatening. If you're near water, perhaps the gentle murmur of a stream or the intermittent croaking of frogs. The scents, too, differ entirely from indoor sleeping. Instead of smoke-tinged interior air, you breathe the fresh, complex smell of the outdoors. Earth, grass, the faintly spicy scent of crushed bracken, the mineral smell of nearby rocks, perhaps the sweet decay of autumn leaves if the season is right. In spring, the night air might carry the perfume of blooming flowers. In summer, the rich green smell of growing things. In autumn, the sharp, clean scent of approaching cold. Temperature management during the night required constant minor adjustments. As the night deepened and temperatures dropped, you might pull your cloak tighter around yourself or curl into a more compact position to minimise heat loss. If you were sleeping near a fire, you might wake periodically to add more fuel or adjust your position relative to the warmth. This wasn't the deep, uninterrupted sleep that modern people often expect, but rather a more rhythmic pattern of sleeping and partial waking that actually corresponded better to natural human sleep cycles than our modern 8-hour blocks. The Celtic people recognised different qualities of sleep and different kinds of rest. They understood that the sleep you got outdoors, though perhaps lighter and more interrupted than indoor sleep, had its own value. There was rest that came from deep unconsciousness, but there was also rest that came from quiet awareness of your surroundings, from feeling the earth beneath you and the sky above you, and from knowing yourself to be part of the larger patterns of the natural world rather than separated from them by walls and roofs. Weather, of course, could transform outdoor sleeping from peaceful to challenging rather quickly. The approach of rain on the wind would wake an experienced outdoor sleeper, sending them scrambling to adjust their shelter or move to better protection before the deluge arrived. Heavy rain could make sleeping outdoors genuinely difficult, though not impossible with proper preparation. The sound of rain on leaves or grass creates a particular kind of white noise that can actually deepen sleep, and if you're adequately protected from the water itself, rainfall can make for a surprisingly restful night. Snow presented different challenges and opportunities. A fresh snowfall actually provided excellent insulation, and experienced Celtic people knew that a snow-covered shelter could be warmer than one exposed to wind. The technique of letting snow accumulate over your sleeping spot, essentially creating a primitive snow cave, was understood and used when conditions permitted. The danger, of course, was getting wet during the snowfall or before settling in for the night, as wet clothing in cold conditions was genuinely life-threatening. Wind was perhaps the most difficult weather condition for outdoor sleeping, because it stripped away your carefully created layers of warm air, no matter how well you'd prepared. A strong wind could make even a mild temperature feel bitterly cold, and the constant buffeting made restful sleep nearly impossible. This is why finding windbreaks, natural formations, or even self-constructed barriers of branches and packed earth was such an important part of site selection. For those who spent multiple nights consecutively outdoors, shepherds following their flocks to seasonal grazing areas, for instance, the experience took on a different quality. The first night might feel challenging and uncomfortable, your body and mind still attuned to indoor comfort. By the third or fourth night, though, something shifted. Your body adapted to the rhythms, your senses grew keener, and your ability to read weather signs and adjust accordingly became more intuitive. You became, temporarily, a creature that belonged to the outdoor world rather than a human visitor camping in it. This state of adaptation was valued in Celtic culture, seen as a way of maintaining connection to the fundamental nature of existence that could be forgotten in the relative comfort and isolation of permanent dwellings. The person who could sleep soundly beneath the stars, wake refreshed, and function effectively the next day demonstrated a kind of competence that commanded respect. The spiritual dimension of Celtic nighttime practices adds another layer to understanding how and why these people slept outdoors. The Druids, the learned class that served as priests, judges, teachers, and advisors in Celtic society, had particular relationships with night, darkness, and the practices surrounding sleep that elevated outdoor sleeping beyond mere practical necessity. Druids underwent years of training that included memorizing vast amounts of traditional knowledge, poetry, lore, and spiritual teachings. Part of this training involved developing intimate familiarity with the natural world through direct experience, which necessarily included spending extensive time outdoors at all hours and in all seasons. A druid who couldn't comfortably sleep beneath the stars and who didn't understand the patterns of nocturnal animals and night-blooming plants would be considered incompletely trained. The Celtic spiritual worldview held that darkness and night weren't simply the absence of light and day, but rather their own positive states with distinct qualities and possibilities. Night was when the boundary between the ordinary world and the other world grew thinner, when communication with spirits and deities became easier, when dreams and visions carried prophetic weight, and when certain kinds of knowledge became accessible that remained hidden during daylight hours. For Druids and those pursuing spiritual development, sleeping outdoors could be a deliberate practice rather than a necessity imposed by travel or work, spending the night at a sacred site, a special grove, a spring believed to have healing properties, or a hilltop with particular spiritual significance, allowed for dreams and experiences that would be impossible in the ordinary domestic environment. These weren't casual overnight camping trips, but serious spiritual undertakings that required preparation both physical and mental. A person seeking a prophetic dream or divine guidance might spend days in preparation, fasting or eating only certain foods, performing ritual purifications and memorizing appropriate prayers or invocations. Then they would journey to the sacred site and sleep there, open to whatever the night might bring. The dreams that came during these sacred outdoor sleeps were considered qualitatively different from ordinary dreams. They were messages from the gods, communications from ancestors, glimpses of possible futures, or teachings about the fundamental nature of reality. Upon waking, the dreamer would carefully remember and interpret these experiences, often with the guidance of experienced druids who understood the language of sacred dreams. Stars held particular significance in this spiritual framework. The Celtic peoples recognised constellations and tracked the movements of celestial bodies with sophisticated precision. They understood the relationship between stellar positions and seasonal changes, using the night sky as a calendar and clock more reliable than any human-made timekeeping device. To sleep beneath the stars was to place yourself directly under this celestial calendar, to align yourself with cosmic rhythms that governed everything from planting schedules to spiritual practices. The moon, of course, commanded special attention. Its phases marked the passage of time and influenced decisions about when to plant, when to harvest, when to perform certain rituals, when to go to war, and when to make peace. Sleeping outdoors meant having direct, unfiltered exposure to moonlight, which was believed to carry its own form of power that could affect dreams, health, and spiritual state. There were specific nights considered particularly auspicious or powerful for outdoor sleeping. The night of the full moon in certain months, the longest night of the year at the winter solstice, the equinoxes when day and night achieved perfect balance, and the quarter days between solstices and equinoxes that marked major seasonal festivals. On these nights, druids and spiritually inclined individuals might deliberately sleep outdoors to maximise their exposure to the special energies and possibilities these times offered. Interestingly, the Celtic concept of day actually began at sunset rather than sunrise. A new day started when darkness fell, which meant that the first activity of any new day was sleeping. This reversed our modern understanding, where sleep concludes one day and waking begins another. In the Celtic framework, sleep was the foundation of the day, the opening act rather than the closing one, which elevated its importance and imbued it with significance we rarely attribute to sleep today. This spiritual dimension didn't make outdoor sleeping any physically warmer or more comfortable, but it provided a framework of meaning that could transform discomfort from something to be merely endured into something to be valued as part of a larger purpose. The cold, the hard ground, the vulnerability of sleeping exposed to the elements, these became not hardships, but essential elements of the experience, tests and teachers that shaped both body and spirit. The Druids understood something that modern sleep science is only recently confirming, that our sleeping environment profoundly affects not just whether we sleep, but the quality and nature of that sleep, including our dreams and the psychological processing that occurs during rest. By deliberately choosing to sleep in sacred outdoor locations, they were essentially creating specific conditions for specific kinds of consciousness to emerge. Winter in the Celtic territories could be genuinely dangerous, transforming the landscape from a challenging but manageable environment into something that could kill the unprepared with cheerful efficiency. Understanding how the Celtic people slept outdoors during winter months represents the pinnacle of their cold weather survival knowledge. First, it's important to note that truly voluntarily sleeping outdoors in the depths of winter, when temperatures plunged and storms raged, was rare even in Celtic culture. These people weren't foolish, and they understood the difference between manageable challenge and unnecessary risk. Most winter nights were spent in the warmth and security of roundhouses, clustered with family around the central hearth, while storms battered the stout walls and wind howled through the thatch. But circumstances didn't always offer choices. Warriors on campaign, messengers carrying urgent communications, herders whose animals had strayed, hunters caught far from home by an unexpected storm, travellers who miscalculated distance or weather. All these people might find themselves facing a winter night outdoors without adequate shelter. The key to surviving such situations was a combination of knowledge, preparation, and above all avoiding panic. Panic wastes energy, clouds judgment, and leads to poor decisions that compound rather than solve problems. Celtic people trained their children from young ages to stay calm in dangerous situations, to think clearly about available options, and to remember and apply traditional survival knowledge even when frightened or uncomfortable. Winter survival began with understanding that you were fighting a battle against multiple enemies simultaneously: cold, wind, wet, and exhaustion. Each of these could kill you independently, but they often worked together, with wet clothes making you colder, cold making you exhausted, and exhaustion making you make poor decisions about staying dry and warm. Success required addressing all these threats systematically. The first priority was always finding or creating shelter from wind. Wind chill could make a tolerable temperature lethal, stripping away your body's heat faster than you could generate it. Natural windbreaks, dense groves of evergreen trees, rock formations and hillsides provided the foundation for winter sleeping spots. If nature hadn't provided adequate wind protection, you created it, using whatever materials were available to construct barriers between yourself and the moving air. Snow, counterintuitively, became an ally if you understood how to work with it. Fresh snow is mostly trapped air, making it an excellent insulator. The technique of building snow shelters, ranging from simple snow walls to more elaborate snow caves, was well understood. A properly constructed snow shelter could maintain an interior temperature significantly warmer than outside, even without a fire, simply because the snow blocked wind and the small enclosed space trapped body heat. The construction process itself generated warmth through physical activity, though you had to be careful not to work so hard that you sweated excessively, as wet clothing in winter conditions was extremely dangerous. Experienced Celtic people knew to work steadily but not frantically, removing layers of clothing if necessary to avoid overheating, then adding them back once the shelter was complete, and physical activity decreased. Fire became even more critical in winter, but also more challenging to achieve. Wood might be wet from snow or rain, making it difficult to ignite. The solution was careful fire management, carrying dry tinder in waterproof containers, knowing where to find dry wood even in wet conditions, the underside of fallen logs and the dead lower branches of evergreen trees that remained protected from precipitation by the living canopy above, and understanding how to create platforms that lifted your fire above wet ground. A winter fire wasn't just for warmth but for drying. Wet clothing, wet footwear and wet gloves. These were deadly in cold conditions, and a fire allowed you to carefully dry essential items without scorching them. The process required patience and attention, rotating items near the heat, and monitoring constantly to prevent damage while ensuring thorough drying. Body position during winter sleeping mattered more than in milder seasons. You needed to minimize exposed surface area while maintaining enough comfort to actually rest. The fetal position, curled tightly with knees drawn up, head tucked down, and arms wrapped around your core, was the standard winter sleeping posture because it presented the minimum surface area to the cold while protecting your vital organs and warming your extremities with your own breath. Breathing technique played an unexpected role in winter survival. Breathing through your nose rather than your mouth warmed and humidified incoming air before it reached your lungs, making it easier for your body to maintain core temperature. Drawing your cloak or blanket over your face created a small breathing pocket where your exhaled air would warm incoming breath, though you had to be careful not to create so much humidity that the fabric became damp with frozen condensation. The placement of insulating materials beneath and around your body became even more critical in winter. Direct contact with frozen ground could pull heat from your body with frightening speed. Multiple layers of insulation, thick piles of any available plant material, multiple animal skins if you had them, even layers of clothing you weren't wearing, created barriers between your body and the heat-stealing earth. Groups had distinct advantages in winter survival. Multiple people could pool resources, share body heat, take turns maintaining fires, and provide psychological support that countered the despair that cold and exhaustion could produce. There's archaeological and textual evidence suggesting that Celtic warriors and travellers in winter often moved in groups partly for this survival benefit, knowing that collective warmth and shared labour increased everyone's chances of surviving difficult nights. The morning after a harsh winter night outdoors presented its own challenges. Your body would be stiff and cold, your muscles reluctant to move, and your joints protesting any activity. But movement was essential to restore circulation, to generate warmth, and to assess your condition and that of your companions if you had any. The Celtic practice was to rise before full dawn if possible, moving carefully at first but with increasing vigour, ideally toward a destination where proper warmth, dry clothing, and hot food could be found. Remarkably, we have evidence that Celtic people not only survived these harsh conditions, but often thrived afterward. There's a particular kind of satisfaction that comes from successfully navigating difficult circumstances, from pitting your knowledge and will against nature's challenges and emerging victorious. Those who had weathered hard winter nights outdoors and lived to tell the tale gained status and confidence that carried into other aspects of their lives. As you nestle deeper into your modern bed, perhaps now feeling especially grateful for your central heating and insulated walls, let's explore how the Celtic understanding of sleeping in harmony with nature has influenced our world, and what wisdom we might still extract from their practices. The Celtic approach to outdoor sleeping wasn't primitive ignorance making the best of bad situations. It was sophisticated knowledge accumulated over generations and refined through careful observation and experience. Modern survival training still teaches many of the same principles that Celtic people understood instinctively. The importance of insulation from the ground, the value of layering, the critical need for staying dry, and the life-saving potential of windbreaks and simple shelters. When modern outdoor educators talk about leaving no trace, packing out what you pack in, and minimising your impact on natural spaces, they're articulating an ethic that the Celtic people lived as a matter of course. Their approach to outdoor sleeping was inherently sustainable. They used natural materials that returned harmlessly to the environment. They didn't require manufacturing or transportation chains, and they worked within nature's limits rather than trying to overcome them through technology. The Celtic understanding that humans are part of nature rather than separate from it, that we can adapt to outdoor sleeping rather than requiring completely artificial environments, challenges our modern assumption that comfort requires isolation from the natural world. Contemporary research into sleep health is actually rediscovering many principles that Celtic people knew through lived experience. For instance, modern sleep scientists have found that sleeping in completely dark environments, with temperatures cooler than most people keep their homes, often produces deeper and more restorative sleep than sleeping in warm, artificially lit rooms. The Celtic experience of sleeping outdoors, where darkness was absolute and temperatures naturally cool, aligned more closely with these optimal conditions than many modern sleeping arrangements. The Celtic practice of breaking sleep into multiple cycles rather than expecting one uninterrupted block also aligns with recent research into human sleep patterns. Before artificial lighting, many cultures practiced what historians call first sleep and second sleep, a period of rest, then waking for an hour or two of quiet activity, then returning to sleep until dawn. This pattern, which Celtic people would have followed naturally when sleeping outdoors and tending fires, may actually be more natural to human biology than our modern 8-hour block. The materials Celtic people used for warmth and comfort, wool, animal hides, and plant fibres, have properties that modern synthetic materials still struggle to match. Wool's ability to insulate when wet, its natural temperature regulation, and its breathability. These features made it ideal for outdoor sleeping in unpredictable weather. The resurgence of interest in natural fibres for outdoor gear and bedding suggests that we're recognising the wisdom embedded in these traditional materials. Their roundhouse design principles have influenced sustainable architecture movements. The circular structure, the use of local materials, the passive solar heating and natural ventilation, and the integration with rather than domination of the surrounding landscape. All these concepts appear in modern eco-friendly building design. Architects looking for alternatives to energy-intensive conventional construction often find inspiration in structures that people like the Celtic peoples perfected thousands of years ago. The Celtic spiritual understanding of sleep as a valuable state of consciousness rather than merely a biological necessity, offers wisdom that our productivity-obsessed culture needs. We tend to view sleep as dead time, unconsciousness to be minimized so we can maximize waking activities. The Celtic view that sleep was the foundation of the day, and that dreams and night consciousness had their own value, suggests a healthier relationship with this essential human need. Modern forest bathing practices, wilderness therapy, and outdoor recreation movements are essentially rediscovering what Celtic people knew, that spending time in natural settings, including sleeping outdoors, has profound benefits for physical and mental health. The reduction in stress hormones, the improved immune function, and the psychological restoration that comes from disconnecting from artificial environments and reconnecting with natural ones. These aren't New Age inventions, but rather ancient wisdom being validated by contemporary research. The Celtic approach to preparation and planning for outdoor sleeping provides a model for thinking about resilience and adaptation more broadly. They didn't try to make the outdoors identical to their indoor environment or to completely eliminate discomfort and risk. Instead, they developed knowledge and skills that allowed them to thrive across a wide range of conditions, adapting their practices to circumstances rather than requiring circumstances to adapt to them. This adaptive flexibility has relevance far beyond sleeping arrangements. In our current era of climate change and environmental uncertainty, the Celtic model of working with natural systems rather than trying to dominate them offers valuable guidance. Their success came not from conquering nature but from understanding it so deeply that they could align their practices with its patterns. The community aspects of Celtic life, including their approach to outdoor sleeping, remind us that humans are fundamentally social creatures who benefit from cooperation and shared knowledge. The way they taught outdoor survival skills to younger generations, the way they travelled and camped in groups for mutual support, and the way they shared stories and techniques. These practices built social bonds while transmitting practical knowledge. In our individualistic modern culture, where we often approach challenges alone and measure success by personal achievement, the Celtic emphasis on community resilience offers an alternative model. Their understanding that group survival often depends on ensuring no one freezes, goes hungry, or faces dangers alone suggests an ethic of mutual care that's worth recovering. The linguistic legacy of the Celtic peoples, the languages that evolved into modern Irish, Scottish Gaelic, Welsh and Breton, carries embedded within it concepts and distinctions that reflect their relationship with night, sleep and the natural world. These languages have specific words for states of consciousness, types of darkness, and qualities of rest that don't translate neatly into English, preserving perspectives on sleep and night that might otherwise be lost. Place names throughout the former Celtic territories often reference sleeping places, camping spots, or locations associated with rest and shelter, evidence that the knowledge of where one could safely sleep outdoors was important enough to be encoded in the landscape itself. These names still guide hikers and travellers today, though often without their knowing the ancient survival wisdom embedded in the geography. The storytelling traditions that emerge from Celtic culture, including the vast body of myths, legends and folk tales that were passed down orally for generations, often featured nighttime settings, dreams, and the wisdom that came from sleeping in sacred places. These stories weren't just entertainment, but ways of transmitting cultural values and practical knowledge, teaching listeners about the relationship between humans and the natural world. Modern festivals and celebrations that descend from ancient Celtic traditions, including various Halloween customs that trace back to Samhain, maintain echoes of the Celtic understanding that darkness and night have their own power and significance. Though commercialised and transformed, these celebrations preserve something of the ancient acknowledgement that night is not merely the absence of day, but its own meaningful reality. The archaeological evidence left by Celtic peoples, their hill forts, their sacred sites, their settlements positioned with careful attention to natural features, demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of landscape and environment that supported their ability to live successfully in challenging conditions. Modern archaeologists studying these sites are continually impressed by the knowledge of geography, weather patterns, water sources, and ecological relationships that the placement of Celtic structures reveals. Perhaps most importantly, the Celtic legacy reminds us that human beings are remarkably adaptable creatures, capable of thriving in a wide range of conditions when we develop appropriate knowledge and skills. We've become so dependent on climate control, artificial lighting, and technological comfort that we sometimes forget our species successfully inhabited diverse environments for thousands of years before these conveniences existed. This doesn't mean we should abandon modern comforts or pretend that sleeping outdoors in winter is superior to sleeping in a heated home. But remembering that our ancestors could and did sleep soundly beneath the stars without freezing expands our sense of human possibility. It suggests that we're more resilient, more capable, and more connected to the natural world than our current lifestyle might lead us to believe. The Celtic peoples aren't a remote, primitive culture whose practices are merely historical curiosities. They're our ancestors, literally for those with European heritage, and culturally for all of us who are part of the human family that has always had to negotiate the challenge of sleeping comfortably and safely in a world that doesn't automatically cater to our needs. They are solutions to the problem of sleeping outdoors without freezing, understanding materials and their properties, reading weather and landscape, preparing carefully, adapting flexibly, maintaining knowledge across generations, and supporting each other through difficult conditions. These are human solutions to human problems, as relevant in principle today as they were 2,000 years ago. As our journey through Celtic sleeping practices draws to a close, let's return to where we began. That warm round house with its central hearth, its curving walls, and its thatched roof filtering smoke into the night sky. Because understanding how Celtic people could sleep outdoors without freezing requires understanding that they always had this warm base to return to, this foundation of comfort and security that made temporary discomfort manageable. Imagine a Celtic person returning home after several nights spent outdoors. Perhaps a shepherd who'd been with the flocks in high pastures, or a warrior returning from a campaign, or a trader who'd carried goods to a distant settlement. The sight of home would have carried emotional weight we can scarcely imagine in our world of constant indoor climate control. As they approached their settlement, they would see the smoke from hearth fires rising into the evening sky, smudging the sunset with grey wisps that signalled warmth, food, safety, and rest. The dogs of the village would announce their arrival with barking, and children might run out to greet them, full of questions about where they'd been and what they'd seen. Entering the roundhouse after time spent outdoors would be like entering another world. The temperature difference would hit immediately, the wave of warm air carrying the scent of the fire, cooking food, and the distinctive smell of home. Eyes would need to adjust from the bright outdoors to the dimmer interior, where firelight danced across walls and faces, creating a cave-like atmosphere that felt protective and nurturing. The returning traveller would shed their outdoor gear layer by layer, appreciating each piece that had kept them alive and comfortable during their journey. The heavy wool cloak, perhaps damp from rain or stiff with frost, would be spread near the fire to dry. Muddy shoes would be removed and set aside for cleaning. Additional layers would come off until they wore only light indoor clothing, feeling their body relax as the need for constant thermal regulation decreased. Family members would press food and drink into their hands, warm broth, fresh bread, perhaps mead or ale. The simple act of eating hot food after days of cold rations would be intensely pleasurable, the warmth spreading through their body from the inside. Conversation would flow as they shared stories of their journey, describing the places they'd slept, the weather they'd encountered, the food, and the people they'd met. Later, when it was time for sleep, they would make their way to their sleeping spot along the roundhouse wall, settling into furs and blankets that felt impossibly soft and warm after nights of sleeping on bracken and cold ground. The sounds of family sleeping nearby, the crackle of the banked fire, the knowledge of solid walls and a good roof between them and the elements. All of this would create a sense of security and comfort that made falling into deep sleep easy and natural. This contrast between outdoor sleeping and indoor comfort was essential to the Celtic experience of both. They didn't take indoor warmth for granted precisely because they knew what it was to sleep cold. They didn't ignore the value of wild places precisely because they knew the security of home. Each experience gave meaning and context to the other. The skills and knowledge required for outdoor sleeping weren't separate from domestic life but integrated into it. Children learned about insulating materials by helping gather bracken for bedding, by watching their parents bank the fire for the night, and by listening to stories of journeys and adventures. The same wool that made their indoor blankets made their outdoor cloaks. The same understanding of fire that kept the hearth burning kept travellers warm on cold nights away from home. The Celtic calendar of festivals, with its acknowledgement of seasonal changes and the passage from light to dark and back again, reflected this integration of outdoor and indoor, wild and domestic, challenging and comfortable. The festivals themselves often involved both aspects, feasting and warmth indoors alternating with outdoor rituals and ceremonies that reconnected people to the land and sky. As the winter solstice approached and nights grew longest, the hearth became the centre of the life, and outdoor sleeping became something to be avoided except when absolutely necessary. But as the wheel of the year turned and spring arrived, the balance shifted. Longer days and warmer nights made outdoor sleeping pleasant again, and people would naturally spend more time in wild places, reconnecting with aspects of the world that winter's harshness had temporarily made less accessible. This cyclical understanding, that there are times for indoor comfort and times for outdoor challenge, that both have their place and their value, reflects a wisdom about human life that goes beyond sleeping arrangements. We need both security and adventure, both routine and novelty, both the warmth of the hearth and the call of wild places beneath open stars. The Celtic peoples lived this balance instinctively, moving between domestic space and wild space with a fluidity that our more rigidly structured modern lives often lack. They didn't see these as opposing states, civilization versus wilderness, comfort versus hardship, but as complementary aspects of a full human life. Their roundhouses, positioned thoughtfully within the landscape rather than dominating it, symbolise this relationship. The homes provided shelter and comfort but remained connected to the environment through their materials, their design, and their orientation to seasonal changes. You were never so far from nature that you forgot its power, but you had enough protection that you could rest, raise children, and build a life that extended beyond mere survival. This integrated approach allowed them to develop the sophisticated knowledge of outdoor sleeping that we've been exploring. Because they maintained regular contact with wild places, because sleeping outdoors was a normal part of life rather than an exotic adventure, they accumulated practical wisdom that was tested and refined across countless generations. As you settle into your final comfortable position for the night, wrapped in your modern blankets in your climate-controlled room, take a moment to look beyond your immediate surroundings and imagine the vast span of human experience that your simple act of going to sleep connects you to. Thousands of years ago, your distant ancestors, whether literally your genetic forebears or the broader human family to which we all belong, face the same basic need that you're addressing now, the need for rest and restoration that sleep provides. But they faced it without the technological cushion that we take for granted, without central heating or electric lights or insulated buildings. The Celtic peoples we've been exploring tonight managed this challenge with grace, skill, and a depth of knowledge about materials, weather, landscape, and human physiology that allowed them not just to survive, but to thrive. They slept beneath the stars without freezing because they understood wool and wind, fire and shelter, and preparation and adaptation. But beyond the practical details, the layers of clothing, the insulating bracken, the careful selection of sleeping spots, they brought something else to the challenge of sleeping outdoors. A worldview that saw themselves as part of nature rather than separate from it, that valued night as much as day, and that understood rest as a sacred act rather than merely a biological necessity. This worldview allowed them to find meaning and even beauty in experiences that we might view as purely hardship. The night sky they slept beneath wasn't just a cold void to be endured, but a display of celestial wonder to be appreciated. The The ground they slept on wasn't merely hard and uncomfortable, but the living earth that sustained them. The darkness they rested in wasn't something to be banished with artificial light, but a different state of being with its own gifts and possibilities. We've lost some of this wisdom in our journey toward technological comfort. We've gained climate control and soft mattresses and electric lights that push back the darkness, but we've also lost the intimate knowledge of how to be comfortable in the natural world, how to read weather and landscape, and how to find rest in conditions that would now send most of us fleeing for the nearest hotel. Yet this knowledge isn't completely lost. It lives on in the genetic memory of our adaptable human bodies, in the archaeological and linguistic traces left by Celtic culture, in the practical survival skills that outdoor educators teach, and in the spiritual practices that still recognise night and darkness as valuable rather than merely frightening. More importantly, the fundamental truth that the Celtic peoples embodied remains valid. Human beings are remarkably capable of adaptation and resilience when we develop appropriate knowledge and maintain it across generations. We can sleep soundly beneath the stars without freezing. We can find rest in wild places. We can align ourselves with natural rhythms rather than fighting against them. This doesn't mean we should abandon our modern comforts or pretend that sleeping on the ground is superior to sleeping in a proper bed. Comfort is not a sin, and there's no virtue in unnecessary hardship. But remembering that we possess this capability, that our species developed these skills, and that they remain latent within us, expands our sense of what's possible. It reminds us that we're not as fragile or as dependent on technology as we sometimes feel. It suggests that when circumstances require it, whether camping trips for fun or serious emergencies that force us outdoors, we can draw on reserves of knowledge and capability that we didn't know we possessed. The Celtic peoples have been gone for centuries. Their language evolved into new forms, their territories transformed by subsequent waves of history, and their specific practices adapted and changed beyond recognition. But the fundamental relationship they maintained with the natural world, their understanding of how to sleep comfortably in challenging conditions, their integration of practical skill with spiritual meaning, these gifts remain available to us if we choose to reclaim them. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep in your comfortable modern bed, you're connected to an unbroken chain of human sleepers stretching back through the Celtic peoples to the very origins of our species. Every single one of your ancestors, going back tens of thousands of years, successfully navigated the challenge of sleeping safely and restfully enough that they survived to reproduce and eventually create you. This chain of successful sleepers, this heritage of rest and resilience is yours to claim. The wool that kept Celtic travellers warm still keeps us warm. The stars they navigated by still wheel overhead. The human need for rest that they honoured we still feel. The basic relationship between our bodies and the natural world hasn't fundamentally changed, even if our immediate circumstances have. So as sleep takes you, perhaps your dreams will carry you back to that ancient landscape, to green hills and deep forests, to round houses with glowing hearths and star-filled skies above. Perhaps you'll walk for a moment in the experience of people who knew how to be truly at home in the world, who could find rest anywhere from the softest furs to the hardest ground, and who understood that sleeping beneath the stars without freezing wasn't a feat of endurance, but simply a skill to be learned and a gift to be appreciated. And when you wake tomorrow in your comfortable modern world, you'll carry with you the knowledge that somewhere in your human heritage lies the capability to rest peacefully beneath the open sky, wrapped in wool and wisdom, connected to the earth and stars, safe and warm despite the cold, sleeping soundly in the embrace of the natural world. Sweet dreams, and may the stars watch over you as they watched over countless generations before us. Your earliest ancestors were performing before Netflix, before Broadway, and before anyone even considered charging for entertainment. Imagine a cave from 40,000 years ago. The fire is crackling. Someone begins to tell a story about the day's mammoth hunt, and the dishes are finished. Well, there weren't dishes, but you get the idea. The interesting part, though, is that they did more than merely recount the tale. Oh no, that would be too easy. Someone took a mammoth hide and began to play the role of the mammoth. Someone else posed as the courageous hunter. To symbolise the shaman who blessed the hunt, a third person picked up some berries and painted stripes on their face. Before you know it, you have the first dinner theatre in human history, complete with method acting, real costumes and a small intimate setting. Remember, these weren't just any old shenanigans. Directors of contemporary community theatre would be envious of the practical uses of these early productions. Important survival knowledge, such as which berries won't kill you, and how to avoid becoming something else's dinner, was passed down thanks to them. They strengthened ties within the community because nothing unites people like seeing Uncle Grok perform his encounter with a saber-toothed tiger for the 15th time, complete with homemade sound effects and increasingly complex mime work. The irony is that we were already formulating what would eventually become the fundamental principle of all performances. The audience must voluntarily suspend their disbelief. Everyone gathered around that fire was well aware that it wasn't actually a mammoth, but rather Bob in a fur suit, his hands cupped around his mouth, making trumpet-like noises. However, they consented to comply, allowing themselves to be drawn into the narrative. Even though the costumes have become much more elaborate and the venues are much less likely to be overrun by real wild animals, that is the magic contract between the performer and the audience that still exists today. These early performances also appear to have been more than casual affairs, according to archaeological evidence. Figures wearing ornate headdresses and participating in ritualistic activities are depicted in cave paintings from Lascaux and other locations in what seem to be ceremonial poses. Certain cave formations, according to some researchers, were picked especially for their acoustic qualities. Natural amphitheatres, where tales could be told and retold with the most dramatic effect. These early societies' performance traditions evolved along with them. Coming-of-age rituals, successful hunts, territorial agreements, and seasonal celebrations of the solstices all became occasions for ever more complicated theatrical performances. The shaman or tribal storyteller developed into something like a director, directing group activities and maintaining the customs of telling some stories. A few thousand years later, you're in ancient Egypt, where someone had the brilliant notion that if ordinary stories were good, then stories about pharaohs and gods must be fantastic. With intricate costumes, makeup techniques that would make a contemporary drag queen weep with admiration, and scripts, hieroglyphic ones, of course, the Egyptians transformed the primal human urge to perform into something that approached professional theatre. In essence, Egyptian religious ceremonies were high-stakes theatrical productions. If you fumbled your lines, you risked upsetting a god, which was far worse than receiving a poor review in the local papyrus. Nor were these solemn, quiet services. They were grand events with hundreds of participants, intricate processions and special effects that must have appeared completely magical to viewers who were unaware of their workings. The story of the god's death and resurrection was narrated over several days of performances that swept across entire cities during the yearly Osiris festivals, which were especially theatrical. Parts of the story would be assigned to different neighbourhoods, resulting in a theatrical experience that stretched throughout the entire city and made contemporary site-specific theatre appear positively modest. The fact that Egyptian performance created numerous customs that still exist today is what makes it so fascinating. They created complex methods for implying supernatural happenings on stage, such as trapdoors for gods to come and go, ornate masks and costumes to turn human actors into gods, and meticulously planned movements that gave the appearance of supernatural strength. The idea of a theatrical season linked to agricultural and religious calendars was also invented by the Egyptians. A year-round cycle of theatrical activity that kept audiences interested and performers employed was created by the various festivals that held various kinds of performances throughout the year. They realised something that contemporary theatre producers are still discovering. Audience loyalty is increased by consistent programming. Papyri and Egyptian tomb paintings also demonstrate that these performances weren't stuffy or overly solemn. There was a place for comedy, frequently in the form of minor characters and servants who offered light-hearted relief from the more sombre divine drama. The Egyptians recognised that audiences needed a few laughs to keep things from becoming too serious. Even in tales about life, death, and eternal judgment. We now travel to ancient Greece, where someone had the brilliant idea to elevate storytelling to a formal activity, complete with regulations, contests, and the kind of critical thinking that would make graduate students today feel completely at home. It was impossible for the Greeks, bless them, to simply appreciate a good story. They had to classify it, evaluate it, and then most likely compose a philosophical treatise on whether or not it effectively elicited catharsis through fear and pity. The Greeks created what is now known as formal drama during religious festivals celebrating Dionysus, the god of wine, which explains a lot about theatre's relationship with altered states of consciousness, in the 6th century BCE. Picture the scene. Throngs of people gathered in massive outdoor amphitheatres carved into the sides of hills, listening to actors in flowing robes and ornate masks narrate tales of heroes, gods, and the occasional dysfunctional family that would make contemporary soap operas appear positively restrained. Let's take a moment to discuss those amphitheatres, though, as they were engineering wonders that contemporary architects continue to admire. About 17,000 people could fit in Athens' Theatre of Dionysus, and the acoustics were so well designed that a whisper from the stage could be heard in the back row. Excellent knowledge of sound and space without the use of microphones or amplification. Every audience member had an unhindered view of the action thanks to the seating arrangement, which was set up in a perfect semicircle. By the way, the masks weren't merely decorative. The person in the back row, who is likely squinting and questioning whether they should have brought their antiquated equivalent of opera glasses, needed something to help project emotion in those enormous amphitheatres. These masks were artistic creations, carved to symbolise various character types and emotions. Happy, sad, angry, confused. All the emotions you go through on a normal Monday morning, but artistically captured in plaster, wood and linen that would make contemporary designers cry. The Greeks are credited with creating the idea of the tragic hero, but they also unintentionally created stage fright. His name lives on in the word thespian, though I'm sure he never imagined future actors would use it to sound more important at dinner parties. Imagine poor Thespis, who is frequently regarded as the first actor, standing alone on stage for the first time and likely thinking, "What have I gotten myself into? Yesterday I participated in a chorus, and now suddenly everyone is staring at me, expecting me to be engaging on my own." Greek tragedy dealt with serious issues such as justice, fate, family honour, and whether or not the gods were amused at human expense. Spoiler alert, they usually were. Aeschylus created what were effectively ancient miniseries with greater production values and more divine intervention through his trilogies, which examined a single theme across several plays. In order to create that delicious tension that keeps you wriggling in your seat, Sophocles perfected the art of dramatic irony, in which the audience knows something that the characters do not. However, the Greeks also provided us with comedy, and it was politically incorrect and delightfully crude in ways that would make audiences today gasp and then giggle in private. Because Aristophanes' plays were full of political satire, bathroom humour, and the kind of jokes that made respectable citizens clutch their togas and pretend to be scandalised while actually enjoying every minute, he would have thrived on social media. It is impossible to exaggerate how competitive Greek theatre is. Playwrights, actors and choruses competed for prizes and public recognition during the dramatic festivals, which were more than just parties. Think of the Olympics for the theatre, complete with all the political scheming, artistic competitions and heated public arguments over the judges, while losers likely went home and grumbled about the judges not appreciating their artistic vision. Winners rose to fame throughout the Greek world. The chorus was the centre of these productions, despite being frequently disregarded in contemporary discussions of Greek theatre. They were talented performers who represented the voice of the community in the play by dancing, singing and commenting on the action. They weren't merely background singers. A production's success or failure depended on its chorus, and training one required months of rigorous rehearsal. When the Romans saw Greek theatre, they thought, "This is nice, but what if we made it bigger, more spectacular, and threw in some gladiators?" Because if the Romans were good at anything, it was taking someone else's brilliant idea and making it much better with more marble, more violence, and much better engineering. Roman theatre was entertainment on a scale that would make contemporary production companies shiver with fear and jealousy. They constructed massive theatres, some of which could accommodate up to 40,000 people. Can you imagine packing a theatre that big today for a single dramatic performance rather than a sporting event or rock concert? Rome's 20,000-seat Theatre of Marcellus was so exquisitely designed that portions of it still stand today and are used as the base for Renaissance palaces that were erected on its remains. The Romans changed theatrical technology in ways that would not be matched until the modern era, but they didn't stop at size. They featured elaborate set pieces that could be changed between acts using sophisticated machinery hidden beneath the stage floor, hoists that could lift actors into the air to represent gods or flying creatures, and trapdoors that were controlled by intricate mechanical systems special effects that wouldn't look out of place in a contemporary theme park. Roman theatre engineering produced the first retractable awnings to shield spectators from the sun and rain, intricate subterranean spaces beneath the stage for the storage of equipment and sets, and even crude air conditioners that cooled the air on hot days using aqueduct water. Instead of relying on ideal weather, they made going to the theatre a cosy year-round activity. From a social point of view, this is where Roman theatre becomes truly fascinating. The Romans viewed theatre more like we do television today. Popular entertainment for the masses, supported by the government or wealthy sponsors, and intended to keep the populace content and distracted. This is in contrast to the Greeks, who saw theatre as both entertainment and a spiritual experience connected to religious festivals. Free admission was provided by wealthy individuals seeking social status or politicians hoping to win over voters. The shows had to be suitable for everyone, from senators to dock workers, in order to appeal to the widest possible audience. This democratic approach to entertainment gave rise to storytelling innovations that put mass appeal ahead of creative experimentation. The clever servant who was always smarter than his master, the young lover who was attractive but not very intelligent, the irascible old man whose stinginess caused most of the plot complications, and the cunning parasite who flattered wealthy. Patrons in exchange for food and favours were all examples of stock characters that audiences would instantly recognise in Roman comedies. Does that sound familiar? Even today, these character types can be found in sitcoms and romantic comedies. The ensemble comedy model that we still use today, 2,000 years later, was essentially established by the Romans. It is impossible to overestimate the impact of Roman comedy on subsequent theatrical traditions. Throughout the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance, plays by Plautus and Terence were studied and copied. Shakespeare directly appropriated Roman storylines and character types. Roman theatre is the source of the fundamental framework of romantic comedy, which consists of young lovers kept apart by obstacles, complications involving mistaken identities, and a resolution in which everyone gets married. However, the idea of theatre as a spectacle for public amusement was also invented by the Romans. Their successful productions travelled from city to city across the empire, establishing the first theatrical touring circuit. To bring professional entertainment to provincial towns that might never otherwise see anything more sophisticated than local festivals, picture the logistics of transporting entire acting companies, elaborate sets, and costumes across hundreds of miles of Roman roads. Roman audiences were infamously picky and outspoken about what they liked. They had no qualms about vocally and instantly expressing their disapproval if they didn't enjoy a performance. Both positive and negative effects on the development of theatre resulted from this, as it established a culture in which popularity and entertainment value were valued more highly than artistic ambition. The first celebrity culture centred on performers was also created by the Romans. Actors who achieved success became well known throughout the empire, and rumours and conjecture surrounded their private lives. Does that sound familiar? They invented the idea of a touring star who could attract audiences just by virtue of their reputation, going from city to city to play their most well-liked parts. You might assume that theatre simply put on its masks and went home for a few centuries after the fall of Rome. It had to be extremely inventive about where it lived and how it survived, but not quite. The early Christian church had conflicting opinions about theatrical performances. On the one hand, they disapproved of Roman theatre's connection to violence, pagan festivals, and general immorality. However, they soon discovered that religious stories could be effectively taught through performance to those who were illiterate, which was the majority of the population. As a result, theatre found a new home in churches, beginning with straightforward Bible story reenactments during services. Imagine that during Easter morning services, members of the congregation would pretend that Christ's empty tomb had been discovered. This would likely involve improvised costumes and a good deal of nervous laughter from amateur actors who had never performed on stage before. Since Latin, the church's official language, was typically used for these early liturgical dramas, the majority of the audience was more interested in the spectacle than in fully comprehending every word. This resulted in increasingly complex visual presentations that use staging, costume and action rather than speech to convey narrative and emotion. The Easter story was briefly dramatised in the Cem Quiritus trope, which is frequently cited as the origin of all medieval drama. It began as a straightforward call and response between a clergyman who represented the angel at the tomb and another clergyman who represented the three Marys searching for Christ's body. Jesus of Nazareth. He is not here, he is risen. Whom do you seek? This is where medieval theatre becomes wonderfully human and charmingly chaotic. These religious performances outgrew the churches as they became more elaborate and well-liked. Entire communities participated in large-scale productions known as morality plays, which were essentially medieval after-school specials with titles like Everyman and The Castle of Perseverance, or mystery plays, which told biblical stories. These local productions were pulled by wagons known as pageant wagons, which would move around a town, stopping at various stations during the day. The carpenters would be in charge of Noah's Ark, naturally. The bakers would be in charge of the miracle of the loaves and fishes. The metalworkers would likely be stuck with any scenes that required armour or weapons. And the goldsmiths' guild would usually be in charge of the scenes involving the three wise men and their pricey gifts. Part of what made medieval theatre so charming was that the outcomes were frequently hilariously uneven. Imagine going to a play where Noah's Ark was constructed by real carpenters and looked amazing, and then right after that there's a scene where the angels are obviously just the apprentices of the baker, dressed in bed sheets, and they're desperately trying not to trip over their makeshift wings. For one day's performance, the Guild of Shipwrights would make an ark that could actually float. The Guild of Weavers might make costumes that were works of art, and the Guild of Blacksmiths would forge armour that was entirely authentic. The way that medieval performance combined the sacred and the ridiculous without seeming to care about tonal consistency was one of its most delightful features. Comic relief characters would appear everywhere, even in the most religious productions. In nativity plays, the shepherds were frequently portrayed as foolish country people who offered amusement in between the more sombre scenes. In the midst of a tale about divine judgment and salvation, there is slapstick humour because Noah's wife was traditionally a shrewish character who refused to board the ark without a fight. One of the most well-known medieval dramas, The Second Shepherd's Play, has a subplot about a sheep thief who attempts to conceal his stolen sheep by posing it as his newborn child, with his wife cradling it and saying it only has a peculiar complexion. This farce parallels the nativity story, resulting in a play that serves as both popular entertainment and religious instruction. We sometimes forget that medieval audiences recognised that a little humour helped make difficult spiritual subjects easier to understand and more memorable. They were being pragmatic, not disrespectful. You need to give them something to laugh at and something to think about if you want them to remember the lessons in your play. Medieval drama was staged in a way that was both inventive and useful. The majority of performances were held outside in marketplaces or town squares, so portable and weatherproof stage designs were required. The pageant wagon system made it possible for several plays to be presented at various venues at the same time, resulting in a festival-like atmosphere that persisted for days. Some communities created staging systems that were even more complex. In order to follow the entire biblical story from creation to Judgment Day, audiences moved between the Chester Mystery Plays, which were presented on a number of fixed stages spread out across the city. In order to create enormous outdoor festivals that attracted people from hundreds of miles away, other communities constructed makeshift amphitheatres in fields outside of town. Theatrical aspirations grew in tandem with the prosperity of medieval society and the size of urban centres. Productions became more complex in the 14th and 15th centuries, pushing the limits of what was possible with medieval technology. Hundreds of actors and crew members participated in these enormous multi-day passion plays during this time period. We can get a sense of the scale these productions could reach from the 1634 started Oberammergau Passion Play. Medieval adaptations were frequently even more ornate, with casts that included entire communities, numerous stages, and sophisticated special effects equipment. The technology used for staging advanced. Biblical miracles were cleverly addressed by medieval stage managers who created intricate mechanisms for parting seas or simulating divine fire, flying rigs for angelic appearances, and trapdoors for resurrection scenes. Medieval stage designers developed a specialty for depicting the mouth of hell, which is frequently a massive dragon head with a movable jaw that can swallow the damned while belching smoke and flames. Medieval theatre had a significant economic component. Investing heavily in costumes, materials, and specialised craft work was necessary for large productions. Guilds would train for their designated scenes for months, and the rivalry between them to produce the best show became a source of artistic innovation and civic pride. According to records from York, England, the mystery play cycle in the city involved 48 different wagons, and most of the adult population as organisers, craftspeople or performers. The play's economic impact was so great that they became popular tourist destinations, bringing in large sums of money for nearby merchants and innkeepers. Humanism, literacy, and the radical notion that perhaps, just possibly, the average person should have access to entertainment that wasn't solely concerned with their eternal souls, and moral advancement were all introduced during the Renaissance. Professional theatre as we know it began during this time, with permanent companies, specially constructed theatres, and the groundbreaking idea that actors could earn a living doing what they did without having to become carpenters or farmers. With stock characters that wore recognisable masks and costumes that have become so iconic that they are still instantly recognisable today, the Commedia dell'arte in Italy was perfecting improvisational comedy, with exaggerated features that allowed actors to project personality even to audiences seated close enough to see their eyes through the mask's eye holes. These were not your sombre Greek masks made to project emotion across enormous amphitheatres. Instead, they were made for intimate comedy. The fundamental character types: Pantalone, the wealthy old merchant who was constantly being conned out of his money; Il Capitano, the blustery soldier who talked endlessly about his military exploits, but turned out to be a coward when faced with real danger; Arlecchino, the cunning servant who was always smarter than his supposed betters; and the young lovers, who were typically beautiful but not particularly blessed with common sense, became so popular that they spread throughout Europe more quickly than Renaissance pasta recipes. Commedia dell'arte is especially endearing because, although the fundamental storylines and character types were the same for all acting companies, a large portion of the dialogue was improvised. Over the course of years or even decades, actors would hone their characters, coming up with unique vocal patterns, physical gestures, and running jokes that viewers would find entertaining. The audience expected the same characters to appear in each performance, albeit with slightly different circumstances and complications, so it was similar to watching a Renaissance take on improvisational comedy. The basic plot outlines or scenarios were handed down from one company to another and grew more complex. Mistaken identities, young lovers attempting to outsmart their parents, servants who were simultaneously assisting and impeding their masters, and enough physical humour to keep audiences laughing even when they couldn't fully follow the plot. Complications are all common elements of Commedia dell'arte performances, with their own costumes, props, musical instruments, and specialised equipment for outdoor performances. These travelling companies were effectively small businesses. They kept their main character types and scenarios while travelling from town to town throughout Italy and eventually throughout Europe, tailoring their performances to local languages and tastes. At the same time, something remarkable was taking place in England that would forever alter the field of theatrical literature. However, let's face it, Elizabethan theatre was not the reverent, hushed experience you might expect from something we now study with such academic seriousness. The Elizabethan era produced what many consider the greatest flowering of dramatic literature in the English language. Unlike the calm, reflective settings we now associate with serious drama, Elizabethan theatres were noisy, boisterous spaces that functioned more like a hybrid of a social club and a sporting event. Because they were on ground level, the audience known as groundlings stood in the pit and felt completely free to applaud heroes, hiss villains, and hurl objects at performers they didn't like. In general, they treated the performance as an interactive experience. They consumed food while the show was going on. Vendors offered beer, apples, and nuts. They went to the theatre to see and be seen in London society, made business deals, and flirted with possible love interests. They told the actors bluntly if a play was dull, sometimes to the extent that actors would act out of character, to argue with loud audience members. Within the limitations of Elizabethan economics and technology, the theatres themselves were marvels of practical design. They were open to the sky in the middle, so performances relied on favourable weather and natural light. They were mostly made of wood and had thatched roofs. Fire was a constant worry. The Globe Theatre burned down in 1613 when a cannon effect went wrong, during a performance of Henry VIII. The weather and daylight hours dictated the performance schedules. Winter meant earlier start times or shorter plays. Even though some theatres had enough covered seating to continue with smaller audiences during light precipitation, rain could completely cancel performances. It was a straightforward yet elegant stage design, an intimacy that is hard to attain in contemporary proscenium theatres, where the audience is seated on one side of the action, was created by the main platform protruding into the audience. Hamlet stood a few feet away from some audience members during his soliloquies, allowing him to observe their distinct faces and determine how they responded to his remarks. Depending on the needs of the play, the gallery above the main stage could symbolise heaven, castle walls, or balconies. Trapdoors allowed supernatural characters to emerge from hell, a space beneath the stage. There was a curtained space behind the stage that could be used as a cave, an inner room, or anything else the script called for. These theatres relied on the imagination of the audience and the playwright's words to create atmosphere and location because they had little scenery and no lighting effects. You were aware that we would eventually arrive. 400 years later, high school students still complain about having to read William Shakespeare, and theatre professionals are still trying to understand how he was able to be so consistently brilliant while managing a theatre company and likely worrying about paying the rent. Shakespeare was writing popular entertainment for a wide range of readers, not literature for future English classes. This is the aspect of Shakespeare that is frequently overlooked in all the scholarly analysis and reverent treatment. He worked as a playwright in a fiercely competitive commercial theatre setting, producing plays on short notice for audiences who could not stand pretense and who had plenty of other things to do if his productions didn't hold their attention. Shakespeare's genius lay in his ability to work on several levels at once, without making anyone feel condescending or excluded. Sword fights, puns, and obscene jokes that would make a contemporary R-rating committee blush were all part of the experience for the groundlings who paid a penny to stand in the pit. Sophisticated wordplay, classical references, and intricate psychological insights that unveiled new layers upon repeated viewing were provided to the educated nobility who paid more for seats in the galleries. Everyone heard gripping tales of betrayal, power struggles, love, dysfunctional families, and the sporadic appearance of ghosts to add even more difficulty to an already challenging circumstance. His comedies, which were full of misidentifications, cross-dressing characters, romantic confusion that degenerates into delightful chaos, and the kind of wordplay that makes you laugh and moan at the same time, were truly funny in ways that are still relevant today. With a villain plot that primarily provides the other characters with interesting things to react to, and enough clever dialogue to fuel several contemporary sitcoms, Much Ado About Nothing is essentially a romantic comedy about two couples who approach love from entirely different perspectives. His histories transformed dull political events, which the majority of his audience only knew in passing, into exciting adventures full of endearing characters who seemed more real than the historical figures they purportedly represented. Through stirring battle speeches and character interactions, Henry V turns a medieval military campaign into a reflection on leadership, accountability, and the price of political ambition. This keeps audiences interested even if they are not very interested in English foreign policy in the 14th century, and his misfortunes. Yes, they are tragic, but in the most fulfilling sense of the word. They deal with major themes like fate, ambition, love, and retribution. But they do so by showing flawed, complex characters making decisions that have terrible outcomes. In addition to being a play about a prince who must exact revenge on his father, Hamlet is also about a person attempting to live honourably in a corrupt society, and how the quest for perfect justice can destroy everything you're attempting to defend. Shakespeare's comprehension of human psychology and all its contradictory complexity was what truly made him unique. Because his characters, like real people, have internal contradictions, they seem authentic. Frequently in the same scene, Hamlet exhibits both decisiveness and indecision, bravery and cowardice, and cruelty and love. Lady Macbeth is a fiercely ambitious and extremely vulnerable person who can both plan murder and be destroyed by guilt. Iago is incredibly cunning and strangely petty, driven by resentments that don't fully excuse the complex retaliation he plans. Shakespeare was also more aware of the desire of audiences for variety in a single evening's entertainment than most playwrights before or since. His plays combine court scenes and tavern scenes, high poetry and everyday prose, and comedy and tragedy, all within single stories that manage to remain cohesive despite their complex tones. Drama, comedy, action, philosophy and poetry are all combined into one experience that somehow feels cohesive rather than dispersed, making it similar to receiving a full entertainment package. Hamlet contains a variety of content, including a ghost story, a political thriller, a family drama, a romantic tragedy, a revenge plot, a play within a play, sword fights, philosophical soliloquies, court intrigue, and some of the most hilarious gravedigger scenes in dramatic literature. Shakespeare managed to make that list function as a single, seamless experience, but any contemporary entertainment executive would insist on dividing it into at least 3 distinct products. Shakespeare was essentially creating modern English as he wrote, so the language merits special attention. Shakespeare created or first used many of the words and expressions we use on a daily basis in his plays. He intuitively saw that language could be both poetic and conversational, elegant and approachable, and beautiful and useful. His character's speech sounds both heightened and natural, poetic and realistic. Dramatic development was as much influenced by the actual theatre locations as it was by the playwrights and performers who performed there. A microcosm of Elizabethan society and a device built to produce particular types of theatrical experiences, the Globe Theatre was more than just a place where many of Shakespeare's plays had their world premieres. The Globe's social geography provides us with a wealth of information about Elizabethan views on community, entertainment and class. The groundling stood in the pit for a penny, which was less expensive than a loaf of bread, and the least expensive form of entertainment in London. A seat in the galleries, where you would be shielded from the elements and have a better view of the action, would cost an additional penny. Although they most likely couldn't hear much conversation and undoubtedly disrupted the staging, the most expensive seats were actually on the stage itself, where affluent patrons could see and be seen by the rest of the audience. It was revolutionary to bring together people from different social classes in one place. Where else could a pickpocket, a nobleman and a shopkeeper all enjoy the same entertainment in the same place at the same time, in the strict hierarchical Elizabethan society? In London, theatre emerged as one of the few genuinely democratic establishments where individuals from wildly disparate backgrounds could share similar experiences and responses. It's easy to ignore the ways in which the architecture of these theatres impacted dramatic writing. Plays had to be performed during the day because there was no artificial lighting, so night scenes had to be completely set up through staging and dialogue. The actors must use their words and deeds alone to persuade a daytime audience that it is night time when Romeo ascends to Juliet's balcony. As playwrights learned to use words to create vivid images rather than lighting effects, this limitation produced some of the most exquisite descriptive language in English literature. With the platform extending far into the audience area, the thrust stage arrangement produced an intimacy that is difficult for contemporary theatres to replicate. Every performance felt immediate and intimate because the actors were literally surrounded by audience members on three sides. Instead of being performed to the back wall of the theatre or to empty air, soliloquies were shared directly with audience members who could touch them, fostering a sense of mutual confidence and conspiracy between the performer and the audience. Shakespeare and his contemporaries had to use dialogue, costumes and small props to create setting and atmosphere because there was a dearth of ornate scenery. A bed could turn the stage into a bedroom, a throne signified a palace, and a few branches suggested a forest. Instead of just showing viewers preset images, this economy of means compelled playwrights to be resourceful and audiences to be creative, resulting in a collaborative theatrical experience that stimulated viewers' creativity. Actors had to be incredibly adaptable because Elizabethan theatre companies used a repertory system. In a week, a single company may present 6 different plays, requiring actors to learn and play dozens of roles at once. With little rehearsal time, the top actor in a company such as Shakespeare's company, the Lord Chamberlain's men, would have to be ready to play a variety of characters and styles, such as King Lear on Wednesday, Benedick in Much Ado About Nothing on Tuesday and Hamlet on Monday. Additionally, because of this system, plays were written with particular actors in mind. Shakespeare customised roles for each member of his company based on their individual strengths, weaknesses and peculiarities. Will Kempe and Robert Armin, both of whom had distinct comedic philosophies and specialties, were the intended recipients of the clown parts. The tragic parts were written for Richard Burbage, who apparently had a regular ability to bring people to tears. English theatre started to undergo minor but important changes in 1603 when James I came to power. The emergence of private indoor theatres that catered to more affluent audiences coincided with the reign of the new king, who was more interested in lavish court entertainments than in public theatre. Shakespeare's company started its winter performances at the Blackfriars Theatre, which was a far cry from the public amphitheatres. It was more intimate, smaller, artificially candlelit, and admission was much pricier. Playwrights were inspired to experiment with more psychologically complex material and advanced theatrical techniques as a result of the more affluent and educated audience this attracted. Themes of corruption, insanity, and moral ambiguity were explored in darker, more psychologically complex plays written by playwrights such as John Webster, Thomas Middleton, and John Ford. With their graphic violence, sexual transgression, and moral complexity, The Duchess of Malfi, The White Devil, and 'Tis Pity She's a Whore challenged the conventions of what was appropriate for staging in outdoor amphitheatres during the day. More advanced staging methods were also made possible by the indoor theatres. Opportunities for atmospheric effects, abrupt illuminations, and the type of chiaroscuro lighting that painters of the era were employing to produce striking visual effects were made possible by candlelight. When audiences were unable to see all of the mechanical operations clearly, trapdoors and flying machinery could be used more successfully. In indoor theatres, music has grown in significance as a means of providing entertainment in between acts, as well as an accompaniment to the action. The development of what would eventually become theatrical orchestration as an artistic discipline, and more subdued musical effects, was made possible by the acoustics of enclosed spaces. English theatre achieved unprecedented levels of sophistication and artistic achievement during Charles I's reign, but it also began to temporarily decline. Court masques evolved into increasingly complex spectacles that fused dance, music, theatre, and visual arts in productions that were expensive and primarily used to showcase the wealth and power of the monarchy. Playwrights such as John Ford, Philip Massinger, and James Shirley produced works of significant artistic value, and public theatre flourished. However, a confrontation that would temporarily put an end to professional theatre in England was being sparked by the growing Puritan opposition to theatre as politically dangerous and morally corrupting. One of the greatest eras in English dramatic literature came to an end in 1642, when Parliament passed an ordinance banning all public theatres. Actors and playwrights were forced underground or into exile during England's 18-year ban on professional theatre. The theatrical impulse and human nature, however, have a wonderful quality that makes it impossible to eradicate theatre through legislation. Theatrical activity persisted in disguised forms throughout the Commonwealth era. The theatrical tradition was maintained through private performances in aristocratic homes, travelling entertainers who were careful not to identify as actors, and even some public performances that were passed off as musical concerts or instructional. Demonstrations. At fairs and markets, droll performances, brief comedic excerpts taken from longer plays, were presented, frequently with actors prepared to disperse if officials showed up. By offering moral instruction that coincidentally involved costumed actors enacting better stories, some theatrical entrepreneurs came up with inventive ways to get around the bans. When the monarchy was reinstated in 1660, theatre made a comeback to England, but with some notable modifications that would permanently alter the art form. For the first time, women were allowed to act on professional stages, which seems like such an obvious innovation that you wonder why it took so long to occur to anyone. In the past, young men were cast in all-female roles, which created some intriguing theatrical complications when characters and stories pretended to be the opposite gender. The ability to see real women portraying women opened up new avenues for dramatic characterization and romantic comedy. Additionally, male audience members occasionally showed greater interest in the actresses than in the plays they were performing, which led to new issues. The most well-known Restoration actress, Nell Gwyn, is a prime example of this shift's advantages and disadvantages. This conflict between artistic success and personal fame would haunt actresses for centuries, as they benefited from professional opportunities while confronting social stigmas that did not apply to their male counterparts. She was a truly gifted performer who could handle comedy and tragedy with equal skill, but she's more famous today for being King Charles II's mistress. Comedy of manners and other sophisticated plays about the social intrigues of the upper classes also gained popularity during the Restoration era. Instead of being broad physical comedies, these were clever verbal entertainments that deftly parodied romantic pretenses and social norms. Consider them the forerunners of contemporary romantic comedies, albeit with tighter corsets, more complex language, and a markedly more pessimistic outlook on marriage and faithfulness. Perhaps the best example of Restoration comedy is William Congreve's The Way of the World, which features characters who navigate romantic and financial complexities with well-crafted epigrams that only true intelligence can understand. There is a lot of wit in the conversation, but it is used as a weapon in complex social warfare where reputation and wealth are at stake. Compared to their Elizabethan forebears, Restoration theatres evolved into more elegant spaces that increasingly catered to affluent patrons prepared to shell out more cash for cosier surroundings. Imported from Italian architecture, the proscenium arch theatre improved the audience-performer relationship by separating the two in subtle yet significant ways. With painted backdrops and wing flats that could be switched between acts to imply different locations, the scenery grew increasingly ornate, although it also meant that plays relied less on the imagination of the audience and more on visual spectacle. This marked a shift toward theatrical illusionism that would rule stage design for the next 2 centuries. Sentimentalism, the groundbreaking notion that viewers should be emotionally affected by what they saw rather than merely amused or intellectually stimulated, was introduced to theatre in the 1700s. Domestic tragedy and plays about common middle-class people dealing with moral quandaries as opposed to kings and nobles handling state affairs and divine intervention, became more popular during this time. With its emphasis on a young apprentice whose moral decline is caused by common human frailties, rather than fatal character defects or supernatural intervention, George Lillo's The London Merchant was revolutionary. By establishing the idea that theatre could and should represent the experiences of its audience, rather than merely offering escapist entertainment about exotic people in extraordinary circumstances, this move toward emotional realism and relatable characters set the foundation for modern drama. Emotional responsiveness and moral sensitivity were given new significance by the cult of sensibility that ruled 18th century society. Touching scenes were supposed to make audiences cry, and the number of handkerchiefs needed in the theatre on any given night was frequently used to gauge a play's success. Although this may seem too sentimental by today's standards, it was a significant acknowledgement that theatre could be used to explore emotional and moral complexity in addition to offering obscene entertainment. By creating a more naturalistic performance style that prioritised psychological realism over exclamatory technique, David Garrick transformed acting during this time. Garrick researched human behaviour and attempted to replicate it authentically on stage rather than posing and giving speeches in a formal, oratorical way. His portrayal of Hamlet received accolades for not looking like an actor giving well-known speeches, but rather like a real person dealing with real psychological issues. In addition, Garrick invented a number of theatrical techniques that are now commonplace. He was one of the first to demand that whole productions, not just individual scenes, undergo lengthy rehearsals. He created cohesive artistic visions for his productions by coordinating staging, costumes, and scenery. In order to create atmospheric illumination that increased the emotional impact of scenes, he even experimented with stage lighting effects, using reflective surfaces and hidden lamps. With periodicals like The Spectator and The Tatler reviewing plays and discussing aesthetics, the 18th century also witnessed the emergence of what is now known as theatre criticism. This led to a more self-conscious theatrical culture, where a more sophisticated audience examined and discussed artistic decisions. The development of theatrical celebrity culture as we know it today began in the late 18th century. Performers such as Sarah Siddons rose to fame in Britain and Europe, their private lives the focus of public interest, and their creative interpretations of important roles discussed with the same fervour that contemporary audiences reserve for athletes. People travelled hundreds of miles to see Siddons' Lady Macbeth perform the sleepwalking scene because she was so well known. Her departure from the stage was viewed as a loss to the nation's culture, and her performance of the part became the benchmark by which all other actresses were judged. She was the first actress to receive a statue in Westminster Abbey, something that would have been unimaginable for a performer only a century before. The development of theatre was impacted by this celebrity culture in both positive and negative ways. On the plus side, well-known actors could ensure that shows have audiences and draw funding to theatre businesses. Their notoriety contributed to the development of theatre as a legitimate art form, deserving of significant cultural consideration. On the downside, the star system started to skew theatrical production, with plays selected more for their ability to showcase specific actors than for their inherent artistic value. This resulted in a custom of star vehicles that prioritised individual skills over balanced dramatic construction and ensemble acting. Everything, including theatre, was altered by the Industrial Revolution in ways that continue to shape our perceptions of live performances. Theatre was transformed from an afternoon amusement to an evening event that could rival other nightlife activities, thanks to advancements in lighting technology that allowed indoor performances to last well into the evening. When gas lighting was first used in the early 1800s, it completely changed the possibilities for theatre. For the first time, stage lighting could be precisely adjusted to be brightened for dramatic climaxes and dimmed for intimate scenes. More complex atmospheric effects were made possible, and filmmakers were equipped with new means of directing viewers' attention and evoking strong feelings. By putting performers in the limelight and enabling the type of dramatic illumination that could isolate individual characters or produce amazing visual effects, limelight, which is made by heating lime with oxygen and hydrogen flames, was introduced, resulting in the first powerful spotlight effects. Actors would literally position themselves to catch the most flattering light during this time, which is where the well-known expression "stealing the spotlight" originates. As urban populations increased and the middle class grew, theatres had to expand to accommodate their leisure time and entertainment budget. Several thousand people could fit in some of the theatres constructed during this time, necessitating innovative staging and performance techniques that could successfully project to such sizable crowds. Melodrama, a theatrical genre that focused on stark moral contrasts, breathtaking special effects, and poignant scenarios that were understandable and enjoyable even in large theatres, was born as a result. The plots of melodramas included enough physical action and visual spectacle to keep audiences interested even when they couldn't hear every word of dialogue, while the heroes were entirely good and the villains were completely evil. Melodramatic plots were thrilling for audiences of the time, but delightfully absurd by today's standards. On family farms, villains threatened foreclosure, heroes swung on ropes across burning buildings, heroines were tied to railroad tracks, and evil was always severely punished, usually in a spectacular way, while virtue was always rewarded. However, melodrama fulfilled significant social roles that went beyond simple amusement. In order to help viewers comprehend the swift changes taking place in their society, a number of melodramas addressed modern social issues such as urbanization, class conflict, industrialization, and shifting family structures. The most well-known American play of the 19th century, Uncle Tom's Cabin, employed melodramatic devices to make anti-slavery points to audiences that political speeches and newspaper editorials might not have been able to reach. Additionally, touring productions that could reach audiences in smaller cities and towns gained popularity in the 19th century. As railroad networks expanded, it became financially viable to transport entire productions, complete with sets, costumes, and entire acting companies, to locations across the nation. This made it possible for audiences in far-flung places to see the same plays that were performed in large cities, establishing the first genuinely national theatrical culture. With theatrical syndicates planning tours, reserving venues, and standardizing production values across several locations, theatre emerged as a significant industry during this time. The majority of America's major theatres were under the control of the Theatrical Syndicate, which was established in 1896. Their booking choices had the power to make or ruin careers, a parallel movement that would transform dramatic literature and lay the foundation for many of the tenets that still govern serious theatre today, was emerging at the same time that popular theatre was embracing spectacle and wide emotional appeal. Henrik Ibsen, August Strindberg, and Anton Chekhov were among the first playwrights to tackle contemporary social issues through the experiences of likable characters in familiar settings. Because it addressed marriage and women's rights honestly and in ways that went against ingrained social norms, Ibsen's A Doll's House sparked scandals across Europe. Some theatres refused to present the play's contentious ending, in which Nora abandons her husband and kids to find her own identity, without including a more traditional conclusion in which she resumes her responsibilities to her family. But the controversy was precisely the point. Ibsen and his peers felt that theatre should provoke viewers to reflect deeply on moral issues and societal issues, in addition to providing amusement. This marked a return to theatre's long-standing role as a platform for discussing significant topics, but with a particularly contemporary emphasis on psychological realism and current social issues. Chekhov mastered the art of naturalistic drama by crafting plays in which characters discuss significant topics without directly addressing them, in which the most poignant emotional moments frequently occur in silence, and in which the overall impact relies on minute details rather than dramatic climaxes. Although The Cherry Orchard is supposedly about an aristocratic family losing their estate, it's really about how hard it is to adjust to social change, and how impossible it is to cling to the past. These playwrights developed new techniques for creating psychological depth and emotional authenticity that would influence theatrical writing for the next century and beyond. Their plots centered on internal conflicts and slow revelations rather than external action and dramatic confrontations, and their characters spoke and acted more like real people than theatrical archetypes. More changes to theatre occurred in the 20th century than in any other because of two world wars, the emergence of television and film, shifting social mores, and new technological advancements. As naturalistic acting techniques gained popularity in the early part of the century, actors attempted to act as naturally as possible on stage. The more clamorous presentational style that had dominated theatre for centuries was drastically different from this. By using their own emotional experiences and creating intricate psychological backstories for their characters, Konstantin Stanislavski created methodical techniques to assist actors in creating believable characters. Modern actor training was built on the interpretation and modification of the Stanislavski method by American instructors such as Lee Strasberg, Stella Adler, and Sanford Meisner. The notion that actors should live truthfully under imaginary circumstances, transformed performance and created guidelines that are still studied and used by the majority of actors today. Meanwhile, experimental theatre artists were pushing in completely different directions, rejecting naturalistic representation entirely in favour of more abstract, symbolic, or ritualistic forms of performance. In Russia, Vsevolod Meyerhold created biomechanical acting methods that prioritise stylised movement and physical accuracy over psychological realism. The theatre of cruelty that Antonin Artaud envisioned would directly affect audiences' emotions and spirituality, while challenging their rational defences through powerful sensory experiences. Despite his own production's frequent failures with modern audiences, his theories shaped experimental theatre for decades. In order to keep audiences from getting emotionally engrossed in theatrical illusion, Bertolt Brecht created epic theatre techniques. In order for the audience to critically consider the social and political issues his plays addressed, he wanted them to keep a critical distance from the action. Political theatre all across the world was impacted by Brecht's alienation effects, which included direct address to the audience, songs that made commentary on the action, and staging that purposefully exposed theatrical artifice. American theatre was creating its own unique traits and contributions to the art form, while European theatre was battling modernist innovations and political upheavals. The rise of uniquely American dramatic voices that wrote about uniquely American issues and experiences occurred in the early 20th century. The first American playwright to receive widespread acclaim for his serious dramatic works was Eugene O'Neill. His early plays featured working-class characters and industrial settings that, in ways never before seen on stage, reflected the realities of American life. Later pieces like The Iceman Cometh and Long Day's Journey into Night examine personal failure and family dysfunction with a psychological depth that was comparable to anything being written in Europe. O'Neill experimented with theatrical methods that went beyond what was typically expected of theatrical entertainment in the United States. In Strange Interlude, there were lengthy aside passages where characters expressed their thoughts out loud. Masks were employed by the great god Brown to symbolise various facets of his persona by adapting Greek tragedy to an American setting during the Civil War. Morning Becomes Electra produced a trilogy that used classical dramatic structures to analyse American history. The only time in American history that the federal government directly subsidised theatrical production was during the Federal Theatre Project, which was a component of the New Deal initiatives during the Great Depression. Thousands of theatre professionals were employed by the project between 1935 and 1939, and hundreds of productions were produced nationwide, including the groundbreaking living newspaper productions that dramatised current events and social concerns. Even though the Federal Theatre Project was eventually shut down because of political concerns about its left-leaning content, it showed that serious, socially engaged theatre was in high demand across the nation, not just in large cities. The creation of the integrated musical, which fused songs, dances and dramatic scenes into cohesive artistic experiences rather than merely entertainment reviews with well-known performers, was perhaps American theatre's most notable contribution to world drama. With songs that developed organically from the character and circumstance rather than being added as specialty numbers, Showboat, 1927, is frequently regarded as the first fully integrated American musical. The production addressed weighty topics like racial prejudice and the passing of time, demonstrating that musical theatre could tackle important issues while still offering mainstream entertainment. All right. 1943 transformed musical theatre by introducing dance sequences that progressed the plot and revealed character rather than merely offering spectacle, and by starting with a single character singing alone on stage instead of a large chorus number. Richard Rodgers and Oscar Hammerstein II's partnership created a model for musical theatre design that shaped the genre for many years, through complex music and choreography that produced theatrical experiences unmatched in any other medium. West Side Story, 1957, showed that musical theatre could address modern social issues like gang violence, racial tension, and urban poverty. Classical, jazz and popular music were all incorporated into Leonard Bernstein's score, and Jerome Robbins' choreography turned dance from a decorative element to a crucial part of the narrative. Broadway musicals' heyday, which spanned roughly the 1940s to the 1960s, produced works that shaped American culture. Songs from these shows entered the popular repertoire, and the shows themselves established Broadway as a major cultural export that influenced musical theatre development worldwide. Alternative theatres arose to accommodate more experimental work and give up-and-coming artists a platform, as Broadway grew more commercial and costly. Originally characterised by their smaller size and cheaper ticket costs, off-Broadway theatres evolved into hubs for theatrical innovation and platforms for works that were unable to find a home in commercial settings. Julian Beck and Judith Malina founded the Living Theatre, which pioneered confrontational and interactive theatre that dismantled the conventional divide between audiences and performers. In addition to challenging preconceived notions about social norms and theatrical behaviour, their production of Paradise Now invited audience members to participate in the performance. Instead of adhering to conventional hierarchical structures, the Open Theatre, under the direction of Joseph Chaikin, developed ensemble-based creation techniques in which actors, directors, and writers work together throughout the creative process. Their work, which placed a strong emphasis on vocal and physical experimentation, produced performance styles that had an international impact on experimental theatre and actor training. As a separate field, performance art rejected many of the conventions of theatre, while drawing inspiration from it. Solo performances by artists like Laurie Anderson, Spalding Gray, and Karen Finley blended storytelling, visual art, music, and theatre in ways that defied easy classification as art. A decentralized theatrical culture was produced by the founding of regional theatre companies across the United States in the 1960s and 1970s, which lessened New York's hegemony and offered chances for theatrical growth outside of conventional commercial hubs. Organizations such as the Arena Stage in Washington, D.C., the American Conservatory Theatre in San Francisco, and the Guthrie Theatre in Minneapolis formed unique creative personalities while giving back to their communities. Regional theatres emerged as crucial venues for creating original works and bringing classic plays back to life for modern audiences. In addition to creating audiences for serious theatre in communities across the nation, they offered jobs to theatre professionals who wished to work regularly without vying for the few Broadway openings. The growth of playwright development programs, which supported up-and-coming authors through workshops, readings, and developmental productions, was also encouraged by the regional theatre movement. The works of many of the most significant American playwrights of the late 20th century, such as David Mamet, Sam Shepard, and Lanford Wilson, were developed in regional theatres. The theatre of today is part of a complex ecosystem that also includes social media, video games, streaming services, television, and movies. Instead of being supplanted by these more recent entertainment mediums, theatre has managed to integrate their innovations while preserving its fundamental qualities as a live social event. Diversity is embraced by modern theatre in ways that were unthinkable in earlier times. On contemporary stages, stories from various cultures, previously marginalised viewpoints, and experimental forms that defy conventional notions of what theatre can be coexist. Playwrights such as Tony Kushner, Lin-Manuel Miranda, and Susan Laurie Parks have produced plays that broaden the theatrical canon while appealing to new audiences. The fundamental components of theatrical performance have been improved by technology rather than replaced. Nowadays, sound design is a highly developed art form that produces aural landscapes that were not possible in the past. Computer-controlled systems are used in lighting design to produce effects that are only constrained by the designer's creativity. Real-time visual environments that adapt to live performances are made possible by digital effects and video projection. However, these technological advancements support conventional theatrical functions, such as narrating stories, setting the mood, and drawing in viewers. Realizing that theatre's power is in the direct interaction between actors and audiences, the most successful modern productions use technology to complement live performance rather than to replace it. Some elements of theatre have stayed remarkably consistent over thousands of years, despite all these changes. The fundamental bond between an entertainer and their audience, the enchantment of live performances, and the potency of group storytelling have withstood all social changes and technological advancements. Being in the same room as live performers, experiencing the energy of the crowd, and realizing that this specific performance will never be precisely duplicated are still incomparable. Live performances are unpredictable and crucial in ways that recorded entertainment can never match. With subtle variations brought about by the audience's mood, the performer's energy, the weather, and countless other small factors. Our cave-dwelling ancestors gathered around their fires for many of the same purposes that theatre still fulfills today. It gives difficult feelings and complicated concepts a tangible form and a common context, which aids in their processing. By offering experiences that people can talk about, debate, and remember together, it fosters a sense of community. It allows each generation to reinterpret stories and cultural values for their current relevance while preserving them. Theatre gives us the opportunity to investigate various viewpoints and options in a secure setting where we can experience repercussions without actually going through them, observe other people's decisions, and consider how we might act in comparable situations. Through the experiences of characters who represent various facets of human nature, it offers a forum for discussing ethical issues, societal issues, and interpersonal conflicts. Indeed, theatre serves many important artistic and social purposes, but it's also important to remember that it's just for fun. These small pleasures, the shared gasp of surprised and unexpected plot twist, the laughter that breaks out during a well-timed comedy sequence, the shared intake of breath during a moment of transcendent beauty, directly connect us to every audience that has ever assembled to witness other people posing as someone else. Theatre's humanity is what makes it so appealing. In contrast to television or movies which show us still photos of actors who played their parts weeks or months ago, theatre shows us real people performing live, right in front of us. The tears shed by a theatre performer are genuine. When they laugh, it's real laughter. They must immediately correct their mistakes in front of the audience. No other art form can compare to the sense of danger and urgency this evokes. During a live performance, anything can happen. An actor may forget their lines, a set piece may break, or a costume may tear at a pivotal point. How the actors respond to these situations becomes part of the entertainment for the evening. By agreeing to overlook small errors and recognizing the skill needed to produce convincing characters and gripping narratives under such immediate pressure, the audience complicitly maintains the theatrical illusion. With theatrical traditions from all over the world influencing one another in ways that were not feasible in the past, modern theatre has a genuinely global reach. Western experimental theatre is influenced by Japanese no and kabuki techniques. Modern American playwriting is influenced by African storytelling traditions. Asian productions of Western classics adopt European directing techniques. By broadening the scope of methods, themes, and approaches accessible to modern artists, this cross-pollination has enhanced theatre. As artists strive to respect traditional forms while bringing them up to date for contemporary audiences, as well as negotiate issues of cultural appropriation and genuine representation, it has also brought forth new difficulties. Theatre innovations are now widely disseminated across national and cultural borders through the festival circuit. Festivals in Adelaide, Edinburgh, Avignon, and numerous other cities offer venues for artists from various traditions to exchange their work and have an impact on one another's growth. This international exchange has been sped up by digital communication, which has made it possible for theatre professionals to collaborate on projects, share techniques, and reach audiences around the world in ways that were unthinkable for earlier generations. Although live streaming of theatrical performances has grown in sophistication and popularity, it still serves as an addition to live theatre experiences rather than as a substitute for them. Theatre keeps changing while retaining its fundamental qualities as we look to the future. Although they haven't yet completely altered the fundamental theatrical experience of live performers working with live audiences, virtual and augmented reality technologies present new opportunities for staging and audience interaction. Theatre operations are being impacted by environmental concerns, as many businesses are implementing sustainable set construction, energy use, and touring logistics practices. As audiences, funding sources, and distribution strategies shift in response to more general social and technological advancements, theatre's economics continue to change. The same urgent subject matter that has always inspired the most compelling dramatic work is available to theatre today in the form of climate change, political polarisation, economic inequality, and technological disruption. Emerging playwrights of today are figuring out how to deal with these issues while respecting theatre's historical advantages and investigating fresh avenues for artistic expression. Tens of thousands of years ago, the first storytellers gathered around their fires and began a tradition that today's young performers are carrying on. They're learning from teachers who learned from teachers who can trace their ancestry back through centuries of theatrical tradition, an unbroken line of knowledge and technique that links actors of today to actors of the past. However, they're also developing new formats and inventive storytelling techniques that appeal to audiences in the modern era who are confronted with previously unheard of possibilities and challenges. They are performing for audiences that include people from all over the world, working in theatres that are equipped with new technology, and tackling artistic and social issues that were unthinkable for earlier generations. Theatre adapts without losing its core, which is why it endures and flourishes. While embracing new technologies, it keeps its emphasis on interpersonal connections and in-person communication. It explores the timeless themes that have always fueled dramatic literature while incorporating shifting social perspectives. In addition to developing new narratives that represent modern experience, it discovers novel ways to tell old tales. The value of theatre's emphasis on community, presence, and shared experience increases rather than decreases in our increasingly digital, remote, and fast-paced world. The experience of sitting in a theatre with hundreds of other people, all of whom are focused on the same live performance, feels more valuable and unique as more of our entertainment becomes personalised and customisable. Theatre serves as a reminder that humans are social beings who require opportunities to come together in physical settings where we can laugh, cry, and discuss what it means to be human. It offers a break from the never-ending stimulation of digital media in favour of the more profound rewards of focused attention, emotional involvement, and group contemplation. For the next few hours, you become a part of something bigger than yourself, part of the ongoing dialogue between the past and present, between artists and audiences, and between personal experience and collective understanding that has been going on for as long as people have been gathering to tell stories. This begins when the curtain rises and the first actor enters the spotlight. You take part in one of the oldest and most enduring traditions in human history in that dimly lit theatre, with strangers who momentarily become your companions as you watch a story unfold. Together with everyone else present, you consent to believe the story being told and allow yourself to be moved by the experiences of fictional characters who are portrayed by actual people just a few feet away from you. And when the lights come up and the applause subsides, you take a little bit of that experience back into your everyday life. Memories of things that shocked, touched, or challenged you. Questions prompted by the story you've seen. Connections drawn between the experiences of the characters and your own life. And the pure joy of spending time with people who have chosen to congregate in that specific location at that specific moment to partake in the age-old enchantment of live performance. Because it fulfills needs that technology cannot and offers experiences that no other art form can match, theatre has endured. There will always be theatres where actors and audiences gather to discuss what it means to be alive in any given time and location, as long as people have a need for stories, a desire for connection, and a search for meaning in shared experiences. So let's celebrate theatre, its absurd aspirations and deep fulfillments, its age-old wisdom and modern inventions, and its capacity to make us laugh, cry, and think, often all in one evening. Cheers to the actors who dedicate their lives to playing different roles, the directors who transform unfinished material into meaningful experiences, the designers who build worlds out of plywood and imagination, and the audiences who consistently turn up night after night, willing to believe whatever story is being told. The custom is upheld, the curtain is raised, and the never-ending dialogue between the performer and the audience, the story and the listener, and the imagination and the real world continues. May your own performances, whether on stage or in the everyday theatre of life, be full of the ideal ratio of humour and drama, knowledge and awe and individual expression and group harmony. Sweet dreams. You know how some days start perfectly ordinary and then take a left turn into absolutely bonkers? Well, Tuesday morning began with me standing in my kitchen, coffee mug in hand, staring at the antique brass compass I'd inherited from Great-Aunt Moira. The thing had been gathering dust on my windowsill for months, but something about the way the morning light caught its worn engravings made me pick it up. The compass felt surprisingly warm in my palm, almost like it had been sitting in sunshine all morning instead of shadow. I traced the Celtic knots carved around its rim with my finger, wondering if Moira had actually used this thing, or if it was just another piece of Scottish family folklore collecting cobwebs. The needle spun lazily, pointing not north but to some direction that seemed to exist only in its own mysterious geography. That's when things got interesting in the way that makes you question your morning coffee choices. The world around me began to shimmer like heat waves rising from summer pavement, except my kitchen suddenly felt anything but warm. Colours bled at the edges of my vision, and that peculiar ringing you get in your ears during airplane takeoff filled my head. I had just enough time to think, well, this is either a stroke or something considerably more unusual, before everything went sideways. Time travel, as it turns out, feels remarkably like being tumbled in the world's largest washing machine, while someone plays a bagpipe orchestra directly into your skull. Not unpleasant exactly, but definitely not something you'd want to experience right after breakfast. The sensation lasted either 3 seconds or 3 centuries, time being somewhat negotiable during interdimensional transit, apparently. When the world stopped spinning like a cosmic carnival ride, I found myself standing in what appeared to be a meadow that had never heard of lawnmowers, hedge trimmers, or any other modern conveniences. Tall grass swayed around my ankles, dotted with wildflowers that looked like they'd stepped straight out of a medieval illuminated manuscript. The air carried scents I couldn't quite place. Wood smoke, something cooking that might have been bread, and the earthy richness of a world where exhaust fumes hadn't been invented yet. The silence hit me first. Not the kind of quiet you get in suburban neighbourhoods at 2 in the morning, but the deep, breathing silence of a place where the loudest sound for miles might be a bird calling or wind moving through leaves. No traffic hum, no air conditioning units, no distant leaf blowers, just the world as it existed before we filled it with the constant background chorus of modern life. I looked down at the compass still clutched in my hand, its needle now pointed steadily in one direction, with the confidence of something that finally knew where it belonged. The brass felt cool again, ordinary, as if it had never been anything more than a family heirloom, with a tendency toward dramatic gestures. The landscape stretched around me in rolling green hills that seemed to go on forever, punctuated by stands of trees that looked older than anything I'd ever seen. In the distance, smoke rose from what might have been chimneys, though calling them chimneys might be generous. Stone structures dotted the hillsides, not ruins, but buildings that were clearly lived in, used, part of someone's daily life. My modern clothes felt suddenly conspicuous. Jeans and a fleece jacket probably weren't going to help me blend in wherever, or whenever, I'd landed. The realization crept over me slowly, like cold water seeping through boots. I was no longer in Kansas, Toto, and I had a sneaking suspicion I wasn't in the 21st century either. A distant sound drifted across the meadow. Voices, maybe, and something that could have been livestock. Civilization, or at least what passed for it in whatever era I'd stumbled into. The compass needle held steady, pointing toward those distant wisps of smoke, as if it knew exactly where I needed to go. I took a deep breath of air that tasted like it had never met a factory, adjusted my grip on Great Aunt Moira's compass, and started walking toward whatever adventure awaited. After all, when you've accidentally time-travelled to what appeared to be medieval Scotland, standing around in a meadow questioning your life choices seemed less productive than finding out where you'd actually ended up. Besides, the coffee back home was getting cold anyway. Walking through medieval Scotland, I discovered, is like hiking through the world's most authentic historical reenactment, except nobody told you the rules, and there's no gift shop at the end. The path I followed, and I use the term path generously for what was essentially a suggestion of where people might have walked repeatedly, wound through countryside that looked like every romantic Highland calendar you've ever seen, minus the modern photographers, and plus a concerning amount of what might charitably be called natural fertilizer. The compass led me toward a cluster of buildings that materialized from the landscape like something emerging from a dream. Stone cottages with thatched roofs huddled together as if sharing warmth, connected by what I gradually recognized as streets, in the same way that rivers are connected by riverbeds, more suggestion than engineering. Smoke curled from chimneys in lazy spirals, and the whole scene had that soft-focus quality you see in paintings, except it smelled considerably more authentic. As I got closer, the sounds of daily life began to filter through the morning air. Voices spoke in such thick accents that they might as well have been speaking Gaelic, which, I realised with growing concern, they probably were. The rhythm of hammering, the lowing of cattle, and other sounds indicated that people were going about their perfectly normal medieval morning routines, possibly from a smithy nearby. The first person I encountered was a woman hanging laundry on a line strung between 2 posts, singing something under her breath that sounded like a lullaby written by someone who understood both joy and sorrow intimately. She wore a long dress in a shade of brown that probably had a fancy, historical name like umber or russet, covered by an apron that had clearly seen heavy use. When she spotted me approaching, her song trailed off, and she straightened slowly, taking in my appearance with the careful attention of someone evaluating whether I was lost, dangerous, or merely peculiar. Given my jeans, sneakers, and fleece jacket, I was probably hitting all 3 categories simultaneously. The conversation that ensued would have been amusing if it hadn't been crucial to my immediate survival. She spoke in what I eventually recognised as English, but English that had taken such a scenic route through time and regional dialect that understanding it required the kind of mental gymnastics usually reserved for solving crossword puzzles in foreign languages. Through a combination of pointing, pantomiming, and the universal language of looking completely bewildered, I managed to communicate that I was a traveller from, well, far away, seemed safer than 700 years in the future. She introduced herself as Elias, which she pronounced in a way that made my attempts to repeat it sound like someone sneezing while trying to say Alice. Elias had the kind of practical kindness that comes from living in a world where hospitality might be the difference between life and death for travellers. She scrutinised me thoroughly, observing my clearly unfamiliar attire and apparent bewilderment, before making a seemingly decisive assessment of my overall innocence. Within minutes, I found myself sitting on a wooden stool in her cottage, which was simultaneously smaller and more complex than I'd expected. The single room served as kitchen, living room, bedroom, and probably several other functions I hadn't identified yet. A fire burned in a stone hearth that dominated one wall, filling the space with warmth and the kind of wood smoke that makes you think of winter evenings even in broad daylight. She ladled something from a pot hanging over the fire into a wooden bowl and handed it to me with the universal gesture of "eat this before you fall over." The stew, and I'm calling it stew because that seemed like the closest modern equivalent, contained ingredients I couldn't entirely identify, but which tasted like someone had managed to make comfort food out of whatever was available in a world before grocery stores. As I ate, Elias continued talking in her musical, incomprehensible dialect, occasionally gesturing at my clothes or the compass I still carried. I nodded at what seemed like appropriate intervals and tried to look grateful rather than completely lost, which wasn't difficult since I was in fact deeply thankful and completely lost. The stew was surprisingly delicious, warming me deeply and easing the residual disorientation from my temporal journey. Outside, the village continued its daily rhythm, blissfully unaware that someone from the future was sitting in Elias's cottage, trying to figure out how to explain the concept of time travel through interpretive dance. Medieval Scottish villages, I learned over the following days, operate on a social system that makes modern office politics look straightforward. Everyone knows everyone else's business, but they discuss it in such elaborate circumlocutions that understanding what's actually happening requires the analytical skills of a detective and the patience of a saint. Elias, with her practical demeanour, appeared to have taken on the role of my cultural interpreter and general caretaker. She'd found me clothes that wouldn't immediately mark me as either foreign or potentially magical. A long tunic in undyed wool, rough brown trousers, and shoes that were less shoes and more leather suggestions wrapped around my feet. The transformation from 21st century person to medieval peasant was remarkably thorough, though I kept the compass hidden in an inner pocket like a technological talisman. The daily rhythm of village life unfolded around me like a complex dance. I was learning one stumbling step at a time. People rose with the sun because artificial lighting consisted of candles and firelight, both too precious to waste on staying up late binge-watching anything. Work commenced immediately and persisted until dusk, interspersed with meals that became unique events. Food, I discovered, was both simpler and more complicated than I'd expected. Simpler because ingredients were limited to what could be grown, caught, or raised locally. More complicated because preparing even basic meals required skills I'd never developed, like knowing which wild plants were edible versus which ones would make you see colours that didn't exist. Elise took my culinary education seriously, teaching me to identify herbs by smell and touch, to judge when bread was properly kneaded by the way the dough felt under my hands, and to tend a fire so it provided steady heat without consuming all the fuel. These lessons came with running commentary in her musical dialect, most of which went over my head, but some of which I was beginning to understand through sheer repetition and context. The village blacksmith, a man named Hamish who looked like he could arm wrestle bears for entertainment, became another inadvertent teacher. He spoke even less comprehensible English than Elias, but his demonstrations of metalworking were clear enough. Watching him shape iron with hammer and fire was like seeing magic that happened to obey the laws of physics. The rhythmic ringing of his hammer provided the village's soundtrack, a steady percussion that marked the passage of working hours. What struck me most was how much everyone knew about everything. Elias could predict weather by reading clouds, identify plants that would cure headaches or settle stomachs, spin wool into thread, weave thread into cloth, and cook meals that turned basic ingredients into something approaching delicious. Hamish could make tools, horseshoes and weapons, and probably fix anything made of metal. Everyone possessed practical knowledge that had been passed down through generations of trial and error. I, meanwhile, knew how to operate a microwave and had strong opinions about coffee brands. The skill gap was humbling. The social dynamics fascinated me in ways that probably weren't entirely healthy. Decisions seemed to emerge from informal discussions that could last days, with everyone contributing opinions in ways that looked chaotic, but followed patterns I was slowly learning to recognise. Leadership existed but was more collaborative than hierarchical, at least on the level of daily village life. My presence had become a source of mild entertainment for everyone. People needed to teach the stranger, who appeared out of nowhere, basic survival skills that most people learned as children. But there was no mockery in their attention, just curiosity and the kind of practical helpfulness that comes from living in a community where everyone's survival depends on everyone else's competence. The evenings were my favourite time. After the work was done and the animals settled for the night, people would gather around fires to share stories, songs and whatever passed for local gossip. These sessions were like a combination of theatre, news broadcast and social media feed, all rolled into an oral tradition that stretched back generations. I listened more than I spoke, partly because understanding their stories required most of my mental processing power, but mainly because the storytelling itself was so rich. These weren't just tales, they were living history, entertainment, moral instruction, and community memory all woven together in voices that knew how to make words dance. Sitting by firelight, surrounded by voices speaking in rhythms older than written history, I began to understand why my great-aunt Moira's compass had brought me here. The present wasn't just a different time, it was a different way of being human, one that operated on completely different assumptions about what mattered and how life should be lived. Just when I'd started feeling reasonably confident about my ability to navigate medieval Scottish life without accidentally starting a witch trial or dying from eating the wrong mushroom, the universe decided to remind me that historical periods come with historical problems, the kind that don't have modern solutions. It started with Hamish not showing up at his forge for 2 consecutive days. In a village where everyone's routine was as predictable as sunrise, this was equivalent to the town clock stopping. Ilias noticed first, the way mothers notice when children are too quiet. She stood in her doorway, looking toward the silent smithy with the expression of someone calculating distances to the nearest help. The explanation, when it came, arrived in the form of young Tevish running through the village like his hair was on fire, shouting something in rapid Gaelic that sent every adult within hearing distance into immediate action. Even with my improving language skills, I caught only fragments, something about riders, weapons, and a word that might have been MacLeod, spoken in the tone usually reserved for natural disasters. Within minutes, the village transformed from sleepy rural community to organised emergency response team. Men appeared with weapons I hadn't known they possessed, swords, spears and bows that looked both well-maintained and frequently used. Women began securing livestock, hiding valuables, and preparing for what was clearly a familiar drill. Elise grabbed my arm with a grip that suggested this was not the time for questions. She led me to her cottage, where she began pulling up floorboards to reveal a cache that contained everything from silver coins to woolen cloaks to what appeared to be important documents wrapped in oiled cloth. The hiding place was obviously well planned and frequently accessed. Through gestures and her increasingly urgent dialect, she managed to communicate that raiders, possibly clan rivals, possibly just opportunistic troublemakers, were approaching from the east. This was apparently a recurring problem, like having neighbours who borrowed your tools and never returned them, except the tools were your livestock, and the borrowing involved weapons. The next few hours unfolded like a medieval disaster movie, except with no special effects budget and considerably more authentic terror. The village emptied as people moved to defensive positions or hiding places that had clearly been planned in advance. I found myself following Elias to a cave system in the nearby hills, along with most of the women, children and elderly villagers. The caves were more sophisticated than I'd expected, dry, well ventilated and stocked with supplies that suggested this wasn't anyone's first rodeo. Someone had carved rough shelves into the stone walls, and these held water containers, preserved food, and bundles of warm clothing. This was infrastructure born from necessity. the kind of preparation that comes from living with ongoing uncertainty. Waiting in the cave, listening to the muffled sounds of what might have been conflict in the distance, gave me plenty of time to contemplate how unprepared I was for medieval life's more challenging aspects. My modern sensibilities kept expecting someone in authority to handle the situation. Police, military, some form of organised government response. Instead, the villagers were handling it themselves with the calm competence of people who'd never had the luxury of expecting rescue from outside. Hours passed with a kind of slow intensity that makes you hyper-aware of every sound. Children remained remarkably quiet, as if they understood the stakes without needing explanation. Adults took turns at the cave entrance, listening for signals that would indicate whether it was safe to return. The compass in my pocket felt warm against my leg, a reminder that I had options these people didn't. I could potentially use it to return to my time and escape this danger entirely. But the thought felt like abandonment, like walking away from people who'd shown me kindness when I was completely helpless. Late in the afternoon, Tavish appeared at the cave entrance with news delivered in excited whispers. The raiders had moved on without attacking the village directly, apparently deciding the target wasn't worth the effort. But they'd taken livestock from the outlying farms, including Hamish's prize bull and several sheep belonging to other families. The relief was palpable, but it came mixed with the grim understanding that the victory was only a temporary reprieve. Medieval life, I realised, existed in a constant state of low-level emergency, where security was temporary and survival required constant vigilance. As we emerged from the caves and made our way back to the village, I found myself looking at my temporary home with new eyes. These buildings were more than just charming historical structures. They served as fortress walls, safe harbours, and the delicate boundary between civilization and chaos, in a world more fragile than I had ever imagined. Recovery from a medieval crisis, I learned, doesn't involve insurance claims or government assistance. It involves community action that makes barn raising look casual. The villagers' response to the recent raid played out like a carefully choreographed dance that everyone knew the steps to except me. Within hours of returning from the caves, assessment and redistribution began. Hamish's lost bull was mourned briefly, then replaced through a complex system of shared resources that involved everyone contributing something: grain, labour, animals, or promissory notes for future services. Watching this unfold was like seeing economics in its most basic form, where value was measured in practical terms and everyone's survival depended on everyone else's generosity. My role in this recovery effort was initially unclear. I possessed no livestock to share, no traditional skills to contribute, and no accumulated social capital to draw upon. Standing around looking sympathetic wasn't going to help anyone replace stolen sheep. But Elise, with her gift for practical solutions, found ways to make me useful. She set me to work helping with tasks that required more hands than skill, holding wool while she spun it into thread, carrying water for various household needs, and learning to tend the fire so it burned efficiently without consuming precious fuel. These weren't glamorous contributions, but they freed her to focus on more complex work, which in turn helped the overall community effort. The compass in my pocket seemed to pulse occasionally, as if reminding me of its presence. Sometimes I'd catch myself wondering what would happen if I used it, whether I'd return to my own time and place, leaving this community to handle their challenges without the minor assistance I was learning to provide. The thought always left me feeling oddly hollow, like contemplating leaving a book unfinished. As days passed, I began to understand the intricate social network that held the village together. Relationships here weren't just personal, they were economic, political and survival-based all at once. When old Morag shared her preserved vegetables with families who'd lost stores to the raiders, she wasn't just being kind, she was investing in a network of reciprocity that might save her life someday. My language skills improved through necessity and immersion. Conversations that had been incomprehensible began revealing their meanings, though I still missed subtleties and references to shared history. The dialect was like a musical instrument I was learning to play. I could manage simple melodies, but the complex compositions were still beyond my reach. Hamish, recovered from whatever had kept him away during the raid, took an interest in my metalworking curiosity. His forge became a second classroom where I learned that working with iron required patience, timing, and physical strength I was slowly developing. The rhythm of hammer on anvil was meditative in ways I hadn't expected. and there was profound satisfaction in shaping metal into useful forms. Under his patient instruction, I managed to create my first piece, a simple hook for hanging pots. It was crude, functional, and probably embarrassing by medieval standards, but Hamish examined it with the seriousness of a master craftsman evaluating important work. His nod of approval felt like earning a diploma from the University of Practical Life. The village's children became another source of education, though they were probably learning as much from me as I was from them. My stories about the future, carefully disguised as tales from far away, fascinated them. In return, they taught me games, songs, and the kind of local knowledge that adults took for granted but visitors needed to learn. Through their patient instruction, I discovered which berries were safe to eat, how to read weather signs and cloud formations, and the proper way to approach various animals without getting kicked, bitten, or worse. I realised that children's knowledge, unfiltered by assumptions about what everyone already knew, was often more practical than adult knowledge. Evening storytelling sessions continued to be highlights of each day. My contributions to these gatherings evolved from silent listening to occasional participation. The first time I successfully told a story that made people laugh, I felt like I'd passed some invisible test of community membership. The story was about a traveller who got lost and ended up in a place where everything was familiar but slightly different, like his home viewed through a distorting mirror. Looking back, it was probably more autobiography than fiction, but the audience appreciated the humour in someone bumbling through unfamiliar customs while trying to maintain dignity. Sitting by firelight surrounded by faces that had become familiar and dear, I realised I'd stopped thinking about this experience as temporary. The compass still rested in my pocket, still offered the possibility of return, but that possibility felt less urgent than it had when I'd first arrived. Finding your place may mean not just surviving, but also adding value to those around you. Living in medieval Scotland for several weeks taught me that community isn't just a pleasant social concept. It's a survival technology refined over generations. Every relationship, every tradition, and every seemingly casual interaction served multiple purposes that weren't immediately obvious to someone raised in the age of individualism and social safety nets. The revelation came during preparation for what Ilias called the harvest celebration, though my improving language skills suggested the actual name involved several syllables that didn't translate directly into modern English. The celebration wasn't just a party, it was a community-wide ritual of gratitude, resource assessment, and social bonding that would help everyone survive the coming winter. Preparations began weeks in advance and involved everyone in overlapping circles of responsibility. Women organised food preparation that required coordinating ingredients from dozens of households. Men handled construction of temporary structures and arrangements for entertainment. Children managed smaller tasks that nonetheless proved essential to the overall effort. My role in these preparations had naturally transitioned from that of a helpful stranger to that of a community member. Alias no longer gave me basic instructions for simple tasks. She assumed I understood the underlying patterns and would apply them appropriately. This shift from explicit teaching to implicit expectation felt like crossing an invisible threshold. Hamish had begun including me in conversations about metalwork projects that extended beyond immediate practical needs. Planning decorative elements for the celebration, discussing improvements to tools and equipment, and considering the next season's requirements. These conversations assumed I would be present for their completion. The assumption was never stated directly, but it coloured every discussion about future plans. The compass in my pocket had become a familiar weight, no longer foreign, but not quite forgotten. Sometimes I'd catch myself absently touching it through the fabric, like checking for keys or a wallet in a habit that suggested ownership rather than temporary possession. When had it stopped being my great-aunt Moira's compass and become simply mine? As the celebration approached, I began to understand the deeper currents that moved beneath village life. This ceremony wasn't just about harvest. It was about reinforcing social bonds that would be tested by winter's isolation and challenges. The shared work of preparation created opportunities for resolving conflicts, negotiating marriages, planning collaborative projects, and generally maintaining the social fabric that held everyone together. My contribution to the celebration planning surprised me with its complexity. What started as simple task assistance had grown into genuine responsibility for coordinating between different working groups. People came to me with questions, suggestions, and problems that needed solving. Somehow, without conscious intention, I'd become someone others relied upon. The night before the celebration, I found myself sitting with Hamish outside his forge, sharing ale that tasted like liquid bread and watching stars that looked brighter than any I'd seen in the 21st century. Our conversation meandered through topics that would have been impossible when I'd first arrived. Technical discussions of metalworking, philosophical observations about community life, and shared complaints about weather and neighbours. "You're different than when you first appeared," Hamish said in his careful English, clearly making an effort to communicate precisely. "Less like someone watching everything from outside." His observation struck me as profoundly accurate. I had been watching from outside initially, observing medieval life like an anthropologist or tourist, maintaining psychological distance even while learning practical skills. But somewhere along the way that distance had dissolved. I'd stopped analysing and started simply living. The realisation raised questions I'd been avoiding. What was my responsibility to this community that had taken me in? What did I owe to people who'd shared their resources, knowledge and lives with someone who might disappear at any moment? The compass offered escape, but escape from what? And to what? My modern life seemed increasingly abstract when I tried to recall its details. The job that had felt vital, the possessions I'd accumulated, the relationships that operated through screens and scheduled interactions, all of it felt less real than the weight of bread dough in my hands or the satisfaction of shaping metal in Hamish's forge. That night, I lay on the straw mattress in Elixir's cottage, listening to the familiar sounds of village life settling into sleep, and tried to imagine using the compass to return home. The image felt hollow, like trying to remember a dream upon waking. This was not because modern life was bad, but rather because it belonged to someone I could no longer confidently identify with. The celebration tomorrow would mark not just the harvest, but a year's cycle of growth, work, and community survival. It occurred to me that I'd become part of that cycle in ways I hadn't planned or expected. The question wasn't whether I belonged here, it was whether I could imagine belonging anywhere else. Tomorrow would provide clarity one way or another. The harvest celebration unfolded like a symphony played by instruments I'd never heard before but somehow recognised in my bones. Dawn brought the scent of bread baking in communal ovens, the sound of children's laughter mixing with adult voices raised in songs that seemed older than the stones themselves, and a sense of anticipation that made the air itself feel alive with possibility. I woke to find that Elias had left new clothes on the stool beside my bed. Not the rough work garments I'd grown accustomed to, but festival clothes in colours that caught the light. The tunic was deep blue, the colour of the evening sky, with embroidery around the neck and sleeves that must have taken weeks to complete. When had she found time to create this? And why? The day began with a ritual I was invited to join rather than simply observe. Standing in the village centre with everyone else, hands joined in a circle that encompassed the entire community. I listened to words spoken in Gaelic that I couldn't understand but somehow felt the meaning of. Gratitude, remembrance, hope for the future, acknowledgement of the cycles that connected all life. Universal concepts expressed in ancient syllables. Upon the conclusion of the formal ceremonies and the commencement of the celebration proper, I found myself effortlessly transitioning through familiar routines, helping to arrange food on long tables constructed from planks and sawhorses, ensuring that fires were properly tended to keep everything warm, and solving small logistical problems that arose when large groups tried to coordinate complex activities. But something had shifted in how others responded to my presence. Previously, strangers would greet me with careful politeness, but now they greet me with the casual warmth of family. Children ran to me with questions and small disasters that needed adult attention. Adults included me in conversations without the slight pause that indicated translation or explanation. Hamish found me during the height of the festivities, carrying 2 cups of something that smelled like fermented happiness. "You've been quiet today," he noted as he settled beside me on a log strategically positioned to overlook the celebration. "Thinking heavy thoughts?" The question was more perceptive than I'd expected. I had been thinking heavy thoughts about time, belonging, responsibility, and the weight of choices that couldn't be undone. The compass in my pocket felt heavier than usual, as if it understood that decision time was approaching. "I've been thinking about staying," I said, the words emerging before I'd consciously decided to speak them. Hamish nodded as if his discovery wasn't surprising news. "And what's stopping you?" The question pierced through my inner turmoil. What was stopping me? Fear of commitment to a life so different from everything I'd known. Was I feeling guilty for forsaking my own responsibilities? Or something deeper? The terror of discovering that I might be happier in a world without modern conveniences, that my carefully constructed 21st century life might have been a beautiful prison I'd mistaken for freedom. As evening approached and the celebration began winding toward its traditional conclusion, Aelius appeared at my elbow with timing that suggested she'd been watching for the right moment. Without words, she led me away from the crowd to a quiet spot overlooking the village, where the sounds of continuing festivities provided a cheerful background murmur. "The compass," she said simply, using English words carefully chosen for clarity. "It brought you here for a reason." I looked at her in surprise. "You know about the compass?" Her smile carried centuries of knowledge. "Some things are older than the stories we tell about them. Your great-aunt knew this place, knew these people. The compass doesn't bring travellers, it brings family home." The revelation settled over me like recognition of something I'd always known but never articulated. Great-aunt Moira's stories about Scotland, her mysterious past and the way she'd always seemed slightly out of step with modern times. Suddenly they made sense in ways that had nothing to do with logic and everything to do with truth. The compass grew warm in my pocket, and I understood that this was the moment of choice. I could return to my time, carrying memories of this experience like souvenirs from an extraordinary vacation. Or I could stay, accepting the responsibility and joy of genuine belonging in a community that had already accepted me as one of their own, looking down at the village where lights flickered in windows, where people I'd grown to love were continuing celebrations that would carry them through another winter, where my hands had helped build something larger than myself. The choice felt less like a decision and more like recognition. The compass would stay in my pocket, its work complete. I was already home. Picture England in the 1500s, a damp, sheep-filled kingdom sitting off the coast of Europe, watching Spain haul shiploads of gold back from the Americas. While Spain was becoming incredibly wealthy from its New World adventures, the English were still trying to figure out basic matters, such as not executing so many of their monarchs. But sometimes underdogs are just getting warmed up. Elizabeth I, a woman, sat on the throne, capable of engaging diplomatically in the morning and authorising a pirate raid by tea time. She looked at Spain's treasure fleet sailing past and thought the English deserved a share of that wealth. Enter the Sea Dogs, which sounds innocent, but was actually England's cheeky name for their officially unofficial pirates. These were men such as Francis Drake, who had the audacity to sail around the entire world just to prove it could be done, stopping along the way to liberate Spanish treasure. When Drake came home with a ship so loaded with stolen Spanish gold that it nearly sank, Elizabeth didn't arrest him. She knighted him. The Spanish, understandably, were getting tired of this behaviour. So in 1588 they decided to send a little reminder called the Spanish Armada, 130 ships packed with soldiers, heading straight for England's shores. You might expect this to be where England gets its comeuppance. David versus Goliath, except Goliath has cannons and centuries of naval experience. But here's where geography becomes destiny, and where England's terrible weather finally worked in their favour. Picture the Spanish admiral who had spent months planning this invasion, his ships loaded with troops, feeling confident. Then he hits the English Channel and discovers that English weather isn't just unpleasant, it's actively hostile. The wind starts howling, the seas turn nasty, and suddenly those massive proud warships are being tossed around violently. The English, meanwhile, had smaller, more nimble ships that danced around the Spanish fleet. They'd dart in, fire their cannons, and zip away before the Spanish could respond. It was naval guerrilla warfare, and the Spanish weren't ready for it. But the real hero of this story wasn't English bravery or cunning, it was the weather. A massive storm scattered the Spanish fleet, sending ships crashing into rocks, running aground and generally having the worst day in naval history. The Spanish called it El Viento Protestante, the Protestant wind. Even God, it seemed, had picked sides. When the dust settled, Spain's seemingly invincible navy was in tatters, and little England had proven that sometimes, being small and scrappy beats being big and powerful, your underweight friend somehow winning an arm wrestling contest against the gym's bodybuilder, improbable, but undeniably impressive. This victory not only protected England from invasion, but also signalled the arrival of a new player in the global arena. The Spanish Empire, which had seemed as permanent as the sunrise, suddenly looked vulnerable. And England, that soggy little island that nobody had taken seriously, started getting some intriguing ideas about what it might accomplish on the world stage. The age of Spanish dominance was beginning to crack, and through those cracks English ambition was starting to grow. Persistent, unstoppable, and surprisingly resilient. The foundation was being laid for what would become the largest empire in human history. After beating the Spanish Armada, England had confidence but still relatively little money compared to its European neighbours. They needed a business plan, and unfortunately, the business plans of the 1600s often involved what we'd politely call morally questionable practices. Enter the merchant companies, organisations with grand names such as the Company of Merchant Adventurers. These weren't your typical corner shops. They were massive trading corporations with royal charters that basically said, go forth and make money, and don't ask too many questions about how. The East India Company was the crown jewel of these operations, and calling it just a trading company understates its true nature. Founded in 1600, it started as a simple idea: sail to Asia, buy spices and silk, and sell them back home for enormous profits. It became the world's first global corporation, except with more cannons and fewer HR departments. You have to understand, spices back then weren't just about making food taste better, they were incredibly valuable. Pepper was literally worth its weight in silver, and nutmeg was so precious that wars were fought over tiny islands that grew it. The Dutch had monopolised much of the spice trade, charging whatever they wanted, and the English decided they should get in on that business. But the East India Company wasn't content to just trade. They started hiring their own armies, making their own treaties, and essentially running their own foreign policy. A modern corporation deciding to start conquering countries, that's basically what happened, except with sailing ships and elaborate uniforms. The company's expansion into India perfectly demonstrates how ambition can snowball beyond anyone's original intentions. They'd started by just wanting to set up trading posts along the coast, little fortified compounds where they could store goods and conduct business. But India in the 1600s was a complex patchwork of competing kingdoms, and the Mughal Empire, which had been holding everything together, was starting to weaken. Into this power vacuum stepped the East India Company. They'd make alliances with local rulers, provide military support, and gradually become indispensable. Before anyone quite realised what was happening, the company wasn't just trading in India, it was running large chunks of it. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was one of those moments that seemed minor at the time but changed everything. Robert Clive, a company official who'd started as a clerk and worked his way up to general, defeated the Nawab of Bengal with a much smaller force. This unexpected victory paved the way for unprecedented power. But victory came with consequences nobody had thought through. Suddenly, the East India Company was responsible for governing millions of people across vast territories. They'd gone from being merchants to being rulers, and they were completely unprepared for this transformation. The wealth flowing back to Britain was staggering. Bengal alone was generating revenues that dwarfed many European kingdoms' entire budgets. The taxes that had previously benefited local rulers were now contributing significantly to British coffers, and the company's shareholders were experiencing unprecedented wealth. Naturally, the foundation of this wealth rested on systems that were fundamentally extractive and frequently cruel. The company exploited their territories, prioritising profit margins over the well-being of the people under their control. Famines became more common and more deadly when local resources were diverted to company profits rather than local needs. Back in London, people were starting to notice that their little trading company had somehow acquired an empire. The British government wasn't entirely sure what to do with this situation. The company was generating enormous wealth for the country, but it was also making decisions that affected international relations and the lives of millions of people. This was the beginning of a pattern that would define the British Empire for centuries. Private ambition leading to public responsibility, commercial ventures growing into political control, and a small island nation finding itself responsible for governing vast populations across the globe, often without any clear plan for how to do it ethically or effectively. The stage was set for an empire that would span continents and reshape the world, built not through grand strategy, but through the accumulated decisions of merchants, soldiers and administrators, who often had no idea what they were creating. By the 1700s, Britain had stumbled into something resembling a strategy. Though calling it a strategy might be generous, it was more organised opportunism with excellent naval support. Britain had discovered that if you controlled the seas, you could control global trade, control the highways, and you don't need to own every town. You just need to control how people and goods move between them. This is where the Royal Navy enters our story with full force. By the mid-1700s, Britain was building ships constantly, everywhere, with the assumption that you could never have too many. They had honed their naval warfare skills to such an extent that any potential enemy found encountering a British fleet to be highly unwelcome. This naval strategy truly demonstrated its effectiveness during the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763. While European powers engaged in land battles, Britain pursued a distinct strategy. They'd swoop in, capture strategic ports and islands, disrupt enemy trade routes, and generally make life miserable for anyone who depended on maritime commerce. Take the capture of Quebec in 1759, which sounds straightforward but was actually extraordinarily daring. General Wolfe and his troops had to scale supposedly unclimbable cliffs in the middle of the night, surprise the French defenders, and capture one of the most important cities in North America. It was the kind of plan that should have failed spectacularly, but somehow worked perfectly, though both Wolfe and the French commander died in the battle. The result of all this naval dominance was that Britain started accumulating territories at an unprecedented rate. Gibraltar controlled access to the Mediterranean. Malta was perfectly positioned for Middle Eastern trade routes. The Cape of Good Hope controlled the sea route to Asia. It was strategic positioning on a global scale, with each acquisition making the next one more valuable. From a logistical perspective, governing a global empire with a sailing ship as your fastest communication method presents unique challenges. Messages between London and India took months, which meant that by the time headquarters heard about a problem and sent back instructions, the situation had usually either resolved itself or gotten spectacularly worse. This communication delay created a dynamic where British officials on the ground had enormous autonomy. They couldn't ask London for permission every time they needed to make a decision, so they often just made it and hoped it would be approved retroactively. Some officials used this freedom responsibly. Others discovered that power exercised 8,000 miles away from any oversight can corrupt absolutely. You'd have company officials essentially running their own kingdoms, making treaties, waging wars and collecting taxes, all while technically being employees of a trading company based in London. The system worked when these officials were competent and honest, but it created opportunities for abuse that were difficult to control from such distances. The American colonies served as a prime illustration of the potential pitfalls of this system. Strapped for cash after the costly 7 Years' War, the British government decided that the Americans should contribute to their own defence costs. This seemed reasonable from London's perspective. After all, British troops had just spent years protecting American colonists from French and Indian attacks. But the colonists had gotten used to managing their affairs, and suddenly being asked to pay taxes they'd had no say in imposing felt fundamentally unfair. The famous no taxation without representation wasn't just a catchy slogan. It was a fundamental complaint about the impossibility of governing an empire when communication took months and local conditions changed daily. The British response to American complaints was essentially, "We've been doing this successfully all over the world. Just go along with it." But North America was different from India or the Caribbean. The colonists were mostly British descended, shared British legal traditions, and had enough economic independence to cause real trouble if they organised. When that trouble finally came, Britain discovered that naval supremacy, while excellent for controlling trade routes and capturing islands, was less useful for fighting a land war against people who knew the terrain and had the support of the local population. You could control the coasts, but controlling the interior required different tactics entirely. The loss of the American colonies was Britain's first major imperial setback, but it wouldn't be the last. The lesson was clear. Empires built on naval power and commercial advantage were vulnerable when local populations decided they no longer wanted to be governed by distant foreigners, no matter how powerful those foreigners might be at sea. After losing the American colonies, Britain was hurt and embarrassed, but determined to prove they could do better elsewhere. They were lucky to have India, which was becoming their most lucrative relationship, even if it was unexpectedly complex. By the 1800s, calling India the jewel in the crown wasn't just poetic language, it was an economic reality. The wealth flowing from the subcontinent was extraordinary. Cotton, spices, tea, opium, and manufactured goods were generating revenues that made Britain one of the wealthiest nations on earth. But this wealth came with responsibilities and complications that nobody had really planned for. The thing about governing 300 million people across a subcontinent is that it's incredibly complex. You're managing people who speak dozens of different languages, follow different religions, and have centuries of complicated relationships with each other, and you're expected to make a profit while doing it. The East India Company had grown from a trading organisation into essentially a parallel government, complete with its own armies, tax systems and legal codes. Company officials lived lavishly, building elaborate mansions and hosting parties that would have impressed European royalty. But they were also dealing with famines, rebellions, and the constant challenge of maintaining control over territories larger than most European countries. The Indian Rebellion of 1857 served as a significant awakening. A mutiny among Indian soldiers escalated into a widespread uprising throughout northern India, thereby forcing the company to fight for its own survival. The immediate trigger was rumours about ammunition cartridges being greased with cow and pig fat, offensive to both Hindu and Muslim soldiers. But the real causes went much deeper. The company had been gradually taking over more and more aspects of Indian life, raising taxes, changing traditional arrangements, and generally making life more difficult for local populations while getting richer themselves. Eventually, the changes created enough resentment to explode into open rebellion. The rebellion was brutal on both sides, with atrocities that shocked even people accustomed to colonial violence. When British forces finally regained control, the response was swift and decisive. The East India Company was dissolved, and the British government took direct control of India. Someone responsible needed to take charge. The new arrangement, known as the British Raj, was supposed to be more professional and less extractive than company rule. The idea was that government officials, unlike company employees, would prioritise beneficial governance over pure profit. In practice, it was more a change in management structure than a fundamental reform of a system designed to benefit outsiders at the expense of locals. This period saw the construction of massive infrastructure projects, railways, telegraphs, irrigation systems, and administrative buildings that still dot the Indian landscape today. The British built these not out of altruism, but because effective extraction requires effective infrastructure. Better roads and railways made everything work more efficiently, but the primary beneficiary was still Britain. The railway system perfectly demonstrates this dynamic. By 1900, India had one of the largest railway networks in the world, which was genuinely impressive and useful. Trains connected remote regions, facilitated trade, and made travel easier for millions of people. But the network was designed primarily to move raw materials from the interior to coastal ports and finished goods from ports to markets, a pattern that benefited British manufacturers much more than Indian ones. Imperial wealth was simultaneously transforming British society. Bengali fortunes enabled the construction of grand mansions in the countryside. Entire families could live comfortably on the pensions of relatives who'd served in India. Indian textiles, foods, and ideas were influencing British culture, despite Britain maintaining strict hierarchies that kept Indians subordinate within their own country. Everyone recognised the irony. British officials in India lived in luxury while promoting the civilising mission of empire, whereas back in Britain, industrial cities were filled with workers enduring conditions often worse than those faced by many Indians. The wealth that made Britain a global power was unevenly distributed even among the British themselves, but perhaps the most significant long-term impact was educational. The British introduced English language education partly to create a class of Indians who could serve as intermediaries between British administrators and the local population. The unintended consequence was creating a generation of Indian intellectuals who could read British political philosophy, including ideas about democracy, individual rights, and self-governance. This educated class began to ask uncomfortable questions. If these principles were beneficial enough for Britain, why weren't they beneficial enough for India? Ironically, the British were sowing the seeds of independence through the very educational system they had established to enhance the effectiveness of their rule. By the mid-1800s, Britain had achieved something unprecedented in human history. They had become so globally dominant that they were essentially playing geopolitics alone at the top. But success brought its own problems. When you're the world's dominant power, everyone else starts looking for ways to knock you down. Enter Russia, with all the subtlety of a freight train. The Russians were expanding south and east, methodically acquiring Central Asian territories. From Britain's perspective, such activity was deeply concerning, because Russian expansion toward Afghanistan meant Russian expansion toward India, and nobody was allowed to threaten the jewel in the crown. Thus began what Rudyard Kipling called the Great Game, a decades-long strategic competition between Britain and Russia that played out across some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth. It was expensive, dangerous geopolitics with real consequences measured in empires. The problem was geography. The distance between Russian territory and British India was filled with mountains, deserts, and tribal territories that nobody really controlled. Afghanistan was the key piece. Whoever controlled Afghanistan could threaten India, but Afghanistan had an inconvenient habit of being completely unconquerable. The First Afghan War, 1839 to 1842, was Britain's attempt to install a friendly ruler in Kabul, and it went disastrously wrong. The plan involved marching an army through mountain passes to impose a government on people who really didn't want one. The retreat from Kabul became legendary for all the wrong reasons. Of the roughly 16,000 people who began the retreat, only one British officer made it back to tell the story. It was a military disaster that should have made everyone reconsider their entire approach to foreign policy. But here's the thing about imperial momentum. Once you're committed to defending everywhere, you can't really afford to look weak anywhere. So despite the Afghan disaster, Britain kept expanding, building naval bases, signing treaties with local rulers, and getting drawn into conflicts that seemed to multiply endlessly. The Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, was officially presented as a conflict to protect the Ottoman Empire from Russian expansion. However, its true purpose was to maintain the balance of power that secured Britain's global position. Fighting in the Crimean Peninsula was difficult and messy, and nobody looked particularly competent. This was also the war that introduced the world to Florence Nightingale and modern nursing, which tells you something about how badly things were going, that the most memorable outcome was improvements in medical care for wounded soldiers. The charge of the Light Brigade became famous poetry, but it was famous because 600 cavalry charging directly into cannon fire was such a spectacular example of military incompetence that people couldn't stop talking about it. Meanwhile, the cost of maintaining this global empire was becoming astronomical. Britain's imperial commitments were accumulating steadily, and each one required its army and navy to maintain. The Royal Navy alone was larger than the next two navies combined, and maintaining that supremacy meant constantly building new ships to keep up with technological advances. When ironclad warships replaced wooden ones, Britain had to replace its entire fleet. When steam power became standard, they had to build coaling stations around the world. It was a never-ending cycle of expensive upgrades. On land, Britain was maintaining garrisons from Gibraltar to Hong Kong, and each garrison needed supplies, reinforcements, and local support. The logistics of empire were mind-boggling. Coordinating military operations across multiple time zones when your fastest communication was still limited by the speed of telegraph cables that could be cut by anyone with determination and basic tools. When local populations decided they'd had enough of foreign rule, the Indian Mutiny had demonstrated how quickly things could go wrong. Every British colony now needs enough troops to maintain order, but not so many that the cost becomes prohibitive. It was a delicate balance that required constant attention and enormous resources. Back home, British society was dealing with the contradictions of empire in increasingly uncomfortable ways. While the wealth from India and other colonies funded British prosperity, it also raised moral questions that were difficult to dismiss. How do you reconcile believing in liberty and justice with ruling over hundreds of millions of people who had no say in their governance? Some British intellectuals convinced themselves that empire was actually beneficial for colonised peoples, a civilizing mission that brought progress and enlightenment to backward societies. Others were more honest about the economic motivations but argued that the benefits justified the costs. Still, others began questioning whether the whole enterprise was sustainable or ethical. These debates were mostly academic for ordinary British people, who enjoyed imperial prosperity without having to think too deeply about where it came from. But they were becoming very real for the growing number of educated Indians, Africans, and others who were beginning to organise and demand changes to the colonial system. By 1900, Britain's empire covered roughly a quarter of the Earth's land surface and ruled over 400 million people, which sounds impressive until you realise that managing that many people across that much territory was extraordinarily difficult. trying to conduct an orchestra where half the musicians are in different buildings and none of them can hear the conductor. The first major crack in the imperial facade came from an unexpected direction. White settlers in South Africa who had the audacity to fight back. The Boer War, 1899 to 1902, was supposed to be a quick demonstration of British power, but it turned into a grinding conflict that revealed some uncomfortable truths about imperial warfare. Fighting Dutch farmers who knew the terrain and had good rifles turned out to be much harder than anyone had anticipated. The British response was to invent concentration camps, not the Nazi death camps, but the original version, where civilian populations were confined to control guerrilla warfare. It worked from a military standpoint, but the international criticism was severe, and the cost was enormous. Britain spent more money fighting a few thousand Boer farmers than they'd spent on most previous colonial wars combined. More troubling was what the war revealed about British society itself. Physical examinations of army recruits showed that a shocking percentage of young British men were unfit for military service, malnourished, diseased, and physically underdeveloped. The Empire was so busy extracting wealth from other countries that it had neglected the health of its own population. World War I was supposed to demonstrate the Empire's strength and unity, and in some ways it did. Troops from India, Canada, Australia, New Zealand and South Africa fought alongside British forces, and the combined imperial effort was genuinely impressive. But the war also accelerated changes that would ultimately undermine imperial authority. The thing about asking people to die for your cause is that it gives them certain moral authority to question it afterward. Indian soldiers who fought in Europe and Mesopotamia returned home with new perspectives on British power and new expectations about political rights. It's difficult to tell someone they're not ready for self-governance after they've spent 4 years fighting Germans in the trenches. The economic cost of World War I was staggering. Britain went from being the world's largest creditor to being deeply in debt, particularly to the United States. Running a global empire is expensive under the best circumstances, but trying to do it while simultaneously fighting the most destructive war in human history was financially devastating. The interwar period saw Britain trying to maintain imperial prestige on a reduced budget, which worked about as well as you'd expect. Although the Government of India Act of 1919 promised Indians greater self-governance, its actual reforms were so limited that they failed to satisfy almost anyone. Meanwhile, a lawyer named Gandhi was developing new methods of resistance that were specifically designed to make British rule look illegitimate and brutal. Gandhi's genius was understanding that the moral foundation of empire was already shaky. Most British people wanted to believe they were governing other countries for those countries' benefit, not just for British profit. By organising peaceful resistance that provoked violent responses, Gandhi made it impossible to maintain that comfortable fiction. When British authorities beat peaceful protesters with clubs or opened fire on unarmed crowds, the civilising mission started looking more like organised theft. In many ways, World War II was Britain's greatest achievement. Standing alone against Nazi Germany in 1940 required genuine courage and determination. But fighting that war required mobilising every possible resource, including the Empire's, and it became increasingly difficult to justify denying political rights to people whose contributions were essential to British survival. The Bengal famine of 1943, which killed between 2 and 3 million people, was a particularly dark moment. While Britain was fighting for freedom and democracy in Europe, imperial policies were contributing to mass starvation in India. It's challenging to maintain that you're fighting for universal human rights, while simultaneously presiding over preventable famine in your most important colony. By 1945, Britain had won the war, but lost the economic foundation of the empire. The country was exhausted, broke, and dependent on American aid. The Royal Navy, which had been the backbone of imperial power for centuries, was increasingly obsolete in an age of air power and nuclear weapons. Maintaining global military supremacy was no longer affordable and, frankly, no longer possible. The people running Britain weren't stupid. They could see that the old system was unsustainable. The question wasn't whether to end the empire, but how to do it in a way that preserved British influence and prevented complete chaos in former colonies. Some British politicians hoped they could transition to a new kind of relationship, informal influence instead of formal control, economic partnerships instead of colonial extraction. The idea was to maintain the benefits of empire without the costs and moral complications of direct rule. It was an attractive theory, but it assumed that newly independent countries would want to maintain close ties with their former colonial masters, which turned out to be questionable. The end of the British Empire wasn't sudden. It was more a very long, very complicated process involving dozens of countries, hundreds of treaties, and countless opportunities for things to go spectacularly wrong. Britain had spent centuries acquiring territories. Giving them back would prove to be almost as challenging as taking them in the first place. India's independence in 1947 was both the inevitable beginning of the end, and a case study in how decolonisation could go horribly wrong despite everyone's best intentions. Partition, the division of British India into India and Pakistan, was supposed to solve the problem of religious tensions between Hindus and Muslims. Instead, it created one of the largest forced migrations in human history, with millions of people fleeing their homes and somewhere between 200,000 and 2 million people dying in communal violence. The British government's role in partition was problematic. Lord Mountbatten, the last Viceroy of India, was given the impossible task of drawing borders that would satisfy everyone, which was roughly equivalent to being asked to divide a pizza in a way that makes everyone happy when some people want pepperoni and others are vegetarian. The irony is that Britain's departure from India was probably about 50 years too late to be graceful, and about 5 years too early to be properly planned. By 1947, British authority had already collapsed in much of the subcontinent, but the timeline for independence was so rushed that nobody had time to work out the practical details of creating two new nations from scratch. Meanwhile, other regions of the empire were coming to similar conclusions about British rule, albeit through different means. In Palestine, Britain found itself trying to balance promises made to the Jewish and Arab populations, while dealing with increasingly violent resistance from both sides. The solution was to give up and hand the problem over to the newly created United Nations, which worked about as well as you'd expect. The Suez Crisis of 1956 was the moment when Britain discovered that being a former superpower means you still think you deserve special treatment, but nobody else agrees. When Egypt nationalised the Suez Canal, Britain and France invaded to retake it, assuming they could still act unilaterally on the world stage. The United States essentially told them to sit down and behave themselves, and Britain discovered that their special relationship with America didn't include permission to start wars without asking first. The humiliation of Suez marked the psychological end of empire, even though formal decolonisation would continue for decades. Britain could no longer pretend to be an independent global power. They were now a regional power with global interests. The process of decolonisation accelerated through the 1960s, with African territories gaining independence in rapid succession. Some transitions were relatively smooth. Guyana's independence in 1957 was managed by Kwame Nkrumah, who had been educated in British universities and understood how to work within British political systems. Others, like Kenya, experienced brutal conflicts that left lasting scars on both sides. The challenge for Britain was figuring out what came next. Having spent centuries telling themselves that they governed other countries for those countries' benefit, how do you maintain any influence once those countries are free to choose their relationships? The answer was the Commonwealth, a voluntary association of former colonies that would maintain cultural and economic ties with Britain. The Commonwealth was an attempt to preserve relationships after the formal empire ended. Some countries, such as Canada and Australia, were pleased to maintain close ties. Others, such as Ireland, wanted nothing to do with Britain beyond basic diplomatic relations. Still others had more complex relationships that varied depending on who was in charge and what Britain had done lately. By the 1970s, the transformation was largely complete. Britain had gone from ruling a quarter of the world to being a medium-sized European country with some overseas territories and a lot of historical baggage. The economic benefits of empire had been replaced by the costs of managing decline, dealing with immigration from former colonies, maintaining expensive military commitments that no longer served clear purposes, and figuring out Britain's role in a world where they were no longer automatically important. We are still working out how the legacy of empire continues to shape both Britain and its former colonies. In Britain, imperial history remains a source of both pride and discomfort, pride in the achievements and global influence, and discomfort with the methods and consequences. In former colonies, the impacts vary enormously, but they include everything from legal systems and languages to borders and ethnic tensions that can be traced directly to colonial policies. Perhaps the most lasting legacy is the English language itself, which became the global lingua franca partly because the British Empire spread it across the world. Today, more people speak English as a second language than as a first language, and the internet has made English fluency essential for global participation in ways that the builders of empire never could have imagined. So, there you have it, the rise and fall of the British Empire, from a soggy island with big ambitions to a global superpower to a modern nation still figuring out its place in the world. It's a story about how geography, technology and human ambition can combine to create something unprecedented, and how even the most powerful systems eventually face the limits of their own contradictions. Sweet dreams, and remember, empires may come and go, but the really good stories about them tend to stick around.